Ouyang Xiaosan was not shaken by Han Sen's words. Staring at Han Sen, he was making his judgment based on his ability and experience. There was no doubt that this was a white fist. Ouyang Xiaosan thought it was simply impossible to be a black fist. Verbal attacks would not work on me. This punch was not provocative at all, and would never be a black fist. Ouyang Xiaosan did not even move, calmly watching Han Sen's fist approaching. Like Han Sen, he did not even try to block it with his hands, because he was confident that this was a white fist. Since Han Sen did not really use his strength, his fist would stop when it got close to his face. Deep in his thoughts, Ouyang suddenly felt a soreness in his nose. And then he fell back involuntarily before he sat on the ground. How could it be a black fist? Ignoring his nosebleed, Ouyang looked blankly at Han. Senator Han Sen offered tissues to Ouyang, and said with a smile, "I told you so." Ouyang did not take the tissues, but wiped the blood off his nose and stood up. He said firmly, "Best of 9, that was just one." Han Sen smiled and put the tissues back. Standing opposite Ouyang, he said, "I'll continue then." Ouyang said nothing, staring at Han. Senator he would not miss his slightest movements, which were the basis on which he would make his judgment. Once one used great strength, one's muscles would move. The key was to see through one's disguise. Han Sen looked at Ouyang, who looked grim, pursed his lips and threw another punch. This time, Ouyang had seen clearly that although Han Sen's muscles looked tightened, the direction of this punch would not be forward, which meant this could not be a black fist. "This time you can't fool me." Ouyang stood firmly, raising his arms to block Han Sen's fist. Although he had judged this fist to be white, Ouyang still raised his arms. It seemed that he had taken Han Sen for a serious opponent, so he still prepared for the worst scenario when he was confident about his decision. Boom! Han Sen's fist hit Ouyang on the arm. Ouyang's body shook but did not fall back. Ouyang was pale since Han Sen's punch was still a black fist with enough strength. He was wrong, too, said Han Sen with a smile. Ouyang looked at Han Sen and was puzzled. Can he really hide his strength so well? Ouyang cast an odd look at Han. Senator black and white boxing was only a popular practice in martial arts, and the key was the yin and yang. There had only been matches of black and white boxing recently. Although it could not be regarded as the mainstream of martial arts, it was now quite popular. After all, it would make a great match to watch. Ouyang had participated in a lot of black and white boxing games and seen a lot of black and white boxing masters. A lot of people had mastered yin and yang forces, but whenever they throw a punch, he could still tell. Ouyang had rich experience and was particularly sensitive about his opponent's intentions, which was an advantage for him in black and white boxing games. Especially when he was the defensive side, the probability of his misjudgment was very low. Even if there were occasional mistakes, it would be because his opponent had used something he had never seen. And after he got familiar with it, it would not work anymore. But in the 2 rounds against Han Sen, he had felt something different from all his previous experience. That feeling was hard to describe. Han Sen's moves were misleading not only because of the false appearance of his body, but because Ouyang felt that Han Sen did not intend to hit him. There has to be flaws. If it is something unknown to me, I can always find out how it works. Once I do, he can no longer fool me. Ouyang calmed down and got ready. Again, Ouyang slowly spit out the word. Bang! Han Sen threw a punch and Ouyang raised his arms. This time Han Sen punched harder, but Ouyang could still stand still. "You are very fit." Han Sen regarded Ouyang surprised. Although he still reserved his strength, Ouyang would not be able to block it with a fitness index below 13. Ouyang did not reply because he lost again. Again, Ouyang was not discouraged. Han Sen threw another punch, and the result was the same. Ouyang took another black fist. This time Han Sen deliberately weakened his strength, because he did not want people to know how good he actually was. To do well in black and white boxing was not just about strength but also about fooling your opponent. "For this is your last chance," Han Sen looked at Ouyang and said. "Go." Ouyang did not hesitate to say. Han Sen threw another fierce punch at Ouyang. It was as fast as a bullet. Suddenly, Ouyang moved away and dodged Han Sen's fist. At this critical time, Ouyang did not insist on his own judgment and tried to block, but chose to dodge. "Since whenever I think you were using a white fist, you used a black one. Then if I act counterintuitively, I could beat you." Ouyang said with a smile of self-confidence. But very soon Ouyang's smile froze. As Ouyang dodged, Han Sen's fist froze in the air. It was obvious that if this punch was a black one, Han Sen would not be able to stop it, which meant it was a white fist. Why is it a white fist? Ouyang's confidence was smashed by this white fist. Exactly the same way of using his strength, and Ouyang had made the same judgment. Only this time, he acted against his own judgment. However, he was still wrong. This white fist that had stopped halfway was harder on him than 1,000 actual punches. Why did you use a white fist? Staring at Han Sen, Ouyang wanted to know the answer. There are 3 levels in black and white boxing. Observing the people, observing the heart, and observing the body. You are still observing the body, and I am beginning to observe the heart. That's why I won. Han Sen smiled at Ouyang. Remember to register for the competition and pay me back for the room next time we meet again. Ouyang watched him going and froze for a long time until Han Sen had disappeared from his sight. Chunling was both happy and worried. She was happy that Han Sen had promised to participate, while worried that Ouyang had refused to participate. If Ouyang and Han Sen could join forces, maybe Blackhawk could be the champion of the Skynet competition. Although this game was not that important, but Blackhawk had not been a champion in a long time. This championship would still be a big comfort to her. A part-time coach of the Martial Arts Society. Su Qian, is Ouyang here? Chunling called Su Qian over. I have not seen him. Su Qian looked around and said, let me know when he's here. Chunling wanted to make the final effort. Suddenly Chunling saw Ouyang coming through the door and quickly walked to him. Ouyang, I know the old players' retirement reflect negatively on our results, but you need to give the young players a chance to grow. Count me in. Cut in Ouyang before Chan could finish. Do not rush to refuse. You listen to me, we have invited Han Sen in the match against Street Germain. If you... Chunling suddenly realized what he had said and was surprised. You just said you will participate? If you have the form, Ouyang said indifferently. Chunling quickly asked someone to bring him the application. She felt odd and asked, how did you suddenly change your mind? Su Qian and others also came. They were all glad that Ouyang would join them. He was, after all, a star player and had contributed great performance. With Ouyang and Han Sen, they were confident they could beat Street Germain. To tell the truth, Han Sen was their replacement for Ouyang. Even with Han Sen, they thought it would be hard to beat Saint Germain. The old players had all graduated and Ouyang was the only one left. Martial Arts Society was now in a hard place and did not have much to offer. Now with Ouyang's return and Han Sen's participation, their strength had been greatly increased. At the same time, it was unexpected that Ouyang suddenly changed his mind. He was particularly cold, and was not easy to get along with. They could not imagine how his mind was changed. Because I lost to Han Sen and he told me to. Ouyang filled the form out. But Chunling and the members of Martial Arts Society were shocked. Although they knew the story of Han Sen and Yu Mingji, but they thought Ouyang was probably even better than Yu. In the Alliance tournament, the top 10 would not be inferior to the Chosen. After all, the Alliance tournament did not allow beast souls. In terms of fighting skills and physical fitness, Ouyang was the best of the best. Such a person said he lost to Han Sen, which was shocking. How many rounds did you play? Su Qian asked. 5, Ouyang casually replied. So that is 3-2? Su Qian continued to ask. 5-0. He was 5 and I was 0, Ouyang said, giving the form that he had filled out to Su Qian, who opened his mouth so wide that it could fit a duck egg. 5-0, Han Sen did that? Not only all members of the Martial Arts Society were dumbfounded, but Chunling also looked surprised. The worst score Ouyang had seen was 1-4. And his opponent was someone who ranked first in black and white boxing in the Alliance. 5-0, they could not believe how good Han Sen was. But since Ouyang had said that himself, it was true without a doubt. There was no reason for him to lie about that. We will win this time. Saint Germain, wait for our comeback. Chunling and the students were so excited they were speechless. Since there is such a player in their team, coupled with Ouyang, beating Saint Germain was a piece of cake. Chapter 195, Brother Han. Han Sen saw an attractive woman after he stepped out of a gravity trainer. Wangfu Pingqing, why are you here? Hansen paused and asked. Not being a Blackhawk student, Huangfu was not supposed to show up here. I am studying as an exchange student at Blackhawk. In the next 2 years I will stay here. Huangfu looked at Hansen with a smile. In order to come to Blackhawk, she spent quite some efforts. Hansen thought it was a bit too coincidental. Seems that Brother Han would not welcome me? Huangfu leaned forward, blinking at Hansen. Hansen then noticed that Huangfu was wearing a pair of jeans, Chelsea boots, and a low-cut ecru blouse that showed a little too much, making the young man feel hot. That is quite busted, thought Hansen, unable to move his eyes from her seductive curve. The last time he saw her, she was wearing beast soul armor, so it was hard to tell. But this time in clothing like this, her breasts would attract so much attention, not just from guys but from girls as well. Huangfu saw Hansen's eyes fall on her chest, and slightly leaned further. Suddenly Hansen thought his nose would bleed if he did not leave right away. Ahem. Huangfu, do you need me for something? Hansen subconsciously rubbed his nose, for fear that there would be blood. Nothing import. Just to say hi. I just arrived and there must be a lot that I don't know. Please help me if you could. Huangfu smiled. Hansen was dazed by her look and figure. Of course, Hansen suddenly felt it would be best if he stayed away from her. Also, 2 days until the auction of beast souls in steel armor shelter. Brother Han, you must come. Huangfu blinked. I will. But I'm wondering about the form of payment in the auction. Hansen had sold a lot of stuff recently. Plus his salary and endorsement fee, he had a total of more than 60 million. But it was obviously not enough to get a sacred blood beast soul with this kind of money. As long as the beast soul was not too shabby, it could easily sell at more than 100 million. Not to mention Son of Heaven, who was super rich, was also in the steel shelter, and Hansen was no match to his in terms of wealth. Levo dollars work and you can also barter. Huangfu smiled at Hansen. If you saw something you like, you could let me know and I could keep it for you. Hansen thought, I haven't even seen the beast souls. How would I know? Huangfu saw through his mind and shook her hand in front of him. Her breasts were also moving and Hansen almost passed out. There is the information of the beast souls in the auction. Let me know if you like something and I can keep it. Huangfu put the chip in his hands. You mean it? Hansen was so happy that he wanted to insert the chip into his comlink right away. Don't rush. And this is not the best place to talk about things. This information is still a commercial secret at this point and we don't want others to see. Let's go, I will buy you lunch. Then Huangfu held the Hansen's arm, and took Hansen out. Hansen felt the softness on his arm and went blank. Sister, I will buy you lunch. Hansen felt that he was molested during this meal. Huangfu sat next to him. When she spoke, her lips were almost touching his ears. The warmth from her breath ticked him. However, he was not thinking about the woman but the beast souls. Huangfu and her people were selling the beast souls that they had brought to steel armor shelter, and made quite some money. But those were only the primitive beast souls, and the beast souls for auction were at least mutant. Hansen did not look carefully at mutant beast souls and directly turned to 2 sacred blood ones. One was a flying beast soul called Holy Bird, which was a pair of colorful wings. And the other one was a beast soul weapon that Hansen had always wanted. It was a shiny silver harpoon only 2 feet long. Its blade and the tip were so shaped that it made one feel scared by looking at it. Hansen fell in love with the harpoon at first glance. A harpoon required harder techniques than a dagger, and was a very rare weapon. Hansen was very interested in the sacred blood harpoon and checked its name. He then asked Huangfu, sister, how much is the 3-blade harpoon? Brother Han. Hansen saw an attractive woman after he stepped out of a gravity trainer. Huangfu Pingqing, why are you here? Hansen paused and asked. Not being a Blackhawk student, Huangfu was not supposed to show up here. I am studying as an exchange student at Blackhawk. In the next 2 years I will stay here. Huangfu looked at Hansen with a smile. In order to come to Blackhawk, she spent quite some efforts. Hansen thought it was a bit too coincidental. Seems that Brother Han would not welcome me? Huangfu leaned forward, blinking at Hansen. Hansen then noticed that Huangfu was wearing a pair of jeans, Chelsea boots, and a low-cut ecru blouse that showed a little too much, making the young man feel hot. That is quite busta, thought Han San, unable to move his eyes from her seductive curve. The last time he saw her, she was wearing beast soul armor, so it was hard to tell. But this time in clothing like this, her breasts would attract so much attention, not just from guys but from girls as well. Huang Fu saw Han Sen's eyes fall on her chest, and slightly leaned further. Suddenly Han San thought his nose would bleed if he did not leave right away. Ahem. Huang Fu, do you need me for something? Han San subconsciously rubbed his nose, for fear that there would be blood. Nothing import. Just to say hi. I just arrived and there must be a lot that I don't know. Please help me if you could. Huang Fu smiled. Han Sen was dazed by her look and figure. Of course, Han San suddenly felt it would be best if he stayed away from her. Also, 2 days until the auction of beast souls in steel armor shelter. Brother Han, you must come. Huang Fu blinked. I will. But I'm wondering about the form of payment in the auction. Han Sen had sold a lot of stuff recently, plus his salary and endorsement fee. He had a total of more than 60 million. But it was obviously not enough to get a sacred blood beast soul with this kind of money. As long as the beast soul was not too shabby, it could easily sell at more than 100 million. Not to mention Son of Heaven, who was super rich, was also in the steel shelter, and Han Sen was no match to his in terms of wealth. Levo dollars work, and you can also barter. Huang Fu smiled at Han San. If you saw something you like, you could let me know and I could keep it for you. Han San thought, I haven't even seen the beast souls. How would I know? Huang Fu saw through his mind and shook her hand in front of him. Her breasts were also moving and Han San almost passed out. There is the information of the beast souls in the auction. Let me know if you like something and I can keep it. Huang Fu put the chip in his hands. You mean it? Han Sen was so happy that he wanted to insert the chip into his comlink right away. Don't rush. And this is not the best place to talk about things. This information is still a commercial secret at this point and we don't want others to see. Let's go, I will buy you lunch then. Huang Fu held the Han Sen's arm and took Han Sen out. Han San felt the softness on his arm and went blank. Sister, I will buy you lunch. Han San felt that he was molested during this meal. Huang Fu sat next to him. When she spoke, her lips were almost touching his ears. The warmth from her breath ticked him. However, he was not thinking about the woman but the beast souls. Huang Fu and her people were selling the beast souls that they had brought to steel armor shelter, and made quite some money. But those were only the primitive beast souls, and the beast souls for auction were at least mutant. Han San did not look carefully at mutant beast souls and directly turned to 2 sacred blood ones. One was a flying beast soul called Holy Bird, which was a pair of colorful wings. And the other one was a beast soul weapon that Han San had always wanted. It was a shiny silver harpoon only 2 feet long. Its blade and the tip were so shaped that it made one feel scared by looking at it. Han San fell in love with the harpoon at first glance. A harpoon required harder techniques than a dagger, and was a very rare weapon. Han San was very interested in the sacred blood harpoon and checked its name. He then asked Huang Fu, sister, how much is the 3-blade harpoon? Oh. Chapter 196. 10 years of my life. Huang Fu sat up and said, in principle, the 2 sacred blood ones had to be shown at the auction. But if you want it, I can sell it to you beforehand. In that case, we would have to trade with the estimated price. I am not the sole owner of the business and can do nothing about that. How much is it? Han Sen asked again. Huang Fu took out her comlink and showed Han San the price list. When Han San saw the price of the harpoon, he said bitterly, 230 million, that I cannot afford that. All his property added up to more than 60 million, and he had 3 warframes. He did not plan to sell Silver Killer and the blue SKTS. Even if he sold the other SKTS, it would be an additional 70 million, which would still cover the price of the harpoon. The estimated price is certainly very high, mainly because this time Son of Heaven will be attending, Huang Fu said. If you really want it, I could give you an employee discount, after which it would be 180 million. Han San then understood the immense profit margin in the beast soul industry, and also learned how much a sacred blood beast soul was worth. With all his sacred blood beast souls, he would become very rich if he sold them all. Seeing Han San remain silent, Huang Fu said, If you still don't have enough, I have a proposal, so that you take the harpoon without spending a penny. What proposal? Han-sen was slightly surprised. If you are willing to sign a contract and work for our company for 2 years, then the 3-blade harpoon can be paid as the salary to you, Huang Fu said slowly. Looking at Han, Senator Han-sen hesitated and then laughed. I did not know that I would be worth 100 million per year. Huang Fu said, even if you are the spokesperson of SKTS, I would not pay that kind of money to hire you. But after I saw your ability in Devil Desert, I know you will be a great help for us to do business in other shelters. Do you want to join us? The reason why she went through the troubles to come to Blackhawk was to hire Han Sr. Thank you, sister. But I can't agree to the terms. Han-san did not hesitate to refuse her. Although her people would travel to other shelters and run into advanced creatures, for business's sake, they would avoid risks, and that was not what Han-san wanted. Do not rush to refuse. You can think about it. We can negotiate your salary as well. Huang Fu did not give up because of Han-sen's refusal. Sister, I am really sorry. Han-san was very determined to turn her offer down. Huang Fu did not expect Han-sen to be so direct. But since she was there already, she would not easily give up. Well, let's change the subject then. Whenever you change your mind, you can always come to me. Huang Fu opened a bottle of wine and poured it into their glasses. Taking a sip, Huang Fu held her glass and said, as a member of the company, I have finished the work talk, and now we can talk about private matters. What are the private matters? Han-sen looked at her puzzled. Huang Fu suddenly hugged Han-sen's arm and asked with a charming smile, Brother Han, do you have a girlfriend? If not, would you consider me? Han-sen spewed the wine he just sipped on Huang Fu. Then he quickly took some paper towel to wipe it off her, but felt something was wrong. Under the paper towel were the magnificent boobs, which were bouncing when he wiped them. Huang Fu's cheeks turned crimson. She did not think it would turn out like this. I'm sorry. I did not mean it. Han-sen took his hands back quickly but reluctantly. Huang Fu bit her lip and gave Han-sen a fierce stare, covering her wet blouse with her hands. Han-sen quickly took off his jacket and put it on Huang Fu, covering the great view. Sister, now it's late and we should get back. We can talk next time we meet, Han-sen said. They were in a military school, and if Huang Fu yelled help, he would be doomed. Until next time. Huang Fu did not want to stay either. She did not want to sacrifice herself, but was only teasing him. It's not so easy to escape from me. Leaving the private room embarrassed, Huang Fu thought of the places where Han-sen stroked and her face was red like a piece of red cloth. Han-sen walked away and looked at his hands. That was magnificent. Huang Fu was a calculating woman, and Han-sen was very sharp. When he touched her boobs, she had a sudden urge to kill him. Although she tried to hold it back, he still sensed it. And Han-sen also glanced at her comlink, which was blinking, and was likely to be recording. If he did anything else and she taped it and showed it to Ji Yanran, he would be seeking small gains at great cost. No, it should be seeking big gains. Han-sen corrected himself in his mind. Ji Yanran's were not small either, but somewhat smaller than Huang Fu. Han-sen went back to his dormitory and saw Shizhikong talking. Son, great timing. Did you know there is a new exchange student who's a babe? Exchange student? Han-sen pretended to be surprised. Shir suddenly looked excited and said, yes, a babe. She is beautiful, especially her. Anyway, Huang Fu Pingqing is now the absolute busty queen. Whoever sees her is so overwhelmed. If I could touch them just once, I am willing to give 10 years of my life. 10 years. Han-sen subconsciously looked at his right hand, and thought, that is not okay. I will have to sacrifice so many years of my life. When Xiaoxiao was now very unhappy as an intern host and journalist of black and white boxing contest show, she was assigned to work for the famous Fang Mingquan. Originally with her qualifications, she could not have been assigned to shadow Fang Mingquan, who was a big shot right now. The only reason she was here was her prominent family. She had thought she could show the world her talent under Fang's guidance. However, the first task Fang had assigned to her was to go to Blackhawk Military Academy. This black and white boxing competition on Skynet was sponsored by a well-known gaming platform, and all famous military schools had been invited to participate. When Xiuxiu expected to be assigned to the schools that had ranked first or second last year. But Fang insisted that she go Blackhawk, which was not even in top 16 last time. Although she had argued, Fang Mingquan still sent her there and said there would be a surprise. When Xiuxiu could not imagine there to be any surprise. She had checked the arrangement, and Blackhawk's first opponent would be Saint Germain, one of the top 4 last year. Saint Germain had been good at martial arts in general, and had been among the top 4 in all kinds of items. They were especially strong in black and white boxing. They were only in top 4 in group match but got the second place in the singles match. This competition on the Skynet was a group game, but Saint Germain would not lose to Blackhawk by any chance. When Xiuxiu even doubted whether Fang Mingquan had got the names of the military schools mixed up, and she was in fact supposed to be at Saint Germain. Although when Xiuxiu had hinted Fang Mingquan several times, Fang did not seem to hear her and sent her to Blackhawk. Well, it's the same game anyway, and I could always focus more on Saint Germain. When Xiuxiu did not have much hope for Blackhawk. When Xiuxiu understood that Blackhawk was not strong originally, and this year a lot of its main players had graduated, so Ouyang Xiaosan was the only one that had some skills. But Ouyang Xiaosan was at best top 10 if put in a singles match. He alone would not change the result of the game. Although she was disappointed, when Xiuxiu still came to Blackhawk to do an interview and introduction of the players in advance. Holding her press credential and entering the campus, she was lost in the gigantic campus of Blackhawk. It was as big as a city and she had no idea where the black and white boxing players were training. When Xiuxiu looked around at a green area and found almost all the students were in groups or pairs. Not far from where she was, a student was sitting alone on a bench, reading. When Xiuxiu walked to him and carefully looked at the student, thinking, "It's so good to be young. Even a guy has such nice skin." "Sir, sorry to bother you. Do you know where the Martial Arts Society is?" When Xiuxiu flipped her hair as she asked, believing that as a pretty lady, she could easily charm a young boy into leading the way. The boys looked up at when Xiuxiu smiled and said, "To go to Martial Arts Society, just follow this road and turn left at the 3rd intersection, continue to walk 2 blocks and then turn right." When Xiuxiu was still confused, and quickly put on a charming smile, "Do you have a minute? Can you show me the way? I am really not familiar with this place." "I'm sorry. I still have things to do and cannot do that. Would you ask someone else?" The boy smiled and said. When Xiuxiu suddenly felt terrible. She had been a campus belle when she was younger, and the prettiest girl no matter where she went. Although she was older than the students here, she still had her glamour. Now this young man was not even impressed by her beauty, and she thought it was quite unacceptable. Unwilling to give up, one wanted to say something, but saw a girl walking over to the bench and sat next to that student. She looked at one and asked the guy, "Who is this?" When Xiuxiu was a bit dazed by the girl's look. Even as a woman, she had to concede that the girl was gorgeous. Although the girl was not old enough, her youth and innocence were very attractive. "She is asking for direction," Han Sen replied with a smile. Ji Yanran looked at when Xiuxiu blinked and asked, "You are a military school student, right? Where are you going?" When Xiuxiu quickly took her press card out and said, "I'm a reporter of Huaxing Station, and want to interview some students from the Martial Arts Society, but I don't know where to find them." Ji Yanran pondered and pointed to several guys near them. "Those are the members of the Martial Arts Society. They should be able to take you there." When Xiuxiu had to thank her and went that way. Fortunately, this time things went more smoothly. These guys finally appreciated her beauty and took her to the Martial Arts Society with passion. The Martial Arts Society was more or less the same as she had thought. When Xiuxiu did not pay much attention to their 3 bench players since only the 5 first team members had been announced. She also took for granted that since their first team was not impressive, their bench players would be even worse. But when Xiuxiu thought of the guy she met today in the school, she felt he looked somewhat familiar, but could not pin it down. It was no wonder that she did not remember. Han Sen had not been exposed to the public after that commercial. He also had makeup on in the commercial, so it was natural that she had not recognized him. Although Blackhawk has Ouyang Xiaosan, who is a star player, but their overall strength was not good. It is courageous of the Black Fist Emperor to lead the game, but it would not be easy for him. I hope he could do his best and the result is not so important. After all, his opponent is a strong team. It's great that young players could participate in games to get more experience. After the beginning of the game, both sides sent their first players to log in. And when Xiaoxiao introduced Han-san first, Ji Yanran listened to her and was even more upset. What's with this host? She interviewed us, and why is she on the other side? She must be out of her mind? Chu Lili was also annoyed. In fact, after Fong Mingquan heard Wen Xiaoxiao's commentary, his face became grim. He meant well when he sent her to do this show and did not expect her to take such a stand. Fong Mingquan immediately called her. You are doing the show in Blackhawk and should take their stand. If it was not because of her family, he would have said something harsh by this time. Mr. Fong, I think that the commentator should take a neutral point of view. Since Blackhawk is the weaker team, I can't lie, right? That would be against what I believe in. When Xiaoxiao paused the commentary and replied, What you believe in? Fong Mingquan shook his head. Young people these days are so self-righteous. Yes, I have my belief in professionalism. I'm sorry, but I have to stay true to myself, Wen said confidently. As experienced as Fong Mingquan was, he would not get mad with a little girl. He smiled and said, Well then, based on what you believe, which team do you think will win? Blackhawk would lose miserably. Wen did not hesitate to say. In fact, she still held some grudge that Fong sent her here. So what if I say Blackhawk will win? Fong Mingquan asked softly. That won't happen. Wen was doing the show because she liked black and white boxing. No matter how she thought about it, Blackhawk would not win. Well, so if the Blackhawk loses, I'll allow you to choose where you do interviews in the future. Fong Mingquan paused and said, If Blackhawk won, you need to fulfill the task assigned to you without objections. Mr. Fong, you think that Blackhawk will win? Wen now had doubts about the professional level of Fong. Whoever had the slightest understanding of black and white boxing should know that Blackhawk could not win. Blackhawk will not only win, but their victory would also be overwhelming, Fong Mingquan said with a certain tone and hung up. Now Wen was regretting that she had requested to work for Fong. She used to admire his capability, and had used her family connections to get into Huaxing Station. But now the professional skills that Fong Mingquan demonstrated were simply disappointing. He could not even see the result of a no-brainer like this one, which made her feel terrible. When Xiaoxiao continued to comment in accordance with her own understanding of the game, naturally showing her faith in Saint Germain, Han Sen and Li Yu had logged in to the Skynet platform. This team competition took the form of an arena race. If the first player won the first round, he could stay on and fight the next player in the other team, until he was beaten. Such a game system allowed the situation where one player fought 5, but due to the high uncertainty in black and white boxing, that would be hard to achieve. Because it was a game on Skynet platform, the system randomly picked Han Sen as the attacking party. After the game began, Han Sen threw a punch, and his holographic image online was synchronized, hitting Li Yu's image. The professional equipment could scan Han Sen's body, so that it could tell the strength he had put into the punch. Once the strength used passed a certain level, the punch would be considered a black fist, otherwise it would be considered white. But the scanning data were invisible to the players and they would only know the result after. Li Yu calmly stared at Han Senator. This punch was very fierce. But Li stood still and did not even try to block. Li was very confident of his own judgment. Han Sen's punch looked like a black fist, but from some of the details, he could tell that it was a carefully disguised white fist, and no real strength had been put into it. Because it was on the Skynet, Han Sen could not hurt him for real, so he did not even bother to defend himself. Windtalker was just a new player, but we can tell that he is very skilled and confident in his own judgment. When Xiaoxiao praised Li Yu, because she had made the same judgment. An average person might believe this to be a black fist, but she had studied black and white boxing and could tell from the details that it was indeed a white fist. But before one finished her sentence, an explosion sounded and Han Sen's fist had landed on Li Yu's face. The system automatically showed the special effect of the black fist, blowing Li Yu's image away. For a moment, everyone was dazed, including Wen Xiaoxiao and the Street Germain players. The comments became scarce online. There are consequences for making my girlfriend mad. Han Sen's eyes were cold. He had wanted to win closely so that it would not attract too much attention, but now he had changed his mind. In addition, he had also got a kiss waiting for him. so he would show no mercy. Sister, what brought you here? Hansen took Huangfu to a green area outside the warehouse. No one was nearby since it was approaching midnight. Can't I come to you for no reason? Huangfu looked at Han San ambiguously. Yes, of course, but now it's too late. If you have nothing to say, I should go back to rest. Can we talk next time? Han Sen licked his lips and said, What? You are afraid that Ji Yanran might know? Huangfu had learned a lot about Han Xian since she came to Blackhawk, including his girlfriend. Ahem, sister, shall we focus on the business? Hansen asked. Well, last time you left before we could finish. Huangfu threw him a glance, her charming demeanor making his heart leap. Please continue, Han Sun said with a smile. If you want the Sacred Blood 3-blade harpoon, there is another way. You have an extra Sacred Blood armor beast soul, don't you? The one you let Ming Ming wear? Shall we trade? Huangfu said seriously. No. Han Sen turned her offer down. A Sacred Blood armor beast soul was very rare and it could save his life, so he would not trade it for the harpoon. But you have the other Sacred Blood armor beast soul, and you don't need both. Isn't it perfect that you trade one for a weapon? I could pay you money for the difference and let me know how much you want, Huangfu advised. I'm sorry, sister. I don't want to trade. Han San did not hesitate in the slightest way. Huangfu had mistaken the Fairy Queen for a Sacred Blood armor beast soul, and in fact the Fairy Queen's armor was a bit inferior to a real Sacred Blood armor beast soul. Han Sen would never trade his Phantom Ant armor, which was something he could always use in First God's Sanctuary, and might still be of some use in Second God's Sanctuary. Furthermore, he had promised Lin Beifeng that he would consider to sell it to Lin first if he wanted to sell. The Phantom Ant armor was not just practical, but also incredibly glamorous. Although it had the same function as the Black Beetle armor, its price would clearly be much higher. Think about it. And money is not an issue. Huangfu still would not give up. She loved the look of that armor. It was not only perfect in terms of the look, but would also protect her on her way to other shelters, which was far more important than a weapon. I don't need money, Han Sun said with a smile. He blinked at her. But if you want me, that's okay. Shall we get a room? How can you get a room on campus? Huangfu blushed and gave up. She checked her comlink and said to Han San, Think about it and let me know if you want to sell. I must go now. Watching her leave, Han Sun grinned. The black and white boxing competition was held on the Skynet. Most people watched directly online and the players were also using the devices at their schools to compete. There was little to see on site. When Xiaoxiao arrived at the holographic equipment hall early, and there was basically no one there other than the students from the Martial Arts Department and Martial Arts Society. She set up the camera and was ready to introduce the players when they came in. After that she could switch to the online data and would not need to shoot anymore. She was also the only reporter at Blackhawk, since it was not a popular team and all other media went to the schools that had some chance at winning. When Xiaoxiao entered the lounge of the players, part of her reporter's privileges. Suddenly, when Xiaoxiao saw Han San sitting among the Martial Arts Society members, chatting. This guy turns out to be one of the Martial Arts Society members. When Xiaoxiao was a bit upset, but since his girlfriend is that pretty, it was also understandable that he did not lead the way. Ignoring Han San, when Xiaoxiao interviewed several players in the first team and a coach of Martial Arts Society, Chan Ling, Coach Chan, what do you think of this match? Black and white boxing is one of Saint Germain's strengths, not to mention Nailan Chengnua's fame. What plan or strategy do you have? When Xiaoxiao asked Chen Ling, no plan or strategy needed. Blackhawk will win, period, Chen Ling said casually. Chen Ling's answer made Wen Xiaoxiao pause. She could not begin to understand Chen's confidence. Because Chen Ling's answer was beyond her imagination, her prepared materials were now useless. And she did not know how to continue. The answer when expected was that Saint Germain is a very strong team and Blackhawk will try its best. But Chen Ling threw her off her feet. Wen opened her mouth but could not think of anything to say. I have something to deal with. Ms. Wen, would you go interview my players first? Chen Ling saw Wen Xiaoxiao's look and was amused. Wen Xiaoxiao was embarrassed and turned to the players. She finally saw Ouyang Xiaosan who was resting. She hesitated, and first approached Su Qian who she had talked to. Hi Su Qian. Do Do you have any confidence in this game? Su Qian was very easy to talk to, and glad to be interviewed. He grinned and said, "Of course. We will win for sure." Hearing him, Wen felt that the entire team were simply too optimistic, blind to their weakness. Wen asked a few more questions and interviewed several other players. The answers she got were all the same. Blackhawk would defeat Street Germain and go to the next round. "Mr. Ouyang, I would like to your opinion on Nalin Chenghua." When Xiuxiu finally found a chance to interview Ouyang Shaosan, "I don't know him." Ouyang did not even lift his eyes. When Xiuxiu had no idea that her interviews had caused a debate in the Skynet. Fang Mingquan sent Wen Xiuxiu to Blackhawk not to fool her. Wen Xiuxiu was from an important family, and as someone who cared about his future, Fang Mingquan had to take good care of her. He knew Han Xin would also participate in the game, and that was why he had sent Wen to Blackhawk. The moment Wen's show began, he promoted it in his own show, and many of his loyal fans and audience tuned to her program. Fang Mingquan was now doing great. All his shows had been successful. As he promoted Wen's show, Wen suddenly had more than 10 million audience watching. In fact, this competition was not very high profile. Even some were paying attention. It was likely that they were on the Saint Germain side, since that was the stronger team with Nalin Chenghua there. As for Blackhawk, they would have even less attention if their opponent was not Street Germain. Those who had watched for Fang Mingquan's recommendation were mostly unevolved. After they had seen Wen's interview, they were pissed off. Blackhawk is so arrogant? Who gave them the courage to say that? Haha, Saint Germain was despised by Blackhawk, waiting to see how they lose. With Blackhawk's black and white boxing talents, they had the nerve to say this. Rubbish. I really want to know what Saint Germain would think after seeing this. It chanced that one of the Saint Germain players was a fan of Fang Mingquan's and was watching his show in the lounge. Seeing the show promoted by Fang Mingquan was the live show of their match, he clicked in and became livid. Blackhawk, you think you are good? Wait till you see how we kick your asses, Wang Yongjun thought ruthlessly. Saint Germain and Blackhawk had always been foes. In the most important martial arts games, Saint Germain had kept Blackhawk from entering top 8 multiple times. Seeing a loser so arrogant made Wang Yongjun mad. Chuna, come to see this. Wang Yongjun walked to Nalin Chenghua and played that interview bit again. The Blackhawk team must be out of their mind. Lu Yunsheng sneered after watching. And illusionary. Ma Chongkong laughed. Poor things. Wang Yongjun also laughed. Nalin Chenghua glanced at the video, blinked and did not speak. He narrowed his eyes and kept eating the jelly in his hand. Chenghua, you are eating too much jelly. It might give you diabetes. Wang Yongjun looked at Nalin's flawless skin jealously. Diabetes? That is an ancient disease. Lu Yunsheng laughed. The team talked and laughed, not taking Blackhawk seriously. In fact, this year Saint Germain was especially strong in black and white boxing. They not only had a star player Nalin Chenghua, but also had 3 other players in the top 20. Plus the newly recruited talent Li Yu. Saint Germain was very likely to win the championship of the Military Academy League game. This Skynet competition should be a piece of cake for them. The only threat to them in Blackhawk was Ouyang Shaosan, who was no match to Nalin and not much better than the rest in Saint Germain. Chenghua, how about you go first this time and give them a 5-0 to teach them a lesson? Wang Yongjun suddenly had an idea. Great idea. Let's what they say after the game. Ma Chongye seconded with a smile. Right? I can't wait to see their interviews after. Lu Yinsheng also laughed. We should follow the coach's arrangement. Nalin was still eating jelly with a harmless smile. There should be no problem. Against Blackhawk, we don't need to take them seriously. I'll talk to the coach and he will agree. Wang Yongjun said and went to the coach. Saint Germain's coach Su Yundi heard the proposal of Wang Yongjun and his eyes lit up. Su grinned and said, to fight Blackhawk, we wouldn't even need Nalin. Li Yu can go first and easily give them a 5-0. Can Li Yu do it? Wang Yongjun said a bit worriedly. Rest assured. Li Yu is not as good as Nalin but should be among the top 10 right now. Sending him would be quite enough to beat Blackhawk. Su Yundi laughed. Li Yu was a talent discovered by Su Yundi in his coaching career. Su thought Li Yu would be the next Nalin promise. Li was very talented and all he needed was a little bit of experience. Suyundi believed that under his watch, Liu would be as good as Nalan in less than 2 years. At this time, Liu would be all it took to deal with Blackhawk. Liu, can you deliver? Suyundi smiled at Li. Please be assured, coach. I will not give them any chance to fight back, Li said softly. Let's do this then. You will be the first up. Suyundi appreciated his confidence very much. Wang Yongjun did not say anything. Liu was indeed very talented in black and white boxing. As long as he could beat Ouyang Shaosan, it would be easy for them to get a score of 5-0. The key was the match against Ouyang Shaosan. Wang Yongjun and Ouyang had fought many times and Wang admired Ouyang. It was Ouyang's teammates that were bad. How about it? The coach agreed. Seeing Wang Yongjun was back, Lu Yenxing quickly asked. The coach said, Liu was all it took to beat Blackhawk, replied Wang Yongjun. That is true. Liu is quite talented. If he could beat Ouyang, the rest would be no threat to him. Lu Yunxing nodded. When Xiaoxiao thought the interviews could not continue, she saw the online broadcasting had started and switched to stream the competition. Soon the first lineups of both teams were shown and first up were Saint Germain's 5 members. Wow, these are the best they got. They are not giving Blackhawk any chance to fight back. I don't think this is necessary when they are against Blackhawk. Nalan alone could nail it. Who is that Windtalker? And why is he the first? You are not a fan, are you? Windtalker is the new talent Liu in Saint Germain. I heard that Wang Yongjun can only beat him 5 out of 10 times in training. Li is only a freshman now and has great potential. Wow, he is so strong. Saint Germain is doing great this year. They'll probably become the champion. Sure thing. I wonder what Blackhawk would say after they lose. They'd be lucky to have 1 point. As everyone was talking, the player list of Blackhawk was also shown. With a glance, people were attracted by the first ID name they saw, Black Fist Emperor. Black Fist Emperor, who is so arrogant to use this ID. Strange, I have never heard of the ID. Blackhawk is so good at bragging, even with their IDs. Black Fist Emperor, I think it is more like Kick My Ass Emperor. Haha, he's the first. We will see how this emperor was overthrown. The Street Germain players were also upset with this ID, as it implied they would be ruled by him. Liu, do your best. Wang Yongjun patted the shoulder of Liu and said, Brother, please rest assured, Liu said. This ID was indeed a bit too arrogant. When Xiaoxiao, who was hosting the live broadcast, was also dumbfounded. She did not remember this ID at all. Is it a bench player? When Xiaoxiao quickly looked at the file she had, and it was indeed a bench player. Since in this kind of competition, normally the bench players would never go up, she did not look at their information. With such an arrogant ID, he must be so full of himself, like everyone else in Blackhawk. One was wondering why the Blackhawk team could think so highly of themselves when they were against Street Germain. Black Fist Emperor is a bench player of Team Blackhawk. His real name is Han San, 16 freshman. Never been in a black and white boxing match before. It seems he has no experience and is a new player. When read out Han San's information, how can a new guy be so arrogant? Ignorance is bliss. Blackhawk had no one to send and let someone with 0 experience lead. Many people watching the live broadcast ridiculed the player, for his ID got on many people's nerves. They did not recognize Han Senator. The commercial of SKTS was indeed very popular, but people hardly remembered the name of the actors in it, unless they had already been famous. So, in that commercial, most people probably could only name Yu Qianxuan. And even if they felt the name was a bit familiar, they would not connect it with a Warframe player, since the two fields had nothing in common. When the viewers were cynical about Han San and his ID, Blackhawk students who were watching the game could no longer take it. What are you talking about? Black Fist Emperor is our genius, and had beaten the chosen Yu Mingji in black and white boxing. Haha, go on. Haha, why don't you call yourselves Bragging Military Academy? Having beaten Yu Mingji in your dreams, right? Please, Yu Mingji was not even a black and white boxing player. Do your research before you lie. Garbage Blackhawk, you are all talk. Blackhawk had only so many students, whose comments were drowned in the negative voices. This really pissed off the Blackhawk students, especially those who knew Han Senator Ji Yanran was the most furious of all. She typed as fast as she could, but it did little good. An individual was helpless in front of hundreds of thousands of people. Looking at the comments that ridiculed Blackhawk and Han San, she was so mad that she turned pale. She might be okay with people saying bad things about her, but when it came to her boyfriend, she could not take it. Can you win this game? Ji Yanran suddenly sent a message to Han Sr. Yes. Han Sen replied simply. If you can make Saint Germain gain no points, I'll buy you dinner. Ji Yanran blushed and sent. Just dinner. Han Sen replied. And a kiss. Ji Yanran was flushed but did not hesitate. Great. Han Sen saw her text and became excited. Although they were a couple now, Ji Yanran was so shy and they were always on campus, so it was hard to get anywhere with her. But Han Sen first sent a message to Shi Jikong and asked if something was wrong. Shi told him all about the live show and Han Sen's face darkened. After reviewing his opponent's files, he said in a low voice, "There will be severe consequences for those who made my girlfriend mad." Although Blackhawk has Ouyang Xiaosan, who is a star player, but their overall strength was not good. It is courageous of the Black Fist Emperor to lead the game, but it would not be easy for him. I hope he could do his best and the result is not so important. After all, his opponent is a strong team. It's great that young players could participate in games to get more experience. After the beginning of the game, both sides sent their first players to log in, and when Xiao introduced Han San first, Ji Yanran listened to her and was even more upset. What's with this host? She interviewed us, and why is she on the other side? She must be out of her mind? Chu Lili was also annoyed. In fact, after Fong Mingquan heard Wen Xiaoxiu's commentary, his face became grim. He meant well when he sent her to do this show and did not expect her to take such a stand. Fong Mingquan immediately called her. You are doing the show in Blackhawk and should take their stand. If it was not because of her family, he would have said something harsh by this time. Mr. Fong, I think that the commentator should take a neutral point of view. Since Blackhawk is the weaker team, I can't lie, right? That would be against what I believe in. When Xiao paused the commentary and replied, "What you believe in?" Fong Mingquan shook his head. Young people these days are so self-righteous. Yes, I have my belief and professionalism. I'm sorry, but I have to stay true to myself, Wen said confidently. As experienced as Fong Mingquan was, he would not get mad with a little girl. He smiled and said, well then, based on what you believe, which team do you think will win? Blackhawk would lose miserably. Wen did not hesitate to say. In fact, she still held some grudge that Fong sent her here. So what if I say Blackhawk will win? Fong Mingquan asked softly. That won't happen. Wen was doing the show because she liked black and white boxing. No matter how she thought about it, Blackhawk would not win. Well, so if the Blackhawk loses, I'll allow you to choose where you do interviews in the future. Fong Mingquan paused and said, if Blackhawk won, you need to fulfill the task assigned to you without objections. Mr. Fong, you think that Blackhawk will win? Wen now had doubts about the professional level of Fong. Whoever had the slightest understanding of black and white boxing should know that Blackhawk could not win. Blackhawk will not only win, but their victory would also be overwhelming. Fong Mingquan said with a certain tone and hung up. Now Wen was regretting that she had requested to work for Fong. She used to admire his capability, and had used her family connections to get into Huaxing Station. But now the professional skills that Fong Mingquan demonstrated were simply disappointing. He could not even see the result of in a no-brainer like this one, which made her feel terrible. When Xiao continued to comment in accordance with her own understanding of the game, naturally showing her faith in Saint Germain. Han Sen and Liu had logged in to the Skynet platform. This team competition took the form of an arena race. If the first player won the first round, he could stay on and fight the next player in the other team, until he was beaten. Such a game system allowed the situation where one player fought 5, but due to the high uncertainty in black and white boxing, that would be hard to achieve. Because it was a game on Skynet platform, the system randomly picked Han Sen as the attacking party. After the game began, Han Sen threw a punch, and his holographic image online was synchronized, hitting Liu's image. The professional equipment could scan Han Sen's body, so that it could tell the strength he had put into the punch. Once the strength used passed a certain level, the punch would be considered a black fist, otherwise it would be considered white. but the scanning data were invisible to the players and they would only know the result after. Liu calmly stared at Han's senator. This punch was very fierce. But Li stood still and did not even try to block. Li was very confident of his own judgment. Han Sen's punch looked like a black fist, but from some of the details, he could tell that it was a carefully disguised white fist, and no real strength had been put into it. Because it was on the Skynet, Han Sen could not hurt him for real, so he did not even bother to defend himself. Windtalker was just a new player, but we can tell that he is very skilled and confident in his own judgment. When Xiaoxiao praised Liu, because she had made the same judgment. An average person might believe this to be a black fist, but she had studied black and white boxing and could tell from the details that it was indeed a white fist. But before one finished her sentence, an explosion sounded and Han Sen's fist had landed on Liu's face. The system automatically showed the special effect of the black fist, blowing Liu's image away. For a moment, everyone was dazed, including Wen Xiaoxiao and the Street Germain players. The comments became scarce online. There are consequences for making my girlfriend mad. Han Sen's eyes were cold. He had wanted to win closely so that it would not attract too much attention, but now he had changed his mind. In addition, he had also got a kiss waiting for him, so he would show no mercy. Haha, why have the Saint Germain team stopped commenting? Genius, well done. Shay. Blackhawk students became thrilled. Although they were not many, they soon filled the gap of the comments. Ji Yanran was more excited than everyone else. Her face flushed, she waved her fist and cried, "Now you don't dare to talk nonsense, do you? Impossible, that punch was clearly a white fist." Liu's face was dark. "You don't let down your guard. It seems that their new guy has some skills," Suyundi urged Liu. Liu was a young talent who he thought could reach the level of Nalan, and he lost a point to Blackhawk's new guy, which was somewhat embarrassing for him. "Yes, coach." Liu answered, took a deep breath, and once again turned to his opponent. Each round was best of 5. And Liu had only lost a point. The game began again. When Xiaoxiao continued to explain, "Looks like Black Fist Emperor was quite lucky getting the first point. It must be because Liu was not paying attention." Bang! Before one finished, Liu was once again sent into the air. The system also played the special effect of him being sent to the galaxy. When Xiaoxiao was stunned, and so were the viewers. If they could explain Li's first loss with his carelessness, the second loss was hard to justify. Those who were arguing with the Blackhawk students suddenly stopped. All that was left in the comments was support to Blackhawk. "Good job. This is a true Black Fist. Where did this Black Fist Emperor come from?" 2 consecutive Black Fists, and Windtalker could not tell either. "Loser. That kid was trying to play tough and did not even block. Even the special effect changed, haha. Our genius is the best." Shay. When Xiaoxiao did not dare to comment anymore. When Liu came to the stage again, she was not as confident as she had been. Black Fist Emperor is a very good player, and this will be a fight between 2 powerful teams. Boom! Another loud bang. Liu did raise his arms this time, so the special effect was not as dramatic. But the system still showed his image sliding backward more than 30 feet. There were even sparks from the friction. Although it was only a virtual special effect, many still got excited over it. #T. 3 consecutive Black Fists and Windtalker was gone. So impressive. 3 consecutive Black Fists and Windtalker did not see it coming. Where is he from? Wow. The Street Germain player was eliminated with 0 point by a new player at Blackhawk. Young players do not have the psychological quality. He lost the first point and continued to make mistakes and forgot to dodge. That was just a new player. What you are proud of. Next round, Wang Yangjun would show you Saint Germain's strength. Young people cannot be trusted with important tasks because they lack experience. You, what's wrong? The other player had been using Black Fists. Why didn't you dodge? Suyundi was upset. His favorite student was eliminated 0-3. That was a shame on him. "I am sorry, coach." Liu was bitter. He knew that it was likely that his opponent would repeatedly use Black Fist, but no matter how he saw it, he still felt Han Sen was using White Fist, and could not bring himself to move away. Liu thought Han Sen was going to use Black Fist, but he judgment told him it was a White Fist. In the end, his judgment trumped his instinct. And that was why he had lost. Do not be sad. I will avenge you. Wang Yongjun laughed, patted Li's shoulder and went up. Remember, since his name is Black Fist Emperor, he must be very confident in his black fists. Be careful and dodge when necessary, Su Yundi said. Understood. Wang Yongjun nodded and sat in the holographic equipment. Wang Yongjun had quite a lot of faith in himself. Liu could not see his opponent's intention because he lacked experience, whereas Wang had been in so many competitions that he would never fail here. Boy, now I will show you the true strength of Saint Germain. Black Fist Emperor, I will reduce you to Black Fist Eunuch. Wang Yongjun stood opposite Han San confidently. Because it was an arena match, Wang Yongjun followed Liu to become the second player, and was automatically determined to be the defensive side, which was also a compensation mechanism for the party which had to fight continuously. Windtalker is lacking in experience, but Wang Yongjun is a veteran, so that Black Fist Emperor's tactics would not work that easily. When Xiuxiu's tone was no longer confident, but she still believed that Wang Yongjun had a bigger chance of winning, and was more optimistic about the Saint Germain team. That woman started babbling again. Chu Lily bristled. Let her talk. The facts will prove everything. Jianran was calm this time. Han Sen had promised her he would win, and she believed him. The game started again. Han Sen threw a punch-out that looked extremely fierce. Wang Yongjun looked carefully, and felt just like Liu did. From many details he could tell it should be a white fist and he should not dodge. However, after watching the match between Liu and Han Sen, Wang told himself, that was how Liu lost, and I cannot make the same mistake. Then he moved backward to avoid the punch from Han Sr. Wang Yongjun is worthy of his fame. His tactical goal is clear and his execution is also in place. This blow should be. When Xiuxiu was in the middle of her passionate commentary, she suddenly stopped. Beep! Han Sen's fist froze in the air, and a sign of a white fist lit up. How could it be a white fist? When Xiuxiu shouted out loud, her eyes wide. Chapter 204 Chapter 204. The Emperor's anger. Damn, I should have believed that my judgment was right. Wang Yongjun bitterly swinged his arm, regretting. Yongjun, what are you doing? Do not get confused, and believe in your own judgment. Su Yundi shouted to Wang Yongjun anxiously. Wang Yongjun gritted his teeth and went up for the second punch. Watching Han Sen's fist approaching, Wang Yongjun saw clearly that like the last blow, this one was also a white fist, judging from the hardly noticeable details. Boy, you want to use the same trick twice? You can't get me like this. Wang Yongjun stood upright and reached out a hand to block Han Sen's fist. With my experience, I could deal with this boy simply by using my instinct. Bang! Han Sen's punch fell on the hand of Wang Yongjun, and Wang was suddenly thrown away. He rolled in the air and thumped to the ground. Black fist. It turned out to be a black fist. At this time, the Saint Germain supporters became silent, and so did Xiuxiu, forgetting to comment. She could not believe even Wang Yongjun had lost 2 points, and if he lost again, Wang would be out as well. In fact, after this punch, Wang Yongjun's psychological defense had been completely defeated, and it was difficult for him to stay calm. Is it a black or white fist? Wang Yongjun looked at Han San, unable to judge with logic. Bang! There was no suspense. Wang Yongjun was eliminated 0-3, and this was just the start of this madness. Lu Yansheng and Ma Chongkong, who followed Wang, simply could not stop Han Sen's performance. 3-0, still 3-0. 3-0 in 4 rounds. The audience's comments had become wild. My God, who is this guy? Black Fist Emperor. So domineering. Even players in top 20 like Wang Yongjun, Ma Chongkong, and Lu Yansheng were unable to get a single point. Cruel, it is too cruel. Black Fist Emperor, where did such a guy come from? Han Sr. The name seems ring a bell. He is our genius at Black Hawk and spokesperson of SKTS. How can you be so dumb no knowing him? So it is him. I just searched the Skynet. Wow, isn't he driving Warframes? How come he is also so great at black and white boxing? Genius, show these bastards what we got. Rock them. 5 straight wins. It's harder to beat Nalan Qinghua though. It is not impossible. Look at the score. Han Sen is an awesome black and white boxing player. When Xiao only felt blank. She had no idea what was going on. 4 of the Saint Germain team members were already eliminated by a new guy. Blackhawk will not only win, but their victory would also be overwhelming. Thinking of Fang Mingquan's words, one felt bitter and ashamed. Nalan Qinghua, there is still him. The number 2 player in the alliance. He had lost to none but that person. He will not lose. Thinking of the last player of Saint Germain, when Xiao felt like she had grabbed on the last remaining gambits. Nalan Qinghua, the best martial arts student Saint Germain had ever seen, had shown excellence in various competitions. In addition to black and white boxing, he could rank top 3 in almost every item he had signed up for. And his overall ranking in the Military Academy League martial arts tournament. His skills were beyond the level of a military school student. Nalan was even more popular than the chosen in military schools. Nalan, this one you must win, Su Yundi said grimly, having lost the pride he had had in the beginning. Nalan nodded slightly and went straight to the holographic equipment. Wang Yongjun and others stared at the live show nervously, not understanding how Blackhawk had become so strong. Hello, I am Nalan, standing opposite Han San. Nalan Qinghua greeted his opponent. His ID was simply Nalan. Hello, I am the Black Fist Emperor. If you feel it's too long, you can call me Emperor. Han San said with a smile. Chunling's hands were sweaty. She knew Han San was strong, but did not realize he could eliminate 4 members from Street Germain. But even so, Chunling was still very nervous. After all, now Han San had to face Nalan, who was a legend in the Military Academy League. Nalan had lost to no one but the monster from the Alliance Central Military Academy. Especially in the black and white boxing, even the guy from the Alliance Central Military Academy only beat him 3-2. According to a well-known black and white boxing expert, Nalan had a pure mind, and it seemed that he had some kind of ability to see through the false. Any disguise in front of him was useless, so it was almost impossible to cheat him. And Han Sen was clearly a player very good at cheating. Theoretically speaking, Nalan was undoubtedly Han Sen's nemesis. That was why Chunling is worried. Lily, can he beat Nalan? Ji Yanran tightly grabbed Lily's arm and asked. Although she did not pay much attention to martial arts contests, Nalan Qinghua was so famous that even she had heard about him. Although Ji Yanran believed in her boyfriend, she was still so nervous that her palms were sweaty. This is really hard to say. If the opponent is someone else, the genius will definitely win. But Nalan. Chu Lily also hesitated. So what? Sen will certainly win, Shizhikong cried. Sen is someone that will only be beaten by me. And before I do, no one can beat him, Zhang Yang said. Lu Meng smiled, sister-in-law, you rest assured. Sen will not lose. This made Ji Yanran blush, but also made her feel more relaxed. Chapter 205. Yin Yang Blast. Han Sen stared at Nalan, who was a year or 2 senior to Han Sen himself and had good-looking features. Nalan was not particularly handsome but still looks good. Nalan's eyes were like water in wells that could show reflections. Deep in his dark pupils there were lights of wisdom. Just by looking at him, Han Sen knew he was a very tough opponent. Han Sen was good at assassination, psychological game and prejudgment, which all must be based on his opponents having certain thoughts. Only then could Han Sen see through his opponent and determine what kind of reaction might be taken. But Nalan Qinghua had a pair of eyes that was so clean and there was nothing to be told from them. No happiness or worry, no sadness or anger. Nalan seemed to have no desire or pursuit, so that his eyes would never betray him. Everyone looked nervously at Han Sen and waited for him to make the deadly blow. Although Han Sen had eliminated 4 players, now he was against Nalan, and all those who were watching had their hearts in their throats. On the Skynet, a middle-aged man was also watching the match between Han Sen and Nalan. This middle-aged man was named Bai Yishan. He was a rare surpasser at his age. Bai Yishan was famous among surpassers not only because he had many Geno points, but also because he was among the few that could be called martial arts master. Bai Yishan came from an aristocrat family. Since childhood he had been obsessed with martial arts. Dedicated to the research work of hyper-Geno arts, he was also a professor and the youngest maester at the St. Hall. Many S-class super Geno arts came from his research. Meanwhile, he also taught at the Alliance Central Military Academy and enjoyed a high prestige in the military and alliance. In his busy schedule, the reason for him to take time to watch such a game held on the Skynet was not his interest in the black and white boxing game itself. In the eyes of a surpasser, this kind of game was simply like children playing house. What intrigued him to watch was Nailan Chungnua. Recently Bai had been doing research on a hyper-geno-art called Yin-Yang Blast, whose concepts were complex, but did share some similarities with black and white boxing. It was also about yin and yang forces. The birth of each hyper-geno-art had to witness a lot of experiments. Otherwise it would not be allowed to be sold or promoted at St. Hall. If a hyper-geno-art involved a great risk, it would be classified as banned and could not be sold. Yin-Yang Blast that Bai Yishan was studying was one of the hyper-geno-arts that was demanding on those who practiced it. Although the practice of the hyper-geno-art did not involve too much risk, it might generate risks in using. But Yin-Yang Blast had cost Bai Yishan nearly 10 years of hard work. And if he hadn't found an incomplete ancient copy of the magic of Yin and Yang, he would never have been able to invent Yin-Yang Blast, which was very unique and powerful. Its only flaw was that it was too demanding on the user's prejudgment abilities. The two volunteers from the military who had practiced Yin-Yang Blast all ran into issues when using it in combats. One had died and one became disabled. Yin-Yang Blast was about to be classified as banned. But after all, this is what Bai Yishan had come up with, and he did not want to see Yin-Yang Blast buried. That was why he tried his best to get another chance of experiment. In order to ensure the success of this experiment, Bai Yishan needed to pick a person that he thought could control Yin-Yang Blast. After a lot of screening, Bai Yishan had his eyes on Nailan Chungnua. What Nailan was practicing was Akala Mantra, so his faith was immovable and he had a great perspective on Yin and Yang. But Bai Yishan was only listing Nailan as a candidate and had not decided. This time he was trying to determine whether Nailan would be a good fit by watching the black and white boxing game, which despite its simple form, shows the fundamentals of Yin and Yang. Before Nailan showed up, Han Sen's performance had amazed Bai Yishan. It was not how strong he was or how well he had mastered the Yin and Yang forces, but his ability of psychological gaming and prejudgment that made Bai Yishan regret not seeing the boy earlier. This kind of ability is so rare and perfect for Yin-Yang Blast. If he was not just lucky, he should be the one. Bai Yishan knew how valuable Han Sen's abilities were. This required both talent and effort. And among the people he had met, Han Sen was the best in this aspect so far. Bai Yishan listed Nailan as a candidate exactly because of his ability to see through his opponent's thought, but now he could tell that Han Sen was even better at that. Let me see how well you could do. Bai Yishan watched the game interested. In the online black and white boxing competition, after Han Sen observed Nailan, he threw a punch as fierce as an uncaged tiger. In Nailan's eyes as clear as water flashed a trace of surprise. He grew up practicing Akala Mantra, and had a mind that was like a mirror. No fiber or dust could pass unnoticed. Although he was still very young, he had a character that was suitable for practicing Akala Mantra, and had become advanced in this hyper-geno art. Most people's minds were affected by a lot of distractions, and he could see through them. With Han Sen's blow, he could not see what his opponent was thinking, which naturally made him a little surprised. Chapter 206. The battle between the angel and the evil. The surprised Nailan felt soon went away, and Nailan restored his calm. Even though he could not see through Han Sen's mind, Nailan could see through his body. The body could make a lot of deceptive appearances, but under the Akala Mantra, he could see almost every inch of Han Sen's muscle. It was almost impossible to fool Nailan. After all, one would have to move certain muscles to use real strength, and there was no way around that. For Nailan Qingnua, this kind of judgment was not difficult. Han Sen had no secrets in the eyes of Nailan. All his muscles and even the speed of his breathing were imprinted in Nailan's mind. White fist. Nailan made his own judgment. There was no doubt that it was a white fist since Han Sen used hardly any muscles that he would use for other moves. Although Nailan had determined it was a white fist, he still raised his arms to parry. It was not because he had no confidence in his judgment, but out of his respect for the opponent. In Nailan's view, Han Sen was indeed among the top players. However, Han Sen's disguise was not enough to fool him. Among all those he had fought, Only the person from the Alliance Central Military Academy could ever fool him. That person could make a black fist white and a white fist black. Compared to him, Han Sen was not perfect. Bang! Nalan's expression suddenly changed, as Han Sen's fist landed on his arm and threw him away. It was determined as a black fist. It turned out to be black fist. Nalan was slightly startled. The audience was deadly silent. When Xiao opened her mouth wide and her eyes almost popped out of her head. She could not believe Han Sen got another point against Nalan Changnua. This is not possible. Su Yundi also felt incredulous. Except for the guy in the Alliance Central Military Academy, he had not ever seen anyone who could get the first point facing Nalan. After a brief silence, people who were watching online became wild. My God, he scored first against Nalan. Is he about to achieve 5-3-0? Saint Germain will go insane. *T that's amazing. This guy is not just great with a warframe. Black Fist Emperor. If he could give Nalan a 0, I will call him Your Highness. Your Highness, please accept my allegiance. It's just 1 point. Don't get excited too early. The comments were exploding, and in the end, no one could see what they were saying since the page rolled down too fast. Except for in the match against the guy from the Alliance Central Military Academy, people had not seen Nalan fail for a long time. Blackhawk students were cheering and Ji Yanran was so excited that her face reddened. Bai Shan was intrigued. Touching his chin, he asked himself, this is really interesting. One is pure and insightful, an angel from heaven. The other has strong control, but is more like a cunning devil from hell. Who can do better in the end? In the game, Nalan had restored his zen. A failure like that was not enough to shake him, but he had to admit that he had underestimated Han Senator Han Sen's techniques were not as good as the guy from Alliance Central Military Academy, but he was more cunning. Maybe his flaws had made him strong. You're good. Nalan stood opposite Han Sen and said, thank you. Han Sen accepted the compliment. Ready. Nalan's eyes were calm and steady, without any emotional fluctuations from his failure. Han Sen did not hesitate to punch at him. An ordinary punch as it was, it attracted the attention of millions of people. All were nervously staring at Han Sen's fist. Among all the people, Nalan was the calmest. He watched Han Sen's punch quietly. It was almost exactly the same punch as the last one and seemed to be a white fist again. No matter how Nalan saw it, it was a white fist, since the punch simply could not carry the kind of strength that a black fist would require. There were still a lot of flaws in Han Sen's move, but now Nalan knew that Han Sen had immense control of his muscles, and the barely noticeable flaws that only he could see were traps Han Sen had set. But Nalan did not panic. Even if he could not tell whether it was a white fist, Nalan could still make a reasonable judgment. And that was the judgment of Han Sen as a person. Since Han Sen used an ID such as Black Fist Emperor, he must be a person with absolute self-confidence. And from the previous 4 rounds, Nalan could tell Han Sen was indeed quite arrogant. In fact, Nalan had paid close attention to the previous rounds. With his ability of observation, Nalan noticed that Han Sen always had a smile of victory the moment he threw his punch. Although it was only a slight upward curve, it revealed his self-confidence. At the same time, Nalan also noted another detail, something even Han Sen himself probably did not know. In the 4 previous rounds, Han Sen had attacked 12 times, only 3 of which were white fists. And Nalan had paid attention to every detail and knew that Han Sen would have the smile on his face whether he used a black fist or a white one. But when Han Sen was using a black fist, his smile would be slightly more tilted than when he was using a white fist. An average person would not see the difference, and only someone as observant as Nalan could notice this clue. Nalan knew that this was due to Han Sen's preference of black fist. Han Sen must really enjoy the kind of pleasure of hitting his opponent and was excited to experience that. That was why he would smile a little more. And this subtle clue was again tested to be true in the previous punch. Nalan Changnua had confirmed that Han Sen had the same kind of smile when using the black fist. That's right. This one must be a white fist. Nalan's eyes lit up. He crossed his arms and was ready to block the white fist. Han Sen's smile at this moment was the one he would put on when giving a white fist. Chapter 207. Peerless Boom. With the sparks generated by the system, Nalan Chungnua was blown away. Nalan had lost again. 2 points in a row. Not even the guy from the Alliance Central Military Academy could do that to Nalan. This was simply unbelievable. Nalan had lost 2 points. Am I in a dream? Nalan is not even so miserable when he faced that monster. Horrifying. Blackhawk is so fierce this time. If they could send Saint Germain home with no point, they would definitely become the champion. The Alliance Central Military Academy is not here this time. The Emperor is invincible. Saint Germain did not get a single point until now. No wonder the Blackhawk players and coaches are so confident. They have the Emperor on their team. The Emperor is so strong. Fang Mingquan watched the live show over a cup of tea. Although he thought Han Sen would win, but did not expect him to do so well, Bai Yishan was not too surprised about the result. After all, he had seen the same performance from Han Sen during the Starry Cup. Han Sen reminded him of someone else, but they had totally different styles. The similarity between the two persons he thought of was that they were both destined to win. When Xiaoxiao was completely dumbstruck by the fact that Nalan had lost 2 points in a row, she felt like she was in a nightmare, which was as cruel as the reality. The Street Germain team that she expected to win has not gained a single point so far. And if they lose another point, then they would be out. She didn't think that the team had ever been so humiliated. Even in its weakest moment, the team had never got a 0 in a competition. Not to mention it is the strongest the team had ever been. Before this match against Ramen, Saint Germain even had a chance to challenge the Alliance Central Military Academy. She have never expected that they would lose to Ramen in such a miserable way. Thinking back of what she had said and done before the competition, Kalma, when Xiaoxiao felt her face burning, as if she had been slapped by someone. When Xiaoxiao even touched her face, as if that feeling was real. As strong as Nalan Chungnua, he had been shaken by the situation. Biting his lips, he fixed his eyes on Han Sen. Has he been calculating right from the start? Bai Yishan saw Nalan Chungnua's look inside. Nalan is still too young and is easily shaken. He has lost already. But Bai Yishan's gaze at Han Sen became hot. Maybe this person is the best candidate to practice Yin Yang Blast. And the fact was exactly like how Bai Yishan had predicted. Nalan Chungnua's mind was shaken completely. He could no longer maintain his keen observance nor his calm. In the third round, he was blown away by Han Senator at this moment. Even Han Sen's friends could not believe that their school had beaten Saint Germain completely. It was a victory they had never seen before. After a short silence, all the students from Blackhawk started to cheer and they were shouting Emperor. In the online community, people had also gone insane. Saint Germain had lost like never before, and it was accomplished by the guy whose ID name was Black Fist Emperor. He is indeed an emperor. All players in front of him had to bow their heads, even Nalan Chungnua. Wow. Has Street Germain ever lost like this in their history? Aha, I feel like this game rule should be changed. Otherwise no one could ever beat Blackhawk. The rules are indeed problematic. They should at least use best of 5. Although it is fun to watch one guy fighting for a long time, a player like the Emperor would leave the other teams no options. This player is indeed an emperor. He should be able to fight with the guy from the Alliance Central Military Academy. I can't say about other items, but in black and white boxing I believe in the Emperor. He is too good. 0 points. And this is Saint Germain at its best. It feels so good to watch. I really want to see another match. When Xiaoxiao stood there looking pale. However, he had to go to the Blackhawk team to finish her last interviews to wrap up the show. Han Sen, congratulations. When Xiaoxiao felt so bad about herself. She has never felt so ashamed of her own ignorance ever in her life. She also felt terrible about having doubted the decision of her boss, who had meant well and given her a great opportunity which she had completely screwed up. A mentor is a mentor. I have so much more to learn from him. Although when Xiaoxiao had made a mistake, at least she knew to correct herself. This game shocked all teams in the competition. Many teams that had paid no attention to Blackhawk watched the video immediately and made a lot of analysis. However, with all their efforts, they had only come to one conclusion. The Black Fist Emperor is too good. If they fought against Blackhawk, they would end up as miserable as Street Germain. Many teams had protested to the sponsor of the competition and asked the rules to be changed or else they would withdraw. The sponsor also felt torn. They had adopted the current rules to make the game more fun, and did not realize that there would be a player as strong as the Black Fist Emperor. Even one of the strongest team was sent home with no point. If the competition went on, it will no longer be a team effort but a one-man show. In the end, the sponsor had to convene an emergency meeting, deciding to change the rules. From the second game on, the current system will be changed into best of 5, and each player could only compete once. Although Chun Ling had issued a formal complaint of the decision, it did not help, because if the game rules weren't changed, no team would be willing to play against Blackhawk. They have changed the game rules for a single person. The Emperor should feel so honored. Haha, interesting decision. The Emperor could no longer rule. How can they change it? I want to see the Emperor do this all over again. Yes, I insist they keep the current system. He is indeed an emperor. Only the sponsor could stop him. If Blackhawk loses this time, the Emperor is still my champion. I wish to see the Emperor in a singles game. I wonder who will be stronger, him or the guy from the Alliance Central Military Academy. Chapter 208. Mystery Island. When night falls, by the glistening pond and under a willow tree, a young couple were standing together. Close your eyes. Why should I do that? Please. No. If you don't close your eyes, I'll leave. You can't eat your own words. So close your eyes. Okay. No peeking. All right. Seeing Han Sen had closed his eyes, Ji Yanran, whose cheeks were red, tiptoed and leaned her face towards Han Sen's. However, before her pink lips touched his face, she saw that he opened his eyes and watched her with a faint smile. Feeling ashamed, Ji Yanran wanted to stop and turn away. Yet Han Sen's hands had held her small waist and she suddenly fell in his arms. His mouth covered hers. When Han Sen was enjoying making out with his beautiful girlfriend, his comlink suddenly rang. Han Sen wanted to turn it off, but his girlfriend pressed answer. Suddenly, a sexy woman in white lingerie with her boobs almost popping out showed up in the holographic image. I'm sorry, Senator, it seems that I am interrupting you guys. I will hang up, the sexy woman said with her face gloomy, and hung up. You asshole. Ji Yanran stepped on Han Sen's foot madly and turned away. I can explain. Han Sen chased after her. I don't want to listen. Ji Yanran did not really want to run. She turned her head away childishly. Having to explain to her while walking, Han Sen blamed Huangfu Pingqing secretly. He believed that she was doing it on purpose. In her dorm, Huangfu Pingqing was in a great mood and humming a song. Of course she meant it. She had been informed that Ji Yanran and Han Sen went to the lakeside, and that was why she had calculated the time and changed into the right outfit before she dialed Han Sen's number. You won't be able to run from me, Huangfu Pingqing said to herself while enjoying her bath. Blackhawk's opponent in the next round was also a strong team. Although Han Sen and Ouyang Shaosen had each won a round, the overall level of Blackhawk was too low to win the competition. Han Sen could do nothing about that. He had done everything he could have, and many viewers felt injustice and protested the change of rules. However, there was nothing anyone can do about this. Because Blackhawk and Saint Germain had all been eliminated and the Alliance Central Military Academy was not in the competition, there was little to watch. After Blackhawk was out, the popularity of the competition was plummeting, which made the sponsor feel terrible. Except for Blackhawk's games, other matches were all protested against and had very low ratings. However, the video of Han Sen and Saint Germain's game had been played a lot. The ID Black Fist Emperor became really popular in the circle of black and white boxing. Han Sen did not care for that. Black and white boxing was a great way to exercise the usage of yin and yang forces and the prejudgment of the opponent's intention. However, he did not intend to commit himself to it. He was only in the competition because of the invitation of his schoolmates, and he never wanted to become a professional player. Han Sen went to the auction that Huangfu Pingqing mentioned, and the two Sacred Blood Beast Soul both ended up with skyrocketing prices. He had nothing to bid with in the auction. The Sacred Blood Flying Beast Soul was bought by Lin Beifeng with $178 million, whereas the Three-Blade Harpoon was even more popular, and was won by Son of Heaven in the end with $230 million, which made Han Sen feel quite unbelievable. He had wanted to sell his SKTS and put in all his savings, but had to let that thought go because he simply did not have enough. The crazy prices made him want to sell his own sacred blood beast souls at one point. He could become rich immediately. Even if he could sell his sacred blood beast soul each at just 100 million, he would have several $100 million by now. However, this kind of money was not enough for someone rich to buy an interstellar spaceship, so it really was nothing. After the auction, Han Sen was thinking where he should go hunting. The moment he walked out of steel armor shelter, the sky suddenly became dark. It is noon now. How come it suddenly became dark? Is it going to rain? Han Sen felt weird because the sky was very clear just now. When he looked up, Han Sen almost jumped. There was not a piece of cloud in the sky, but a giant island floating above the steel armor shelter like a mountain upside down, blocking the sun and covering the shelter and its surrounding areas in the shadow. Mystery Island, it is a mystery island, exclaimed someone. Han Sen also recognized that it was a mystery island. He had only seen it online before. It was his first time to see a mystery island in the real life. The mystery island was a floating island that occasionally appeared in the sky. Each mystery island had a sacred blood creature guarding it, and according to people's experience, if someone killed a sacred blood creature on the island, one would get its sacred blood beast soul for sure. Therefore, seeing the island meant chance of getting a sacred blood beast soul. However, it was not easy to fly that high and land on the mystery island. Neither primitive nor mutant flying beast souls could carry one that high. Only sacred blood beast souls could, which was the threshold to land on the island. Han Sen became thrilled. Steel armor shelter did not have many flying beast souls to offer, and people here had not even heard of any sacred blood wings, except for his purple-winged dragon. The other pair of wings known to people in addition to his was just sold by Huangfu Pingqing, and was now in Lin Beifeng's hand. Han Sen felt amused. Huangfu Pingqing must be regretting right now. Had she waited a little longer, the sacred blood wings would be even more expensive than the three-blade harpoon. Son of Heaven is definitely also regretting not having bought the sacred blood wings. Han Sen found a secluded spot and summoned the black beetle armor which had recovered from the previous damages, and his purple-winged dragon beast soul. He could not wait to fly to the mystery island. When he was up in the air, he saw from afar that from the other direction someone else was also flying toward the mystery island. Lin Beifeng is fast enough, Han Sen thought, and approached that person, but when he was closer he saw that it was not Lin Beifeng but Son of Heaven. What's wrong? Didn't Lin Beifeng buy that pair of sacred blood wings? How did it end up in Son of Heaven's hand? Han Sen frowned, feeling puzzled. Although Son of Heaven's eyesight was not as good as Han Sen's eye-catching golden outfit was easy to recognize. After seeing Han Sen, Son of Heaven speeded up toward the mystery island. Obviously, he did not want to be approached by Han. Senator Han Sen was still far from Son of Heaven, and decided to go to the island directly. This is a great opportunity to kill Son of Heaven. Now that he is alone, and none of his gang member is with him, maybe I could even get rid of him right now. Squinting his eyes, Han Sen flew toward the island. Son of Heaven's wings were no slower than purple-winged dragons. Han Sen was not able to close in. The wind became cold when he went higher up, but Han Sen felt nothing because he had sacred blood armor and jade skin. On the other hand, Son of Heaven was not that lucky. His armor only covered his upper body and he was shuddering. If it was not because Son of Heaven had almost maxed out on all his geno points, even with the sacred blood beast soul wings, he wouldn't be able to fly up to the mystery island. After flying for a while, Son of Heaven's eyebrows and hair became white with ice. Damn it, why is the wind so strong? Son of Heaven cursed. It was also the first time for him to come to a mystery island. He had seen it before, but he did not have sacred blood beast soul wings and was not able to go up. Son of Heaven had slowed down. Seemed that he was really frozen. When Han Sen was hesitating whether or not he should rush over, he saw someone else flying toward the island. Steel armor shelter has more sacred blood wings? Who is the owner? Qin Xian? Feeling odd, Han Sen took another look and it was Thumb who was flapping a pair of bat-like wings. Han Sen frowned. Although he knew Thumb, but they could not be called friends and Thumb did not know that he was Dollar either. using the identity of Dollar and as a competitor for the sacred blood beast souls on the Mystery Island. He was now Thumb's enemy. While Han Sen was still thinking, Son of Heaven quickly flew to Thumb, which surprised Han Senator. Although Son of Heaven and Thumb had some collaborations, they represented two major gangs in the shelter. It seemed odd that Son of Heaven had proactively approached Thumb. "How about you and I work together to get rid of Dollar first?" Son of Heaven said to Thumb. "Why would I work with you?" Thumb curled his lips and said, "I can sell you the warframes that you want with 10% off." Son of Heaven said without blinking his eyes. 20% off, said Thumb. "All right, but you have to help me gain this sacred blood beast soul." "Deal." After reaching the agreements, the two flew to Han. Senator Han San saw them, but did not seem to panic. "Dollar, I am so sorry. I respect you a lot and do not want to antagonize you. However, Son of Heaven has paid well and I have to fight you. If you leave now, I will not stop you," Thumb said to Han Sen aloud. "I understand. But I have to get the sacred blood beast soul on the island," Han San said calmly. "Cut the crap. If you still want the discount, you know what to do." Son of Heaven summoned his bloody red sword and slashed at Han Senator, holding his round shield with one hand and a broadsword in the other. Thumb rushed to Han San as well. The shield was the one that Han Sen gave to Thumb, so Han Sen knew how good it was. However, Han Sen did not plan to retreat. Drawing his Shura katana out, he cut it to Son of Heaven's sword. Son of Heaven of course recognized the katana, which might be stronger than the Z-steel weapons, but was not even close to his sacred blood sword. Not only was Dollar's weapon inferior to Son of Heaven's, but Son of Heaven had almost maxed out on all his Geno points and with his hyper Geno art, so he was definitely stronger than Dollar in physique. A few months ago, when Dollar was fighting Qin Xian, he was not even able to beat her. Son of Heaven did not think that the guy's strength could be compared to his in such a short amount of time. Even though Dollar's strength was similar to his, Dollar would lose his balance after trying to block Son of Heaven's sword. By then, HW would have to take the deadly attack from Thumb. There was a dull noise of metal on metal. Bang! Son of Heaven was blown away by Han Senator. He was only able to steady himself after a few seconds and his face darkened. How could he have become so strong? Son of Heaven could not accept the fact that Han Sen's strength was so much greater than his. He had almost maxed out on all Geno points. Thumb, who had to come to Dollar, growled and attacked with his broadsword. However, Han Sen's katana was so fast that when Thumb had only drawn his broadsword, Han Sen's katana was already hitting his shield. Bang! Thumb was also blown away, which shocked Son of Heaven even more. He had seen Thumb's strength and how great his shield was. Dollar could ignore Thumb and his shield, which made him wonder how strong Dollar was right now. Han Sen originally only wanted to test how well could he do at this point. It seemed that the effect was even better than he had imagined. Even Son of Heaven, who had almost maxed out on all Geno points, was inferior to him. The enhancement brought by Jadeskin was indeed tremendous. But then he thought of Shuelongyan, who was able to use Jadeskin to cut a mutant weapon like it was made of tofu after being severely injured, and believed that he could do so much more with this hyper Geno art. Son of Heaven and Thumb became serious and attacked Han Sen at the same time. Han Sen used one katana to fight two foes, and forced them to step back using Bladestorm. In Steel Armor Shelter, those who were watching their fight with binoculars were dumbstruck. Although they knew that Dollar was very strong, they did not realize that he was so strong that even Son of Heaven and Thumb combined could not stop him. Chapter 210. Humanoid creature brother, I'm here to help you. Another person flapped a pair of wings and came close. It turned out to be Huangfu Pingqing. This woman is trouble. Han Sen frowned. Huangfu Pingqing was obviously calling Son of Heaven, who was the young master of the Starry Group. Being the granddaughter of Huangfu Xiongqing, president of Ares Martial Hall, she could not be his sister. But Han Sen had no time to think about it. Huangfu Pingqing was not weak. If they were fighting one-on-one, Han Sen could easily beat her. However, with two strong enemies attacking him at the same time, she would create a lot of troubles. The three were attacking Han Sen at the same time, who moved quickly and used his katana to block all the blows, which made the onlookers surprised. Dollar is great. He could even handle three enemies at the same time. Had he showed up, Lin Feng might not have become the first chosen. So strong, how can he be so strong? Son of Heaven and Thumb are both going to max out on all Geno points. Qin Xian said softly. It is shocking that Dollar has made so much progress since the contest. It's just been a few months. Because he is Dollar. Qing said, holding his binocular. It is such a shame that Dollar was not in the final round of the contest, or he could have beaten Lin Feng, Yuan lamented. When people were feeling amazed, they suddenly heard metal smashed. Han Sen's katana was not sacred blood after all, and could no longer take the hits. When cut by the bloody sword of Son of Heavens, it was smashed into pieces. Without a weapon, Han Sen had to turn away. Although he could fight all these three people, he could not kill Son of Heaven without a sacred blood weapon. Stop! Son of Heaven would not let him go and smacked the bloody sword at him. Han Sen's eyes became cold and he suddenly shapeshifted into the bloody slayer. He waved his fist at the bloody sword and knocked the sword away. Han Sen wanted to keep hitting Son of Heaven, while Thumb and Huangfu Pingqing had come over, waving their weapons. Han Sen forced Thumb back with one fist, and used his palm as a knife and struck at Huangfu Pingqing. Ding! Huangfu Pingqing's strength was weaker after all. Her sword was struck away and a silver three-blade harpoon cut through the sacred blood armor on Han Sen's arm. Blood was flowing. What a sharp harpoon! Han Sen flapped his wings and flew higher. The three persons were chasing after him, but the higher they went, the stronger the wind was. With jade skin, Han Sen did not fear the wind, yet the rest three were trembling and gradually slowed down. They had to watch Han Sen land on the island and disappear from their sights. I was just wondering why Huangfu Pingqing would be willing to sell the sacred blood beast's souls. So she was only working together with Son of Heaven. What Han Sen did not understand was why the flying beast soul bought by Lin Beifeng would appear on Son of Heaven. And Lin Beifeng was definitely not working together with them. There was little point in thinking about that right now. Without a sacred blood weapon, it was not very likely he could kill Son of Heaven today. Such a great loss. My katana was ruined and all that I have at this point is a mutant spear. Han Sen had decided that he would gain the sacred blood beast soul on the mystery island to compensate his loss. When he came above the cloud, Han Sen finally saw the entirety of the island. Above the ocean of clouds, there were magnificent mountains, among which one was outstanding. The sacred blood creature should reside in that mountain. Han Sen went towards the mountain at his full speed, wanting to kill the sacred blood creature before everyone else and gain the beast's soul. Before he could approach the mountain, Han Sen stopped and was appalled. He did not dare to go any closer because of what he saw. On top of the mountain there was a tall tree with a huge canopy and exceptional fragrance. An angel-looking creature with white wings behind its back and a halo above its head was standing under the tree with both hands placed on the hilt of a sword stuck in a rock. The sword looked like it was made from diamond and glittered in the sunlight. A humanoid sacred blood creature? And it even has a sacred blood gear. Han Sen was pleasantly surprised. If he could gain a sacred blood shapeshifting beast soul from this creature, it would be undoubtedly powerful, just like Bloody Slayer and Fairy Queen. According to people's experience, all humanoids were exceptionally powerful, even the Bloody Slayer, which was not that close to a human. If it was not for the one-off sacred blood arrow used by Son of Heaven, the Bloody Slayer would not have been killed. The three gangs were attacking the Bloody Slayer at the same time, and even the combined effort was almost thwarted. Han Sen did not believe that himself was as strong as the Bloody Slayer, and he sensed that this creature was probably even stronger than Bloody Slayer. If Han Sen could shapeshift into the Bloody Slayer for a long time, he would have some confidence. However, there was a time limit to that, and he might get himself killed if he risked to go over the limit. More importantly, the three people following him were about to arrive. If Han Sen started to fight the creature right now, they would be able to take advantage of it. Thinking of this, Han Sen did not hesitate to hide in the mountain and start observing. There was normally only one sacred blood creature on one mystery island. Han Sen did not worry he might run into any danger and sat down on a tree where he could watch the sacred blood creature, waiting for the three to come. In less than half an hour, the three persons had arrived, faster than Han Sen had thought. The three also saw the angel-like humanoid creature, and reacted the same way Han San did. They stopped far from the creature and did not dare to approach. "Dollar, come out. Let's talk." Son of Heaven stepped back and called after consulting with Thumb and Huangfu Pingqing. Obviously, they were also terrified of that creature, and were also worried that Han San might take advantage of them. Han Sen ignored them. Half a day had passed, and Son of Heaven did not dare to go into the mountains. "Dollar, let us talk. None of us can profit from this if we do nothing." Son of Heaven was worried. If it was some other sacred blood beast soul, he would probably let go. However, a humanoid sacred blood beast soul was very rare. If he missed this one, he might never see another in his lifetime. After he evolved and entered Second God's sanctuary, it would be even harder for him to get a humanoid beast soul. So even if Son of Heaven hated Dollar, he still asked to work with the guy. Han San pondered and flapped his wings to come out. Son of Heaven knew that he was here, so the young master would never touch the sacred blood creature. Thus, Han Sen had little to gain from it. "Son of Heaven, say it if you want something from me," exclaimed Han San from afar. "Dollar, I will offer you $50 million to help me kill the creature. But the beast's soul must be mine," said Son of Heaven. "I will give you $50 million for the beast's soul." Son of Heaven held back his curse and said, "What would you want in return for this beast's soul? Name your price." "One sacred blood beast soul," Han San said. "Dollar, I am only getting a sacred blood beast soul by killing this creature. Don't you feel that you're too greedy?" Son of Heaven wanted to kill Han San at that moment. "I do not have to tell you the value of a humanoid sacred blood beast soul, right? Dollar, a humanoid beast soul is indeed precious, but you are asking for too much. How about we both compromise? We will offer 100 million for the beast soul." Huangfu Pingqing smiled sensually and said, "I am not interested in money. A sacred blood beast soul, or may the best man or woman win. You decide," Han Sen said decisively. "Since you do not know your place, I will have to teach you." Son of Heaven suddenly growled and moved to attack Han. Senator Huangfu Pingqing also summoned her bow and arrows and shot 7 arrows at Han Sen at the same time. Han Sen decided not to waste time on them and flew away. However, there was no wind on the island and Han Sen was not fast enough to lose them. Huangfu Pingqing's arrows also distracted Han San and slowed him down. "Son of Heaven, if you promise to give me a sacred blood beast soul now, it is not too late. Otherwise you will regret it," exclaimed Han Sr. "My only regret is not killing you earlier," said Son of Heaven, gritting his teeth. "Then you will continue to live with regret." Han San laughed. Suddenly, Han San changed his direction and rushed to where the creature was. The rest were dumbstruck. Thumb slowed down and said, "He went after the creature. Should we follow him?" Son of Heaven said, "Do not slow down. Follow him. That bastard would never go risk his life. He is only trying to lose us." Thumb felt it was a reasonable explanation. Dollar could never be so stupid that he would hand his life over to the sacred blood creature. The three were following Han San as close as they could, but soon they felt that something was wrong. Han San went all the way to the mountain and did not intend to change direction or stop. "Brother, it feels weird. We should stop," said Huangfu Pingqing. Son of Heaven also felt that and gradually slowed down, but it was too late. Han Sen had already gone into the mountain. When he was 300 feet from the sacred blood creature, it suddenly opened its eyes, golden lightning bolts shining in its pupils and blonde hair dancing in the air. A sword as gorgeous as a diamond was also drawn from the rock. Spreading its wings, the creature flew up and threw itself at Han. Senator Han San moved towards the three at full speed. They suddenly understood that he was trying to force them to fight the creature. "Shameless bastard. Let's run," cried the Son of Heaven. "No way. We cannot make it. The creature is faster than we are," Thumb said calmly. "We should work together to kill Dollar first," said Son of Heaven, seeing Han Sen was only 50 feet from them. The sacred blood creature had come behind Han San and slashed at him with its sword. Shapeshifting into the bloody slayer, Han Sen summoned his mutant spear and used it to block the sword. Chapter 212. Fighting an Angel Crack. As a mutant weapon, the spear was cut into halves by the diamond sword. Shocked, Han Sen threw himself at the three. The three wanted to attack Han San, but was all appalled by how powerful the creature was. All of a sudden, Han Sen was already in front of them. When they were ready to attack Han Sen, he stopped less than 15 feet from them and turned to face the sacred blood creature. Having summoned his chopper, he used it to parry with the sacred blood creature. The chopper was a commonly seen beast soul weapon, so he was not worried that people might tell who dollar was from it. Crack! The chopper was also cut in half by the diamond sword. Han Sen fell to the ground and dodged the sword of the creature. Now the sacred blood creature was faced with the other three. Without hesitation, the creature cut to Thumb, who was closest to it, with its sword. Thumb gritted his teeth and used his sacred blood shield to block the diamond sword. Ding! Thumb was forced back more than 50 feet before he could stop himself in the air. With a roar, he shapeshifted into a giant bear more than 9 feet tall. With his shield in one hand and his broadsword in the other, Thumb ran toward the sacred blood creature. He exclaimed, "Dollar, now if we work together we will have a chance to kill it. If you run away right now, if we could not gain any benefit, we will not leave anything to you." Just now when fighting with Han Sen, Thumb did not really want him dead. After all, he held no grudge against Han Senator. All Son of Heaven offered was a discount, and that was not worth risking his life. "Come to the ground. We are not its match in the air," Han Sen cried while flying to the ground. Son of Heaven and the rest also knew that the flying speed of the creature was too fast for them to keep up with, so they followed Han Sen to the ground. Thumb was the last to follow. Using his sacred blood shapeshifting beast soul and sacred blood shield, he barely blocked the creature's sword. All four of them were now on the ground. They all took back their wings and shapeshifted into different creatures to attack the sacred blood angel-like creature. Han Sen had seen the strength of sacred blood creatures. He knew that with his own power, he could never kill the creature. The only chance was to collaborate with the three. He also had to try to kill the creature while they were still able to shapeshift, because the angel-like creature was too strong. Thumb was now a giant bear. Using his shield, he was fighting the creature head-on. Deep marks were left by the diamond sword on the sacred blood shield. Son of Heaven had turned himself into a huge lion. Huangfu Pingqing did not shapeshift, but was shooting arrows from far away to limit the range of motion of the creature. Without a humanoid shapeshifting beast soul, she would not be able to use the weapon she was best at if she chose to shapeshift. Although all four of them were attacking the creature, they still did not cause much damage. Han Sen found a chance to cut at the creature, but his mutant dagger did not even break its armor. Damn it, without a sacred blood weapon, I could never kill this creature. Han Sen felt depressed. All he needed right now was a sacred blood weapon. It was such a shame that he had not bought the three-blade harpoon, otherwise he would not be so helpless right now. "Carry on. My shapeshifting would not last very long," exclaimed Thumb as he was blocking the blows from the creature. Most attacks from the creature were handled by Thumb. If his shield were not sacred blood, it would have been broken 1,000 times. Son of Heaven was also worried. Had he not given Luo Tianyang his sacred blood 8 beast soul, which were ruined by Han Sen, he could do much better. Now with the lion beast soul, he could not use weapons after shapeshifting, so he could not commit his full strength. The three men could all last around 2 hours with shapeshifting. As time went by, they could not hurt the creature whatsoever. "We could not keep doing this. Someone lend me a sacred blood weapon," Han Sen had to ask. Without a sacred blood weapon, all he could do was to distract the creature. There was no chance he could cause any damage, and their shapeshifting time was almost up. But none of the rest responded. It was a great risk to transfer a sacred blood beast soul to Han Senator, who could tell if he would run away the moment he got the beast soul? Even if he did not run, no one was willing to see him killing the creature. Since we could not beat it, we should go home. Running out of shapeshifting time, Han Sen turned away to leave the Mystery Island. Without Han Sen, the rest could never beat the creature. With Thumb's defense, they also left the Mystery Island. The sacred blood creature of Mystery Island would not leave the island. So after they left, the sacred blood creature went back to the tree on that mountain. The plan to besiege the sacred blood creature had failed. After some discussion, the three went back to the shelter, because they did not believe that Han Sen would go find the creature alone. That creature was not something an individual could kill. Impressive. The beast soul of this creature must be amazing. Han Sen went back to the Mystery Island after dark. He needed to kill this creature. Otherwise his katana and 2 mutant weapons would have been ruined for nothing. In fact, he had one sacred blood weapon, which was the sacred blood butterfly boomerang. However, it was a one-off weapon. If he did not have to, Han Sen would not use it. If it were any other sacred blood creature, Han Sen would not use the sacred blood butterfly boomerang. After all, it would be a huge waste since no one could guarantee he would gain a beast soul from a creature. However, the sacred blood creature from the Mystery Island would definitely yield a beast soul. In addition, it also had a sacred blood gear, which was way better than the golden axe of the Bloody Slayer, which was too heavy to carry around and less sharp. Even he could not bring the sword out of God's sanctuary. He would be able to sell it at a great price. If he could kill this creature, he could gain both a beast soul and a gear. So even if he were to use his sacred blood butterfly boomerang, it would be a great deal. Going back to the mountain, Han Sen saw the sacred blood creature under the tree, its hand still on the hilt of the diamond sword and its eyes closed again. He did not have time to pay attention in daytime. Now under moonlight and starlight, he noticed how gorgeous this creature was. It was definitely a she. The jade armor covered her body, yet still showed off her long legs and curves. The white wings and long wavy hair accentuated her beautiful facial features. Pretty yet aloof, she was really like an angel. Had he not seen how well she fought, Han Sen would even be reluctant to hurt such a beautiful creature. She is so strong. I only have one chance. If I don't succeed, I might not even be able to escape. Han Sen was considering which beast soul he should use. A sacred blood beast soul armor would not be enough. It might keep him alive, but what he needed now was to kill the creature. The Fairy Queen was summoned. Han Sen's body was covered in red armor, and the ruby crown appeared on his head. His black hair became blonde. Han Sen also summoned the horn bow and mutant black stinger arrow. Han Sen was confident in his ability to hide his intentions, but when he aimed at the creature, she suddenly opened her eyes full of golden lightning bolts. Whoosh! The diamond sword was drawn from the rock, and cut at Han Senator. Han Sen did not shoot the black stinger arrow. He did not dare to. Once the arrow was cut by the sword, it would be ruined. This arrow had cost Han Sen a lot of efforts, and Han Sen would not want it to be ruined like the mutant spear and chopper. Watching the sacred blood creature approaching him, he felt she did not seem as fast as she was. The ability of the Fairy Queen had turned the actions of the creature into slow motion in his eyes. Watching the sword cutting at himself, Han Sen suddenly took back his bow and arrow and made an incredibly fast move. Spartacle, the footwork that Han Sen had been working hard on, was eventually put to use. Even the sacred blood creature's sword was not fast enough to follow his body. Instead of stepping back, Han Sen narrowed the distance between him and the creature. The sacred blood butterfly boomerang appeared in Han Sen's hand and was thrown at the creature. With an unlikely trajectory, the boomerang approached the creature in the blink of an eye and was about to cut her throat. However, even at such a short distance, the sacred blood creature was still able to take back her sword and slash it at the butterfly boomerang. The moment before the sword touched the boomerang suddenly made an incredible dive, and then cut the creature's throat from below. Boom! The horrifying blue fire exploded and covered the entire body of the sacred blood creature. It almost looked like she was going through a nirvana. This angel was not a friendly one. Bathing in fire, she was still trying to attack Han Senator using both Fairy Queen and Spartacle. Han Sen was able to dodge all her attacks. In fact, the creature's speed and strength were no longer comparable to before because of her injury. She gradually slowed down and her sword fell to the ground with a clank. Her body turned into lights and scattered like fireflies. Sacred blood creature holy angel killed. Beast soul of sacred blood holy angel gained. Meat inedible. She really is an angel. Han Sen was excited. He was not too surprised by the fact that the meat was edible. He had read before online that the sacred blood creatures on the Mystery Island were most likely inedible. Wrapping the diamond sword with the cloth he had prepared, Han Sen left the Mystery Island in the dark. Son of Heaven must still be thinking how to kill the holy angel. There is no way that he would know that I've killed it. I'm really curious to see his face when he has prepared everything and find no creature there. Han Sen returned to Steel Armor Shelter in a great mood. Putting the diamond sword on the table, he couldn't wait to check out his newly gained beast soul of Holy Angel. A teenage girl with long dark hair stood barefoot in front of Han Sen, wearing a white dress, her eyes blinking. Beast soul pet. Another one. Looking at the Holy Angel in the form of a pretty little girl, Han Sen did not know how to react. This was such a big change. She had lost her wings and halo. You could not even tell that she was an angel. There was nothing fearful about her, and she looked just like a cute human girl. Despite her cuteness, she could not fight at all. He did not even know how long it would take for a sacred blood beast soul pet to transform. Fortunately, Han Sen also had gained sacred blood gear, the diamond sword. Otherwise he would be very upset. After all, he had traded one katana, 2 mutant weapons, and a sacred blood butterfly boomerang for the sacred blood pet. One thing was for sure. The sacred blood holy angel was worth a lot of money. Sacred blood pets were rare. And a pet as cute as this one, which looked almost exactly like a human, could be sold at a great price, maybe even higher than the price of any practical sacred bloods. Can you talk? Han Sen looked at the holy angel and asked. She looked so much like a pretty human girl. The holy angel widened her eyes and smiled at him, looking innocent. Seeing that she could not talk, Han Sen took her back and took up the gorgeous diamond sword. The diamond sword was like an ice sculpture and was slightly heavier than a steel sword. Han Sen waved the sword around and thought it was very smooth to use. What a great sword! It is very much worth what it has cost me. Han Sen felt more and more at ease waving the sword around, thinking it was easier to use than the katana. As for the sharpness and toughness of the sword, there was no question, since it could cut through his sacred blood armor. Even the sacred blood shield of thumbs was left with deep marks, whereas the sword itself was still intact. It was easy to imagine how good it was. It is such a shame that the sword could not be taken back like a sacred blood beast soul. I could only carry it with me and use it here in God's sanctuary, Han Sen thought. The sword had a very memorable look. Since Son of Heaven, Huang Fu Pingqing and Thumb had all seen it, it would be a lot of trouble if he wanted to use it in the future. He could only use it when he pretended to be Dollar. Otherwise any of them could guess that Han Sen was Dollar. Leaving God's sanctuary, Han Sen's comlink immediately rang. Seeing Huang Fu Pingqing's number, Han Sen bristled. It was because of this woman that his girlfriend was still mad at him. Having answered the call, he wanted to talk some sense into Huang Fu Pingqing, teaching her right from wrong. While he just opened his mouth, he was rendered speechless. Huang Fu Pingqing was in a bubble bath, covered under foam. He could only see her arms and the top of her globes, which still made his heart race. Brother Han, am I interrupting something? As she asked, she lifted one of her legs and started to caress it. Han Sen felt his nose was about to bleed. He touched his nose and said seriously, Miss Huang Fu Pingqing, do you need me for something? If not, I have to go. Han Sen could not help throwing another glance at her leg. Of course I need you. Did you know that there is a mystery island floating above the steel armor shelter now? Huang Fu Pingqing smiled sensually. Of course I know that. But I could never go up there since I do not have sacred blood wings. Han Sen became nervous. That's a problem easy to solve. I can lend you a flying beast soul. Huang Fu Pingqing turned around in the water and moved closer to the comlink. Looking at the close-up of her white globes, he was about to explode. Han Sen said hurriedly, don't joke with me. Why would you lend me such a precious sacred blood? I am not joking. If you want it, you can come and get it right now. My door is open, Huang Fu Pingqing said, blinking. You could say what you want here and now. Han Sen did not believe Huang Fu Pingqing would be so generous. Since you won't come over, we should find somewhere to discuss. How about the cafeteria in Section A? Huang Fu Pingqing said. No, I'd rather talk in the shelter. Since this was breakfast time, if someone saw Huang Fu Pingqing and him together, he could never prove his innocence. Although Huang Fu Pingqing was sexy and as pretty as Ji Yanran was more Han Sen's type. Huang Fu Pingqing was too cunning. Even though she looked great, it was tiring to talk to her. Shutting down his comlink, Han Sen went back to Steel Armor Shelter and waited for Huang Fu Pingqing at their agreed place. Huang Fu Pingqing was not a bimbo. On the contrary, she was smarter than anyone he knew. When she first came to Steel Armor Shelter, she pretended not to know Son of Heaven, so that the young master could help raise the price of many beast souls. The sacred blood flying beast soul was thus sold at a high price to Lin Beifeng. Because of the appearance of the Mystery Island, Son of Heaven had to buy it back from Lin, who ended up making some money. Such a woman would not invite him to a date for no reason. She must want to discuss with him the sacred blood creature on the Mystery Island. He knew that Holy Angel was gone now, which other people were not aware of, and they were still preparing to hunt the creature. Maybe I can even gain something from this, Han Sen said to himself. However, he was still not sure how Son of Heaven and Huang Fu Pingqing knew each other. Sitting on a rock, Han Sen saw Huang Fu Pingqing approaching. Wearing a half-armor, skirt and boots, Huang Fu Pingqing's thighs were exposed. Her figure was so attractive that Han Sen swallowed nervously. Little brother Han, have you waited for a long time? Huang Fu Pingqing walked closer to Han Sen, flipping her hair and in a flirty way. Miss Huang Fu Pingqing, you could call me brother, but could you lose the word little? Han Sen asked, a little upset. If you will call me sister, Huang Fu Pingqing said with a smile. After all, what do you need me for? Han Sen changed the subject. I've told you if you want to go to the Mystery Island, I could lend you my sacred blood wings, replied Huang Fu Pingqing, blinking. No strings attached? He did not believe she was doing this out of kindness. That's hurtful. Just do me a favor and help me hunt the creature on the Mystery Island. How about that? Me? Han Sen looked at Huang Fu Pingqing in surprise. Yes, you can name your price. And even if you want me, I could be yours. Huang Fu Pingqing said sensually. Ahem. With so many impressive guys in the Steel Armor Shelter, why would you think of me? Han Sen continued to ask, ignoring her reply. Although there are many great guys out there, I think you are the best archer I have ever seen. So who else will go, in addition to you and me? Han Sen asked. I will not go. There are in total 3 flying beast souls in the Steel Armor Shelter. You will go on my behalf and collaborate with Son of Heaven and Thumb in order to hunt the creature. Other than its beast soul, you could ask for anything else. Sister, if you don't mind me asking, what is the relationship between you and Son of Heaven and Thumb? Can I trust them? Han Sen asked. Rest assured. The mother of Son of Heaven is my mom's sister, which makes him my cousin. So, of course you can trust him. As for Thumb, we have paid him and we know who he is in the alliance. He will not dare to mess up, explained Huang Fu Pingqing. Now Han Sen came to understand the relationship between Ares Martial Hall and Starry Group. He did not really care about this sort of thing. Since Huang Fu Pingqing and Son of Heaven did not know Holy Angel had been killed by him, and Huang Fu Pingqing was seeking his help, it was potentially a great opportunity. What do you need me for though? I am not really good at combat. All the other 2 guys need is a strong archer. Although I am good at archery, but not as good as you. That's why I want to ask for your help. Let me know if you want something in return. Huang Fu Pingqing said with a smile. Han Sen pretended to think for a while and said, I would like to buy a sacred blood beast soul weapon. Do you still have any available? Han Sen could not forget about the sacred blood 3-blade harpoon. Although the diamond sword was great, it was too eye-catching. And since it was a sacred blood gear rather than a beast soul, it was not that portable. Well, Huang Fu Pingqing pondered. She did have a sacred blood weapon, which was exactly the 3-blade harpoon that was at the auction. Son of Heaven was planted by her at the auction and the harpoon was actually unsold. To be honest, I still have that sacred blood harpoon. I can sell it to you if you want it, but the lowest price would be 150 million, which is the best I can do, said Huang Fu Pingqing seriously. 150 million. Han Sen thought about it. It was not cheap but not that expensive either for a sacred blood beast soul. After all, Huang Fu Pingqing owned a company, and a company must make profits. If it was at an auction, it could easily be sold at a better price. In addition, sacred blood beast souls were rare, and sometimes could not even be bought with money. Han Sen thought, I have 60 million in savings. Since SKTS is still a limited edition, The one I won at the Warframe contest could probably be sold at around 70 or 80 million online. Right, I also have a mutant flying beast soul of black feathered beast. With everything sold, I could come up with 150 million. Okay, let's do this. I really need a sacred blood beast soul to hunt sacred blood creatures. If I can gain another sacred blood beast soul, then it will all be worth it. Han Sen gritted his teeth and said to Huangfu Pingqing, "Alright, 150 million it is. I will buy the 3-blade harpoon, but I don't have so much money at the moment. If you could wait a couple of days, I will sell something so that I can come up with the money." "Why would you sell elsewhere? Have you forgotten what I do? Tell me what you want to sell, and I will offer you a good price for them." Huangfu Pingqing rolled her eyes. Han Sen told Huangfu Pingqing what he wanted to sell, and Huangfu Pingqing appraised his belongings. Their agreement was that Han Sen would use the mutant flying beast soul, the SKTS, and $60 million to buy the 3-blade harpoon. "Honestly, I respect you a lot." After they made the deal, Huangfu Pingqing said to Han Sen seriously. "You flatter me." Han Sen paused and said. Huangfu Pingqing shook her head and said, "I did some research on your background. And based on who you were before entering God's sanctuary and what happened to you after, it is impressive that you can become who you are today. Honestly, I have thought that if I were you I would probably still be struggling for life, and could never have come up with 150 million to buy a sacred blood beast soul." As thick-skinned as Han Sen, he blushed hearing the compliment. Luck, it was all luck. He was not lying either. If he did not happen to gain the black crystal and the sacred blood black beetle beast soul, he could never have become who he is today. Seeing that he blushed, Huangfu Pingqing could not help holding his chin and kissed him on the cheek. "A man as capable and cute as you is just my type. If you become more powerful, I might really want to become your girlfriend." Chapter 216. Gone after getting the 3-blade harpoon, Han Sen had no time to play with it before he was brought to Son of Heaven by Huangfu Pingqing. Son of Heaven obviously already knew that he would come. The conditions offered to Han Sen were part of the agreement between him and Huangfu. If it was not for the fact that the Mystery Island would only last for a short time, Son of Heaven would never have agreed to ask for help from Han Sen, let alone offer him benefits. What he did not know was that it was useless to promise Han Sen anything, because the holy angel was already killed by Han Senator Son of Heaven. Huangfu Pingqing and Thumb needed to go back to the shelter to prepare. They did not leave anyone on the Mystery Island either, in case that the person would be attacked by Dollar. In addition, they did not believe that Dollar alone could have killed the creature on the Mystery Island, which was why they only sent a team to watch the Mystery Island from the shelter, and had no idea that the sacred blood creature had been killed. This time Son of Heaven had spent several hundred million on buying the sacred blood flying beast soul from Lin Beifeng, and borrowing a sacred blood shapeshifting humanoid beast soul from Qin Xian, in addition to the price he paid to hire Han Sen and Thumb. All of his efforts were for the beast soul of this sacred blood creature on the island. Han Sen simply took the sacred blood flying beast soul and a sacred blood beast soul arrow Huangfu Pingqing lent him, and followed all instructions of Son of Heaven quietly. Secretly, Han Sen was amused. "Son of Heaven, you've spent so much effort. When you land on the Mystery Island and find the sacred blood creature gone, I wonder how you would look. You can only shoot arrows from afar and have to stop whenever I ask you to. You will regret it if you try to steal my beast soul again." Son of Heaven looked at Han Sen coldly. "Rest assured, I am a professional and know what to do," replied Han Sen calmly. "That would be the best." Son of Heaven was not afraid that Han Sen would try to get the last hit. This time there would be a beast soul for sure, so even if Han Sen had got the beast soul, he would have to give it back. Otherwise, Son of Heaven would have the excuse to kick Han Sen's ass in the alliance. Even Qin Xian and the special squad could not save him. Everything was ready and Son of Heaven took Thumb and Han Sen to fly towards the Mystery Island again. When they arrived at the island, Son of Heaven did not go immediately into the mountain, but let the team rest for half a day so that they were all prepared and energetic. For this humanoid creature's beast soul, Son of Heaven had considered everything. Han Sen did not say a word and simply followed what Son of Heaven said. He was only looking forward to seeing Son of Heaven's disappointment when he found that the holy angel was gone. At last, Son of Heaven led Han Sen and the Thumb into the mountain. Where is the sacred blood creature? From afar, Son of Heaven used binoculars to watch the top of the mountain, but did not see the holy angel. Son of Heaven accelerated towards the mountain, but did not see a trace of the creature at all. Feeling reluctant, Son of Heaven circled around the mountain top and asked Thumb and Han Sen to search elsewhere on the island, but in the end they found nothing. "Dollar, I will kill you." Son of Heaven bristled and gave up in the end. He hated this person even more than he did a murderer. On the way back, Son of Heaven's face was dark. It seemed that his anger had controlled him completely. Han Sen would not provoke him, but was dying with laughter inside. "What took you so long? Did you get the beast's soul?" Huang Fu Pingqing, who had been waiting for a long time, saw the three were back and asked hurriedly, "It's gone." Son of Heaven squeezed the words from his teeth. "What do you mean by gone? It is impossible that the sacred blood creature on the mystery island did not yield a beast's soul." Huang Fu Pingqing did not understand. "The creature is gone. That bastard Dollar must have killed it. I will never forgive him." Son of Heaven looked like he wanted to strangle Dollar to death. It was maddening because Son of Heaven had to spend all the efforts and made all this preparation and did not even see the creature. How is that possible? We have all seen what the creature could do. How could he have done it alone? Huang Fu Pingqing opened her mouth wide in surprise. "No one in our shelter could have done this except for Dollar, so it must be him." Son of Heaven's eyes were bloodshot. Huang Fu Pingqing saw Son of Heaven's look and did not say much, because anything she said right now would piss him off even more. She knew very well how much he had paid to kill this creature. Although this kind of spending was nothing to Starry Group, the disappointment was something an arrogant person like Son of Heaven could not take. Han Sen would love to see Son of Heaven losing his temper for a while longer, but since Thumb had walked away, he had no reason to stay. Having returned the sacred blood wings and arrow to Huang Fu Pingqing, Han Sen left as well. Han Sen really liked the sacred blood arrow, but it was something that Huang Fu Pingqing used herself and was not for sale, not to mention he had no money at this point. Back in his room at the shelter, Han Sen summoned the three-blade harpoon and tried it out. He loved how it felt in his hand and could not wait to fight a sacred blood creature with this weapon. "It is time that I go to the Devil Desert again. With this three-blade harpoon, the sacred blood Fox King and black-feathered Beast King could no longer escape from me." Han Sen was excited, but before he went to the Devil Desert, he had received a message from Qin Xian, who asked Han Sen to see her. Her voice is a bit weird and she did not mention what it was regarding, which made Han Sen feel puzzled. It should not concern the special squad, otherwise she would just say it. Han Sen could not think of anything Qin Xian would need him to do. At the same time, Qin Xian was holding some paperwork and had a strange look on her face. Why would Professor Bai from the St. Hall choose Han Sen? Qin Xian muttered to herself as she read. Chapter 217. Too young Qin Xian was no stranger to the St. Hall. Although the St. Hall was part of the military, it had a special status. All departments in the military and even forces outside the military were always watching the St. Hall closely. This was all due to the hyper-genoarts developed by the organization. Even within the military, the licenses used to purchase at the St. Hall were limited. For those who worked at the St. Hall, the control was even tighter. Security clearance would only be issued after extremely strict scrutiny. As a prestigious professor and a maester at the St. Hall, Bai Yishan was one of the leadership team in the St. Hall. Surprisingly, such a big shot as Bai Yishan would like to transfer Han Sen to work for the St. Hall as his assistant. When he contacted the management of the special squad, they were all quite shocked. Feeling equally surprised was Qin Xian. At the same time, she felt more confident about her choice of talent. However, Qin Xian did not want to let Han Sen go. Her original plan was to ask Han Sen to lead the squad after she entered Second God's Sanctuary. Although Yang Monli was quite capable, she did not have the leadership skills and was inclined to make extreme decisions, which was not helpful to the team. However, Qin Xian did not make the decision yet, as she would like to hear what Han Sen thought. If he would like to go to the St. Hall, she would not try to stop him. After all, for most people, the St. Hall meant a bright future. "Come in." Qin Xian saw Han Sen was outside her office and said. Han Sen was the biggest gem that she had found in steel armor shelter. He was a little greedy and cowardly, but his growth was faster than she had expected from him. Seeing Qin Xian smiling at him, Han Sen felt a bit scared. Han Sen, you have done well recently. Qin Xian smiled at Han Sr. Under your guidance, Han Sen said quickly. Well said. Qin Xian's smile became brighter. This made Han Sen more nervous. He cleared his throat and said, So why have you called me here? So Professor Bai Yishan from the St. Hall wants you to work as his assistant. Do you want to go? Without further ado, Qin Xian told Han Sen what has happened. A professor from the St. Hall wants me as his assistant? Han Sen paused and realized that he had nothing to do with the St. Hall, and Professor Bai was also a stranger. It is many people's dream to work for the St. Hall, not to mention under Professor Bai Yishan. It is a great opportunity and you should think about it. Qin Xian grinned. She wanted to make Han Sen her successor, but if he did not want the same thing she did, there was no point in keeping him. What do you think? Han Sen looked at Qin Xian and asked. He felt it was a bit weird since he had never even heard of this professor. Han Sen was always suspicious of a pie in the sky. Of course, I think the St. Hall is the great place. The pay is higher than in the special squad, and you will also have the chance to learn lots of advanced hypergeno arts. In addition, you will also be working for Professor Peter, who is an authority. If you become his assistant, you will have a higher status than I do. So, you think I should go? Han Sen pondered. On the contrary, I hope you could stay. Qin Xian shook her head and said. You know that I have high hopes for you. Of course I wish that you could continue to stay on the squad. In a couple of months, I will become an evolver and enter Second God's Sanctuary. I will recommend you as my successor to lead the squad. Alright then, I'll pass and follow you. Han Sen said decisively. In the St. Hall, there might be a lot of benefits, but he still sensed something fishy about this. In addition, he was practicing jade skin. If he walked around experts of hypergeno arts all day, they might be able to tell that. Han Sen believed that based on his credentials and knowledge, he was more likely to become a guinea pig in a place like the St. Hall. He would not go even if Qin Xian did not try to keep him on the squad. And now he was also doing Qin Xian a favor, so that was two birds with one stone. Qin Xian's eyes lit up. She did not expect Han Sen to agree so fast and give up a great opportunity because of what she had said. You're great. I chose the right man. Qin Xian was excited and patted Han Sen on the shoulder. Keep up the good work. Although leading the squad might not be as glamorous now, you would have a harder time at the St. Hall because of the glass ceiling there. I assure you that you would never regret today's decision. I did not think that far. As long as I can follow you, that's good enough for me. Han Sen said quickly. Qin Xian blushed and the thought of Han Sen's words when she hypnotized him. Well then I won't keep you here. Watching Han Sen leave, she thought. He was just too young. Otherwise I might consider him as a suitor. Bai Yishan did some due diligence on Han Senator with his level of security clearance. Bai Yishan could see the classified files and found out that Han Sen was a member of the special squad. This discovery was great news to him, since it was relatively easy for the St. Hall to transfer someone from the military. Although the special squad were different from ordinary soldiers, it would still be easy to accomplish. However, the reply from the special squad made Bai pause. He frowned and thought he turned it down. This would create some trouble. If Han Sen was an ordinary soldier, Bai Yishan could simply force his transfer. But since Han Sen was working for Qin Xian, even Bai could not think of a good way to have Han Sen work for him. Since I could not use the official method, I would have to come up with something creative to make him practice Yin Yang Blast. Bai Yishan wouldn't give up and was willing to see Yin Yang Blast being banned. Checking Han Sen's profile again, Bai Yishan was deep in his thoughts. Han Sen went back to the school and dialed Ji Yanran's number. Although he had just gained a Sacred Blood Beast Soul weapon, Han Sen did not go hunting because the creature he fed the black crystal to was about to evolve into a Sacred Blood creature. He did not want to go too far in case he could not eat the creature in time. What are you doing? Han Sen saw Ji Yanran in the holographic image and asked with a smile. Can't you see? I am playing Hand of God. Ji Yanran tried to play cool. Where are you? I'll go find you right away. E6, if you don't have time you don't have to come. Ji Yinran continued to play. Be there in 5. Han Sen hung up and went to e6. Ji Yinran thought to herself, had you chosen not to come, I won't forgive you. Hey girl, you're so good at this. Han Sen found Ji Yinran soon. There were better players than Ji Yinran on campus, but only a few. And they either did not want to beat her or did not play on BattleNet at all. It's not fun playing on campus. I'm playing on the Skynet platform. This player's good. He has beaten me 3 times, each time by 10+ points, said Ji Yinran. Which virtual room are you in? Let me avenge you. Han Sen was ready to sit at one of the holographic equipment. Use my account. Ji Yinran got up and offered him her seat. Han Sen sat down but pulled her back into his laps. Let go. Ji Yinran blushed and pretended to struggle. Stop. If you leave, how can you see justice served? Hugging her from the back, Han Sen invited that player to continue to play. How can you move like this? If you lose, I will not forgive you, said Ji Yinran. That's not a problem. This is the unevolved section, and I will not lose even with my eyes closed, Han Sen said. Such an egoist, Ji Yinran teased him. This is confidence. If you don't believe that I will win, let's make a bet. If I win, you need to kiss me. Han Sen laughed. And if you lose? Ji Yinran curled her lips. If I lose, I will kiss you, Han Sen said shamelessly. Nice try. Just do well. Ji Yinran pinched Han Sen on the waist, and he let out a cry, attracting the attention of other students. They saw the couple and all smiled ambiguously, making Ji Yinran blush more. Stop it. She covered Han Sen's mouth with one hand, and felt a kiss on it. Ji Yinran had to take her hand back. And this time a prompt popped out on the holographic machine, and it said the opponent refused to play again. While the couple were wondering why this player would refuse, they saw a message from him. You must be Ji Yinran from Blackhawk? Seeing the message, Han Sen looked to his girlfriend suspiciously. The latter shook her head and was at loss. The platform randomly matched me with him. I don't even recognize this ID. Could he be from our school? Han Sen checked the ID name, which was quite arrogant, the third hand of God. Just reply to ask if he's from our school. We don't have a lot of players at this level and I know all of their ID names. This one is not one of them, said Ji Yinran. When Han Sen was ready to reply, he saw another message from the opponent. I am Lu Buotao from the Hand of God Society at Alliance Central Military Academy. My nickname is Three-Handed King. You should have heard about me. Ji Yinran was surprised. The Three-Handed King from the Alliance Central Military Academy is among the top 10 in the Military Academy League. I wonder how he found out about my ID name. No matter how he found that out, I will not let a guy who had his eyes on my girlfriend off the hook easily. Han Sen grinned and sent a message over. I will not make friends with those who are weaker than I. Lu Buotao sent a message back. I have just beaten you 4 times, each time by more than 10 points. And you call that weak? I was eating just now and have just finished, replied Han Sr. Ah, okay then. We'll play another round. And let's see what you say when you lose again, said Lu Buotao, sending an invite to fight. Han Sen clicked yes without hesitation and the countdown started. What are you doing? Ji Yinran smiled and asked. Nothing, just to remove all his desires to play the game Hand of God. He has to pay for wanting to steal you, Han Sen said with his eyes narrowed. Ji Yinran did not speak but blushed. She felt sweet at heart and enjoyed watching her boyfriend getting jealous. Lu Buotao was overjoyed. Last year he watched the promotion videos of the Hand of God societies from all military schools, and was stunned by a beautiful female player named Ji Yinran. However, Blackhawk did not compete against the Alliance Central Military Academy, and was not even among the top 8. So there was no chance for him to meet Ji Yinran. Lu Buotao had to ask around to find out Ji Yinran's ID on the Skynet gaming platform. When he wanted to friend her, he found that her privacy setting was set to reject all friend requests. Lu Buotao had almost forgotten about that bummer, and was suddenly randomly matched with Ji Yinran today by the system. He did not notice it was her in the beginning and thought his opponents had good techniques. That was when he checked her ID and found out it was Ji Yinran's. Holding back his joy, he beat her a few times to show off his power before he texted her and asked if she was Ji Yinran. Learning it was her, Lu Buotao was even more excited. He was prepared to show her how strong he was, and hopefully he would be able to earn her heart. Hi Buotao. What are you so happy about? Lu Buotao's teammate and roommate, Liang Yiming asked. Yiming, could you guess who I ran into on the gaming platform? Lu Buotao asked excitedly. The monster from our school? Replied Liang Yiming casually. Then I would have cried. Lu Buotao grinned. I ran into Ji Yanran from Blackhawk. Blackhawk? Are there any good players there? The beauty. Do you remember? From that promotion video? Oh yes. I remember that beauty. Didn't she reject to add you already? Are you successful this time? I met her through the random match of the platform. It must be fate because there are so many people on that platform and I met her, Lu Buotao said contentedly. Are you serious? Such a small chance. Larry walked behind Lu Buotao, started to watch the holographic image. Of course it's true. She already said that if I beat her she will be my friend. Good for you, then it's a done deal. Liang Yiming saw Ji Yanran's game last year. She was okay but no match to any of them in the Alliance Central Military Academy. Not even the bench players. Exactly. The game has started, I need to focus now, said Lu Buotao. The countdown was over and the game had started. To show off his strength and chivalry, Lu Buotao did not try to steal the light spots on Ji Yanran's side. He planned to finish off his light spots as soon as possible. However, when the game just started, Lu Buotao saw his opponent's hand reaching over to his side, obviously trying to steal his points. Haha, this beauty thinks too much of herself trying to steal my points, said Lu Buotao laughing. You have to let the girl do what she wants. Don't beat her too bad. You need to be a gentleman and leave her a few points. Liang Yiming also laughed. All right. I understand that, said Lu Buotao, reaching toward a spot. When he was about to touch the spot, a finger suddenly crushed it and his opponent gained a point. Well done, you're offering her points early on. Liang Yiming thought Lu Buotao did it on purpose. Had to. Lu Buotao said reluctantly. It was not part of his plan. I should pay more attention. Lu Buotao still thought he was just being careless and reached toward another spot. Before he hit the spot, the finger once again crushed it. Lu Buotao panicked a little as his opponent had beaten him to all the spots he wanted to hit 8 times in a row, leaving him with no point. Buotao, this is a little extreme. The beauty's level is okay. Be careful or you might even lose. Liang Yiming still thought Lu Buotao was doing this on purpose. Lu Buotao, however, was no longer in the mood to joke around. He was completely focused on the game with his forehead sweaty. He did not want to let his opponent win, but lost nonetheless. Very soon, Liang Yiming could tell that something was wrong. Blue veins stood out on Lu Buotao's temple, and his fingers were dancing like crazy. Still no point was gained, and the other hand in the holographic image could always hit the spot first. Liang Yiming widened his mouth. He knew very well how good Lu Buotao was. Although Lu Buotao was relatively weak among the Alliance Central Military Academy players, he would be absolutely the first place in any other military school. However, until now, Lu Buotao still had not gained a single point, which was almost unbelievable. Even Liang Yiming, who was the second place in the Alliance Central Military Academy, did not dare to say that he could do the same to Lu Buotao. Unless the difference between the two players was heaven and earth, this scene would never appear. But it was what was happening at this point. In the 100-point game, the opponent had already gained 80 points, while Lu Buotao still had nothing. At this point, Lu Buotao was covered in cold sweat. His movements became stiff due to too much pressure. The hand of his opponent was like a devil's hand in Lu Buotao's eyes. Helplessness and despair made Lu Buotao cringe. The devil's hand was everywhere. In all kinds of Hand of God games that Lu Buotao had experienced, he had never felt so much despair before. No matter what kind of opponent he used to meet, even if he had lost a lot of points, he would always have some reason to finish the game. However, this game was different. Whichever light spot Lu Buotao wanted to hit, his opponent would always beat him to it. No accident. No suspense. Lu Buotao had never thought that he would want to gain 1 point so much. 1 point. All I need is 1 point. As a member of the Alliance Central Military Academy, Lu Buotao was a tough player. Others might have given up at this point, but he was still hanging in there. Soon Lu Buotao discovered how difficult it was to gain a point. Bang! The last light spot was crushed and Lu Buotao was dumbstruck. 100-0. The score on the screen made Lu Buotao collapse. "Buotao, were you trying to be a gentleman?" Liang Yiming asked, uncertain. It did not look like Lu Buotao was doing it on purpose. However, there was no other explanation for Lu Buotao to get a 0 either. Lu Buotao did not reply. Sitting up and staring at the holographic image, he quickly sent an invite to his opponent for another match. His opponent agreed and the game started again. Lu Buotao stared at the holographic image like a monster staring at its prey, gathering all his strength to prepare for a fierce attack. When the game started, Lu Buotao had lost all his confidence under the devil's hand. No way! He could not hit anything. Using all his strength and calculation, Lu Buotao found his speed and strategies useless in front of the devil's hand. That hand was everywhere. And Lu Buotao felt there were a pair of devil's eyes watching his soul as well. No matter which light spot he chose to hit, the devil would always be there first, smashing his hope. No, this is not possible. Lu Buotao felt that the hand was growing in size, taking up all the space around him, and he was becoming smaller and smaller, reduced to a toy. Bang! The game had not even ended, but Lu Buotao had already collapsed on his chair, all his confidence and courage gone. Liang Yiming next to him was also soaked in cold sweat. In the second match he tried to imagine him as Lu Buotao, and soon he became desperate as well, because he found out that he would not be able to hit anything either. It was not Lu Buotao's fault. The opponent acted as if she could read people's mind. "Lu Buotao, this is Ji Yanran from Blackhawk? Are you sure this is not an evolver?" Liang Yiming could not believe that this person was a military school student. "I have no idea." Lu Buotao was not sure either. He looked at his opponent's ID and said, "This is her ID and this is the unevolved section. The evolver shouldn't be able to enter this part." Liang Yiming heard Lu Buotao's theory and agreed. If his opponent was an evolver, that person would be sent to a different section. But some evolvers who had not yet registered in the alliance would be able to still enter the unevolved section. So that was a possibility. If this person is unevolved, then it's too scary. Maybe only the monster from our school could be her match, Liang Yiming said. "Who are you?" Lu Buotao sat up and sent a text to his opponent. Lu Buotao and Liang Yiming both stared at the holographic image, awaiting the reply. In Blackhawk, Ji Yanran was sitting in Han Sen's lap and watching her boyfriend playing with only one hand. Now she knew how she had lost to him on the spaceship. His speed and prejudgment seemed to be beyond what a human could do. From her angle, his dancing fingers were almost like they belonged to a pianist. "You scare me." When Han Sen finished the game, Ji Yanran let out a sigh of relief. "How?" Han Sen whispered into her ear. "You left your opponent with no points." Ji Yanran's earlobe became red. "He had his eyes on my girlfriend. That was unforgivable." Han Sen saw her cute earlobe and kissed it. Ji Yanran felt electrified and shuddered. At this time the message from Lu Buotao popped out. Han Sen saw it and replied, "I am Ji Yanran's boyfriend." He was claiming his territory. "Are you a Blackhawk student?" Lu Buotao's message came again. "Yes," replied Han Senator. He then exited the platform. With a gorgeous girl in his arms, he was in no mood to talk to a guy. Ji Yanran realized something and her cheeks became crimson. Looking at her gorgeous face, Han Sen could no longer resist the temptation. Although they were in public and could not go too far, Han Sen enjoyed himself enough. "Hey lovebird, stop showing off like this." Chu Lily suddenly appeared next to them. Ji Yanran immediately blushed and ran from Han Senator, watching her roommate who was blushing and Han Sen who stood up. Chu Lily smiled. "Yanran genius, I did not mean to interrupt you. It's just Ji Yanran has promised me that today she would accompany me to pick a hyper-geno art. And it's past our agreed time." "I'm so sorry." Ji Yanran held Chu Lily's arm and apologized. "Forget it. I now understand that girls would give up anything for their men." Chu Lily looks to Han San and asked, "Genius, would you come with us?" "Sure. But can't you call me by my name?" "Bite me." Han San decided to be silent and followed the girls. Although the military school would teach hyper-geno-arts, there were nothing advanced. However, the military school students had certain benefits when it came to purchasing hyper-geno-arts. Freshmen were allowed to buy a C-class hyper-geno-art. Sophomores were eligible to buy a B-class hyper-geno-art and 2 C-class ones. Junior could buy 2 B-class and 4 C-class ones. Seniors could buy 1 A-class and 5 B-class. Unless they were in some special majors, they had to graduate and serve in the Army after 4 years. After graduation, it would depend on their achievements in the Army whether they could buy more advanced hyper-geno-arts. Different from the St. Hall, the hyper-geno-arts sold in military schools came with only 1 bottle of Geno solution. And the D-class arts and under did not require any Geno solution. Both Ji Yanran and Chu Lili were juniors, and according to the rules they could purchase to 2 B-class and 4 C-class ones. Han Sen could also purchase 1 C-class at this point. However, he was not interested in the less advanced hyper-geno-arts after seeing Holy Angel and Spartacle. Qin Xian still owes an S-class license. How can I try to retrieve it? Han Sen kept thinking about it but had no good solutions. Qin Xian asked to get it in the steel armor shelter. However, it would be so dangerous with the strong guys and Son of Heaven in the shelter who hated guts. The 3 of them came to the school's hyper-geno-art store, and there was no shop assistant but all vending machines. The tutorials were up for download after payment, and the Geno solutions would pop from the vending machines. Ji Yanran, what do you think I should buy? Chu Lili could not decide. Genius, give me some advice, she then said to Han Sr. Maybe you could try the B-class momentum and windbreak. A strange voice next to them sounded. The 3 students looked to the direction of the voice and saw a well-dressed, mild-tempered middle-aged guy. He seemed to be at most 50 years old. How do you know that those 2 suit me? Chu Lili looked to the middle-aged guy in surprise. He smiled and replied, the hyper-geno-art that you are practicing now should be Jetaforce. Chu Lili was even more shocked. You can even tell this? Are you a professor at the martial arts department? The guy did not reply and continued, Jetaforce focuses a lot on the speed, and you have made a lot of progress so that momentum and windbreak will bring you a step further. Really? Chu Lili was overjoyed but still could not believe him completely. I believe your linear acceleration should have reached 13 in fitness index, and your muscle strength 12.5, so you're the perfect candidate for those 2. Ah! Chu stared at the middle-aged guy, unable to believe that he could even tell this. Her linear acceleration was 12.98 and her muscle strength was 12.51, almost exactly the same as what he said. At this point, Chu Lili had believed that middle-aged was a professor in martial arts department. She gladly thanked him and said, I will buy momentum and windbreak then. Chu Lili swiped her card and purchased those 2. Han Sen and Ji Yanran regarded the middle-aged guy in surprise. He must not be an ordinary professor with such keen observation. Do you need my help? The guy asked Han Sen and Ji Yanran. You should really use the professor's help. Chu Lili checked out the details of her newly purchased martial arts and felt they did suit her very well. I don't have any quota left. How about you? Ji Yanran said to Han Sr. All I have is a C-class quota and it will not be really useful to me, so I'll pass, said Han Sr. That's not right. Although advanced hyper-geno-arts are powerful, the foundation is also very important. Even C-class arts could lay a great foundation for many hyper-geno-arts. If you practice it well, it would even be helpful when you become an evolver or surpasser. The middle-aged men looked at Han Sen and continued, I will recommend you to practice a C-class and you will find out how helpful it is. That makes a lot of sense. Genius, you should try it, suggested Chu Lili. Han Sen shook his head, no thank you. Han Sen had just bought the 3-blade harpoon and mailed some money to his family. Now all that was left in his account was $200,000. Even if it was cheaper in a military school, the C-class martial art would still cost $500,000, so he did not really have the money. The professor meant well. And you need it anyway, so let's just purchase it, Ji Yanran also said. Ro, be honest, all I have is $200,000 at this point. I cannot afford that, Han Sen had to say. That's fine. I have it. Ji Yanran smiled and transferred $500,000 to him. Since my girlfriend is rich, I'll get it then. Han Sen did not refuse and turned to the middle-aged man. Professor, what's the C-class hyper-geno art that you recommend? After going back to his dorm, Han-san checked out the details of E-Blast that he just purchased, playing with a bottle of purple Geno solution in his other hand. This is neat for a C-class martial art. Han-sen was surprised. He had little hope for a C-class martial art, but this one was even more complicated than Spartacle. Maybe it's a C-class because it is very hard to practice, and the result is not great. Since it was in the military school and Han-sen had purchased the martial arts from the vending machine, he did not suspect there to be any issue. Most importantly, after he had checked out E-Blast, he was immediately attracted by the content. It was exactly something he would have wanted. But after checking it out, Han-sen did not immediately start to practice E-Blast. Nor did he use the Geno solution. He locked them all in his locker. Although E-Blast did not seem to have any problems, Han-san felt that the middle-aged man acted weirdly. As observant as Han-san, he could even tell that the middle-aged man came for him, and helping Chu Lily pick her hyper-Geno arts was merely a cover. Therefore, Han-san did not immediately start to learn E-Blast. Han-sen was not wrong. The middle-aged man was in fact Bai Ishan from the Saint Hall, and the E-Blast bought by Han-sen was the Yin-Yang Blast invented by Bai. Bai Ishan believed that Han-sen was the perfect candidate to practice Yin-Yang Blast. He had tried the official way and did not get Han-sen's consent. In a few days, the Saint Hall would pass the resolution to ban Yin-Yang Blast. At that time, even Bai Ishan himself could not teach Yin-Yang Blast to anyone else. Using a banned hyper-Geno art was a severe crime in the Alliance, and the punishments included death sentence. So, Bai Yishans had to make Han-sen learn E-Blast in these few days. Those who had practiced the hyper-Geno art before it was banned would be exempt from the law. Originally, Bai Ishan did not want to use this method. However, he had no time to prove himself in the Saint Hall and had to make Han-san learn. Fortunately, the president of Blackhawk knew Bai Ishan very well, and was himself a scholar addicted to martial arts. After reviewing Yin-Yang Blast, he did not have the heart to let it be buried either. After some hesitation, he decided to help Bai Ishan. Neither of them had thought that Han-sen would be able to tell and decided not to practice it. In the next 2 days, Bai Ishan was observing Han-sen through the on-campus cameras. His face darkened because obviously Han-sen did not use the Geno solution or practice Yin-Yang Blast. Otherwise Han-sen's features would have certain change. As the inventor of Yin-Yang Blast, Bai Yishans knew that very well. What's wrong? Why haven't he practiced Yin-Yang Blast? Bai Ishan became nervous. He had applied for the eligibility to practice Yin-Yang Blast on behalf of Han-sen as a volunteer. As soon as the Saint Hall banned Yin-Yang Blast, they would collect the copy of Yin-Yang Blast from Han-sen and ask him to sign a non-disclosure agreement. If at that point Han-sen still had not used the Geno solution, then the solution would be collected as well. So after that, even if he remembered the tutorial of Yin-Yang Blast without the special solution, he would not be able to succeed. When Bai Ishan was feeling nervous about it, he saw Han-sen walking towards the teleport station, wanting to enter God's sanctuary. Bai Ishan panicked. The resolution would be passed in the Saint Hall in 2 days. If Han-sen went to God's sanctuary, he would lose his last opportunity to practice Yin-Yang Blast. Bai Ishan had to go stop Han Sr. Han Sr. Bai Ishan stopped Han-san before he went in the teleport station. You are? Han-san recognized Bai Ishan but did not know what his name was. My last name is Bai, and we've met the other at the martial arts store. I recommended you to buy E-Blast. Why didn't you start practicing? Bai Ishan didn't even think that much at this point. With this question Han-sen was even more certain that Bai Ishan had some agenda. Professor Bai, I'm sorry I don't really have time. I'll practice it later, said Han-sen casually. No, you have to start practicing within 2 days. Bai Ishan said hurriedly. And why is that? Asked the Han-sen staring at Bai Ishan. Bai Ishan knew that it was out of the question to cheat him into practicing Yin-Yang Blast. He hesitated and said, Han-sen, let's go somewhere we can talk, and I could explain everything. All right. Han-sen nodded. He also wanted to find out what was going on. Bai Ishan showed Han-sen into a private conference room and told him everything. I'm sorry, Han-senator, I had to do that. You're the most suitable candidate among everyone I've seen, and you refused my offer to come to the Saint Hall. I just did not want to see Yin-Yang Blast banned. Bai Ishan said apologetically. Hearing Bai Yishan, Han Sen had 1,000 thoughts in a sudden. This is a surpasser and a maester at the Saint Hall. He had been studying martial arts for years and is a walking treasure. God won't even forgive me if I don't blackmail him. Han Sen have checked Bai Yishan's ID and searched him on the Skynet. A celebrity like him had millions of photos online. Han Sen smiled and threw a gaze at Bai Yishan. He thought, don't blame me. You're the one who had the wrong idea first. Han Sen, I hope that you could start to practice Yin Yang Blast right now. Bai Yishan said quickly. Professor, I want to ask you something. Why didn't you go find an evolver or surpass her to practice your invention? Asked Han Senya. I've thought about it, but Yin Yang Blast was based on ruler, and ruler has a requirements for those who practice it, which is the age of them should not be over 20. Although I had made a lot of improvements, the limit is still there. For those over 20, they would make very slow progress in practicing Yin Yang Blast. They could spend 10 years and make less progress than a young person in a few months. Bai Yishan sighed. So I'm the most suitable candidate to practice Yin Yang Blast under 20? That's right. Otherwise I wouldn't go to the extreme and try to lie to you. Bai Yishan nodded. So I'm your only candidate now? Asked Han Sr. Yes, it will be too late for me to go find someone else. I really hope that you can help me too. Han Sen cut in before he could finish. So what can you offer me? What? Bai Yishan paused. I mean compensation. Since Yin Yang Blast is about to be banned, it means it's dangerous. And for me to take such a risk for you, I need to be compensated. Don't you agree? Han Sen smiled. Bai Yishan hesitated. He had never seen the young man like this. He never had to ask for a favor, and people always came to him and back to learn the new martial arts he invented. Okay, if it is necessary, I could pay you. How much money do you want? Bai Yishan would do anything to keep Yin Yang Blast relevant. 100 S-Class St. Hall licenses, said Han Sr. Bai widened his eyes as if Han Sen was a lunatic. He had never seen a young man so daring. After a long while, Bai Yishan looked at Han Sen and asked, Han Sen, do you understand what 100 S-Class St. Hall licenses mean? You are the one who invented the S-Class hyper-geno-art, so what does it matter? If you think it's too many, 99 will do as well, said Han Sr. Bai Yishan smiled reluctantly. My research only accounts for a small part of them, and even if I teach you everything that I've invented, it's far less than 100. In addition, without the Geno solutions, you need to take tremendous risks to practice the hyper-Geno arts. So teach me everything you invented, and then give me several bottles of Geno solutions for each, said Han Sr. Bai Yishan looked at Han Sen and said, I have signed a non-disclosure agreement with the St. Hall, so there is no way I could teach you all that. Even if I teach you, you will also end up in jail when someone finds out about it. Also, I have no control over the Geno solutions. Without justified causes, I cannot even apply for one extra bottle. Since you're not sincere about this, then forget about it. I'm sure you can easily find someone else to practice Yin Yang Blast. I don't think there's much I can do to help. Han Sen got up and was ready to go. He had reviewed Yin Yang Blast and understood that there was no harm in practicing it. The risk was mainly in its usage. Wait. I could pay you a lot of money, said Bai Yishan. Professor, I am not so poor that I would risk my life for money, said Han Sen softly. There is no risk in practicing Yin Yang Blast. And based on your talent, you don't have to risk much using it. Bai Yishan tried to explain. I'm sorry, Professor. I'm afraid I cannot help you, said Han Sr. Bai Yishan had no idea whether or not he made the right decision to pick this guy. He said helplessly, the St. Hall gives me 2 S-Class licenses per year. I have used some and given some away. Now all I have left are 5. That's all I can offer. Think about it. Can I use these licenses to purchase the hyper-Geno arts beyond the unevolved level? Asked Han Sr. You could use them to purchase all kinds of martial arts and hyper-Geno arts in the S section of the St. Hall, but if your fitness level is below the requirement, they would help very little even if you purchase them. Well then, if you give me the 5 S-Class licenses, I will practice your Yin Yang Blast. Han Sen reached out a hand in front of Bai Yishan. Because many S-Class hyper-Geno arts had requirements for one's fitness level, only evolvers or surpassers could practice them. Some licenses were limited to certain levels, while the ones Baishan offered were universal. Han Sen was satisfied with such compensation. He had reviewed Yin Yang Blast, and knew that it was not dangerous to practice. Baishan was very glad that he had the S-class licenses with him, otherwise this greedy devil might never agree to help him. Baishan had never seen a young man like Han Senator. All other young men he met were respectful and never asked for anything. After signing the contract with Han Sen, Baishan gave the 5 S-Class St. Hall licenses to Han Senator. These universal S-Class licenses would only be given to people on his level. An average professor would not even be able to have one. Giving all 5 licenses he had to Han Sen, Baishan felt a bit upset. Fortunately, after receiving the licenses, Han Sen drank the Geno solution of Yin Yang Blast in front of Baishan and finished the first practice, making Baishan feel a little better. Although he is greedy, he did fulfill his promise. I hope that he could make Yin Yang Blast shine. Maybe one day Yin Yang Blast could be made public again. Baishan tried to comfort himself. Baishan asked Han Sen to practice Yin Yang Blast often, and told him how to cooperate in the St. Hall when they came to collect Yin Yang Blast. Han Sen nodded and went directly to the teleport station after Baishan had left. The creature he was feeding had evolved into a sacred blood creature. He was feeding a color shifter this time. It was a primitive creature like a chameleon. The reason he had chosen a color shifter was its beast soul. Its beast soul was a shape-shifting one. After using the beast soul, one would not only be able to gain better fitness, but could also get protective coloration. If one stood in the same spot for a while, then the protective coloration would allow one to be integrated into the surroundings, as if one was invisible. However, when using the beast soul of a primitive color shifter, the color shifting was slow and not really that effective. If he could get the beast soul of a sacred blood color shifter, then the effect would be much better. For Han Sen, who was good at assassination, there was no better ability than this. If he could hide next to his enemy, then he would be a huge threat to anyone. After all, he now had a sacred blood beast soul weapon 3-blade harpoon, the only disadvantage of which was its length. If Han Sen could approach his enemy, then the setback would be mitigated. My dear God, Jesus Christ, Buddha, please show your mercy. Han Sen was praying to all kinds of gods while killing the color shifter with his 3-blade harpoon. Sacred blood color shifter killed. Beast soul of sacred blood color shifter gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 sacred Geno points randomly. Maybe the gods had heard his prayer. Han Sen actually gained the beast soul of the color shifter. Hearing the voice in his mind, Han Sen jumped. Putting the meat in his pot on the stove, Han Sen started to feed a primitive cloud beast. He had fed one before, but failed to gain its beast soul. Han Sen was very interested in this beast soul as well, so he wanted to try again. After preparing everything, Han Sen could not wait to summon the beast soul of the color shifter and shapeshift. After some experimenting, Han Sen was overjoyed because the sacred blood beast soul of a shapeshifter was even better than he had thought. As long as he stood still, he would immediately become part of the surroundings. Even someone like himself could hardly tell. And the protective coloration would also extend to his armor and weapon. However, once he moved, the speed of color shifting would not be able to catch up with his movements. And a keen observer could always tell. Even so, Han Sen was very happy with the result. There was no doubt that this beast soul was fantastic for assassination and running for life equally. This sacred blood color shifter added 5 more sacred Geno points for Han Senator. Now, he had 50 sacred Geno points, halfway down the road. Han Sen, it's almost the semi-annual assessment. I've never seen you on the training field of archery. Can you pass? Shizhikong muttered when Han Sen came back to the dormitory. Han Sen then realized he had been in the school for half a year, and the assessment was impending. If he failed the assessment, it would be a lot of trouble. I should do fine. Han Sen had confidence in himself. He had studied hard for the past few months, and the most important archery assessment was his strong suit, so he was not worried either. However, others might not agree with him. For example, his student advisor Situ Xiang. As one of the leaders in revitalizing the archery department in Black Hawk, Situ Xiang had high hopes for the freshmen in the department. Han Sen was obviously a bad student in her eyes. Although his grades were good, they were not outstanding. And she could never see him in archery lessons. As a member of the archery department, instead of participating in archery contests, he kept competing in Warframe and black and white boxing contests. What was worse was that he even went to shoot a commercial. These behaviors told her that he did not commit himself to study. Situ-seong felt it was necessary that she have a talk with Han Senator as a specially recruited student in archery department. Han Sen's behavior was a big disappointment to her. However, Situ-seong did not go to Han Sen straight away. She planned to talk to him after the semi-annual assessment. After his grades were out, her words would make much more sense to him. Archery needed tons of practice. One day without practice meant you would fall behind. According to what Han Sen had done in the past few months, Situ-seong believed that his grades would definitely fall. After all, he rarely went to archery classes and did not join the archery society. In addition, he spent most of his time practicing driving warframes in heavy warframe society. How would it be possible for him to maintain his archery level? Even if he had good skills originally, he would not do as well after all this slacking. I would talk to him after he realized that. Situ-seong watched Han Sen entering the test field. She was ambitious about revitalizing the archery department in Black Hawk, and did not expect to run into especially recruited students with no interest in archery. She was even thinking that if he failed this assessment, she should probably suggest to the school management to transfer him to another department. Since he was so into warframes, then they should transfer him to the warframe department. He was not contributing anything to archery department at all. Although the archery tournament in the military school league was not as popular as other competitions, it was still difficult to gain a good ranking. As the coach of the archery society, Situ-seong had to give a lot of thought to the lineup of her team. Although there were a few good seed players in the specially recruited freshmen, they needed more training and could not be immediately put to use. As one of the freshmen, Han Sen was naturally listed as a black sheep in Situ-seong's mind. The semi-annual assessment began. When it was the turn of the group that Han Sen was in, many students who had finished their assessment or were still waiting for it came to see how well Han Sen could do. The genius is great at warframes and black and white boxing. I wonder how well he could do with archery. He's in the archery department. That's what he does. Of course he's even better at archery. For sure he's the first place. The students' discussion was upsetting to Situ-seong. It seems that Han Sen is really popular. One of the supervisors, Lu Dong, smiled and commented. Situ-seong said with some contempt, being popular does not mean that he will do well in the assessment. I wonder if the students will worship him after looking at his grades. Lu Dong looked at Situ-seong in surprise. Normally speaking, a star student like Han Sen would be popular among the instructors. However, this student advisor did not seem to be a fan. Does he have bad grades in archery? Asked Lu Dong. Just average. I barely see him, replied Situ-seong. While the two are talking, it was Han Sen's turn to shoot at the fixed target. He made 10 shots instantaneously, all of which ended up on the bullseye. Lu Dong widened his eyes. Coach, you call this average? You're so humble. Lu Dong thought she was being humble. Skills like this would definitely get the student an S-level rating. Situ-seong also paused because Han Sen was more than accurate. He was really fast. The genius is so amazing. It was like he shot 10 arrows at same time. For sure he will have an S-level rating in the assessment. The semi-annual assessments in military schools divided grades into 8 levels: S, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. A student would get a rating in each subject. Ratings below D level would be considered fail. And all subjects below D needed to be retaken. If the overall rating was below D, then the student would most likely have to drop out. Han Sen's performance was directly rated by the AI as S. All the students would be rated by AI, which was faster and more accurate than manual rating. Coach, I'm jealous that you have a student like this in your department. Lu Dong was from a different department. It was just the fixed target. We should wait until he does the entire assessment. Situ-seong could not believe that without showing up at all, Han Sen could maintain his grades and even show improvements. No need to be humble, coach. We could all see Han Sen's level. Situ did not say a word and cast an odd look at Han Sr. After the fixed target test, it was the moving target test. When it was Han Sen's turn, the bow and arrow became a rifle gun in his hands. Wherever he wanted to hit, there was no missing. Again, he was rated S. In the combat simulation, Han Sen acted like a professional soldier. There was no miss, no error, and no accidental injury. With his high speed, he got an S without doubt. His grades did not bring Situ joy, because with his skills, he never thought of joining the school team or the archery society, which was unforgivable in her eyes. As a specially recruited student in our department, he never thought about contributing to his own major. I need to teach him a lesson. Situ of course wanted to use him. However, since Han Sen did not apply to join the school team, she did not want to ask him herself. In her heart, she had already treated Han Sen as one of the core players to participate in the tournament. But she had to make him suffer a little before that. In her room on campus, Situ watched the video of Han Sen's assessment repeatedly. In the end, she dialed the number on her comlink, and it went through. "Xiang, it's been a while since you came to visit me." A man's voice sounded in her comlink. After a long while, Situ turned her comlink off and had a smirk on her face. She had to ask for her dad's help this time to frighten Han Sen into joining her team. On the other hand, she hoped this could also improve his archery skills and make him perform better in the upcoming game. Situ had a lot of trust in her father. He used to be an archery coach in the military, and that was why she had been practicing archery since she was a little girl. "Boy, pray hard. That's your punishment for not joining the team yourself." Situ thought of the nickname of her father and smiled. Before Situ dad retired, he was the famous Nazi in the military. The soldiers trained by him would go limp when hearing his name. After Situ retired, he came to Blackhawk and became a vice president, but there was not much to be done. When he just came to Blackhawk, the president asked him to train the archery students. However, within the few days, no student could get out of bed, since they were either injured or sick. The archery students were about to write a blood letter co-signed by 10,000 people, which scared the president. Situ was then asked to do no more. Situ had repeatedly told Situ to train Han Sen according to the highest standards. "I'll see how long you can last." Situ thought of the miserable look of Han Sen under her dad's training and secretly celebrated. After the semi-annual assessment, Han Sen was celebrating with his roommates, Ji Yanran and Chu Lily, in the cafeteria. "Han Sen, we are all human. How come there is such a difference? I did not spend time in the relationship or playing. All I did was training in the archery department and all I had was an A. You're never in our department and was driving warframes and playing with your girlfriend all the time. How come you got an S? It's not fair," exclaimed Shiji Kong. "Come on. You're in the heavy warframe society all the time as well," said Lu Meng. "Lu, whose side are you on?" Shiji Kong stared at Lu Meng. "Not yours." Lu Meng laughed. After dinner, the group of friends went to sing karaoke and play games until late. Han Sen hinted Shiji Kong to lead Chu Lily away so that he could accompany his girlfriend back alone. "Why are you following me?" At the gate of her dormitory building, Han Sen was ready to follow her upstairs. "I'll go warm your bed." Han Sen grinned. "I don't need that." She blushed and said fiercely, "Beauty, have you forgotten that you just gave me $500,000 a few days ago? As a professional, I will serve you with all I have, so warming your bed is a must." Han Sen blinked and said, "Go away. If anyone else saw us, I won't forgive you." Ji Yanran blushed and bit her lip. "So if no one could see me, I could follow you upstairs?" asked Han Sen casually. "How's that possible? Go back." Ji Yanran curled her lips. Han Sen did not leave. He walked over to a corner where the camera could not cover, and summoned the beast soul of the sacred blood color shifter. Suddenly, he became part of the surroundings. Ji Yanran widened her eyes and saw her boyfriend disappear in front of her. She was so shocked that she couldn't see anything standing next to him. She had to touch him to make sure that he was still there. "What kind of beast soul is this?" Ji Yanran was surprised. "Color shifter. Can I go up now?" asked Han Sen with a smile. "Stay farther." If someone noticed you, you'll be dead. She blushed and went upstairs. Han-sen followed her slowly. Fortunately, it was dark already and there was no one nearby. Although when Han-sen moved there were certain cracks, no one was there to discover them, so he came directly to her room. With Chu Lily being pulled away by his roommates, she would not be back in a while. Ji Yanran opened the door just a crack to see that there was no one out there before she let her boyfriend in. Do you want something to eat? You were just drinking and did not eat much. Ji Yanran said, looking through the food she had. You're enough. I don't want anything else. Sitting on the couch, Han-sen said with a smile. Can you be serious for a minute? Ji Yanran took some cake and some water to him. I am being serious and professional, trying to make your $500,000 well spent, Han-sen said. Ji Yanran saw his look and laughed. Then she rolled her eyes and said, well, if you don't eat, I will. She then put a slice of cake in a plate and started to eat. Sitting next to her, Han-sen regarded his girlfriend. What are you looking at? Ji Yanran blushed under his gaze. Look at you. You have cake on your cheek. Han-sen reached over. Ji Yanran thought he was going to wipe away the cake on her face and did not move, but his hand held her chin and he licked the cake away instead. Then he licked the cream on her lips and said, delicious. Ji Yanran's eyes lit up and suddenly hit his face with the entire piece of cake in her hand. While Han-sen was shocked, she held his shoulder and said, you have cake on your cheek as well. Han-sen was dazed. She used her little tongue to lick away a piece of cream on his face, blushing. Han-sen could no longer hold it back. He reached out to hold her waist and rubbed her face with his, tasting the cream and her soft skin at the same time. His hands also found their way to her plump butt. While the two were enjoying the sweetness, they suddenly heard the door being opened. I knew there was something wrong. Genius, you are a genius in stealing a girl's heart as well. Chu Lily walked in with a smile. Ji Yanran jumped away from Han-sen's arms, stared at Chu Lily and could not say a thing. Sure, Jikong, I shouldn't have counted on you. How did you let her back so soon? Thought Han Senator he had no way around it and had to excuse himself. There was no way that he could continue his endeavor this evening anyway. Watching him going away, Chu Lily had a complex look on her face. Han-sen didn't go far before his comlink rang. Han-sen thought it was Ji Yanran and answered, but instead he saw Huangfu Pingqing in white lingerie in the holographic image. Brother Han, do you still remember our agreement? Do you have time tomorrow? Asked Huangfu Pingqing with a smile. Yes. Where do you want to go? Han-sen touched his nose and said, when he made the contract with Huangfu Pingqing, he also promised her to go hunting with her once and he had to honor his words. The next morning, Han-sen was waiting for Huangfu Pingqing in front of the teleport station. He got a text from the Office of Academic Affairs when he just saw Huangfu Pingqing. In the text, he was asked to attend a training by Situqing. I'm so sorry. I have to go. Han-sen showed Huangfu Pingqing the text. Huangfu Pingqing took a look and frowned. If this is the Situqing that I have heard of, I'm afraid you're in trouble. What about him? A vice president of Black Hawk. He used to be an archery coach in the military and had a nickname Nazi. Huangfu Pingqing told something about Situqing to Han Senior. 2 years ago, there was a training by him which ended in a couple of days because of the complaints from the students. I didn't realize that the school would still allow him to do this. Be careful and our agreement can wait. Huangfu Pingqing left. Han-sen did some research on the online school community and got a better idea who Situqing was. Based on the text from the Office of Academic Affairs, Han-sen came to an indoor training facility. When he arrived, he felt that something was off. In the entire facility, he was the only trainee. The student advisor Situ-seong and a nice-looking, well-dressed middle-aged man were waiting for him. Han-sen, this is Coach Situqing. From today, he will be training you for a month. You need to study hard under his guidance. Situ-seong patted Han-sen's shoulder and left. Situ-seong smirked secretly, boy. I'll come back and see how miserable you are in a few days. By that time, you will beg me to take you with me. Han-sen shrugged and came over to Situqing. The coach smiled at Han-sen. Han-sen, I've heard about you. You're very popular in our school. I heard that you are voted the most desirable date by girls. You have good grades and many talents. You flatter me, coach. When talking to Situching, Han Sen maintained the standard stance of a soldier, which he learned during the military training. I mean it. I see great potentials in you and believe that you are the hope of our archery department. I will do everything I can to teach you everything I know so that you can help revitalize the department. Situching patted Han Sen on his shoulder. It seemed he meant everything he said. Thank you, coach. Han Sen stood up straight and said. Situching smiled and reached his right hand in front of Han's senator. There was a piece of metal of 1 inch by 1 inch. It looked like Z-steel. Situching's hand suddenly gained the color and texture of gold. It was nowhere near human's hand. Crack. With a light squeeze, Situching's fingers flattened the Z-steel. This is a little gift for you. Situching put the piece of Z-steel in Han Sen's hand with a smile. Han Sen understood very well that it was a warning. But it was indeed impressive. Han Sen could not achieve that so far. He had read about this kind of strength on the Skynet. It was a kind of martial arts that could only be practiced by evolvers. The concept was to change the structure of their body cells and turn them into metal. Even if Han Sen could get his hands on martial arts like this, his body could not take it. Thank you. Han Sen accepted the gift with a smile. All right. Here begins our training. We will start with the horse riding stance. Ordinary people would think that archery relies on the strength of one's arms and fingers, which is wrong. Most strength needed in archery comes from the waist and belly. This morning we will practice your core strength with horse riding stance. Situching instructed Han Sen to make the stance and sat down in the chair, watching him. Coach, a small request, said Han Sen while making the stance. You can try. But normally I would not grant anything. And talking would only make it harder. If you fall before lunch, then you will have to do the same thing in the afternoon. Situching narrowed his eyes and said, Coach, one of my hobbies is black and white boxing. During the training, I'm not allowed to go on the Skynet, and this is not something I can practice alone. After training, could you join me? Han Sen continued, Black and white boxing? No need to wait until the training's over. We can do it now. I heard that you are rather good at it and gave Street Germain a 0 on our behalf. That was very nice, but after all, it was a competition on the unevolved level. I will give you some guidance now to make sure that you can beat the Alliance Central Military Academy next time. Situching was very interested in black and white boxing, and no longer required Han Sen to make the horse riding stance. Han Sen walked over to Situching with a smile. He had learned from Huangfu Pingqing that although Situching taught archery, his biggest hobby was black and white boxing. Come on. You attack first. Watch me and I'll teach you how to do defense the right way. Situching curled his finger at Han Sr. Han Sen looked at the confident coach and had a strange smile on his face. When it came to real combat, he could not beat Situching. However, when it came to black and white boxing, strength was not the only factor. Situching thought highly of himself in black and white boxing due to his decades of practice. Han Sen's request pleased him very much. Although Situching was the top among all evolvers and was about to become a surpasser, it did not necessarily mean that he was better at black and white boxing. Black and white boxing did not have much to do with strength or speed. What was important was the control of one's body, judgment and state of mind. Because Han Sen had practiced Jadeskin, the control he had over his own body and strength was not worse than an evolver, and the other two factors had nothing to do with status. Han Sen had just started to practice Yin Yang Blast, and he was very much inspired by its theoretical knowledge. Baishan was right in that it was not dangerous to practice and also helpful to increase his fitness. The danger of Yin Yang Blast was in its usage. Using the Yin force and Yang force at the right moment was extremely challenging for the users. If a mistake was made, the users themselves would be hurt instead. The Yin force was a soft force while the Yang force was domineering. They were two extremes in essence. Similar to black and white boxing, it was demanding for the user's judgment. You had to be able to tell what kind of strength your opponent was using to decide whether to use Yin Blast or Yang Blast. If the opponent's strength was greater than you needed to use the Yin force. If you used the Yang force, then it would be like hitting a stone with an egg. Because the Yang force would consume all one's strength. A strike normally meant either life or death. Of course, this was the most straightforward example. The usage of the forces could be very different. Combining the yin force and the yang force would allow one to cope with different situations, which was the hardest part of yin-yang blast. Therefore, a great part of yin-yang blast was dealing with the judgment of all kinds of situations, and the methods to hide the user's intentions. The usage of the yin force and the yang force needed lots of practice, so Han Sen was not able to use them at this point. However, he had already benefited a lot from the theories, and the theoretical knowledge went beyond the level of the unevolved and went all the way to the level of evolver and surpasser. As for the demigod level, Bai Yishan himself had not even reached that, so there was no relevant introduction. Even so, Han Sen was able to understand the theories from a high level. When he used this theoretical knowledge on Situ Qing, the effect was beyond his expectation. Situ Qing's expression gradually changed. Originally he wanted to instruct Han Sen, while later on he started to treat him like a serious match. In the end, Situ Qing was extremely shocked. How did you manage to do that? Situ Qing stared at Han Senator. He was not able to win a single round in a dozen matches. Situ Qing suspected that the student might have cheating equipment on him. That was easy. The way you use your strength was outdated. For example, when you use the black fist, the muscle on your arm. Han Sen said something in the theories of the yin-yang blast. Situ Qing nodded hard, looking like a primary school student listening to his teacher. Ahem. I'm sorry. I've said too much. I should go back to do the horse riding stance. Situ Qing stopped him and put Han Sen in his own chair. Pouring Han Sen a cup of tea, the coach put a smile on his face. Forget about that. Please continue. That doesn't seem to be right. Han Sen blinked and said, What's not right? I have watched your test videos. You are doing great. I will show you some tricks later and you just need to practice them. Situ Qing suggested, Let's do this. You can show me how to improve black and white boxing skills, and I can show you archery techniques. If you have anything that you don't understand, you could always ask me about it. Then I'll continue, asked Han Sr. Please, insisted Situ Qing. Han Sen grinned and continued to talk about black and white boxing, while Situ Qing took up the bow and arrow to show Han Sen some special archery techniques. Don't stop, Han Sen urged Situ Qing. He found that the coach had stopped demonstrating as he listened to Han Sr. Yes, Situ Qing said and continued to shoot the arrows. After 2 days, Situ Xiang felt it was about time to check on Han Senator. She would go see how miserable he was and try to make him join the team proactively. Imagining the look on Han Sen's face, Situ Xiang couldn't help smiling and quickening her steps. The moment she stepped in the training facility, what she saw made her pause. Opposite to her imagination, the popular student was even sitting in her father's chair, drinking a cup of tea. Her dad, on the other hand, was shooting arrows next to Han Sen, smiling to the student from time to time. It was as if Situ Qing was the one under training and Han Sen was the coach. Situ Xiang was dumbstruck and thought there was something wrong with her eyes. Why? Situ Xiang could not even close her mouth. How come her dad, who was called the Nazi, was acting like this? What spell did Han Sen cast on him? She could not accept what she was seeing and thought she was in the dream. This must be a dream. My dad could not. Situ Xiang pinched her own cheek, trying to wake up. Ouch! The acute pain on her cheek confirmed that she was not in a dream. Covering her face, Situ Xiang had an odd look on her face. Dad, what did you do? Situ Xiang pulled Situ Qing into the lounge and closed the door. What happened to the Nazi coach? Ahem, that boy is really good at black and white boxing. Every time he beat me, he could tell what I did wrong, so. Situ Qing blushed a little, for he had completely forgotten about his mission due to his obsession of black and white boxing. Situ Xiang did not know what to say. Dad, you will have to train him well. You know the situation of the archery department, and we would be counting on him in this tournament. Situ Xiang said, upset. Relax. I've taught him everything. The boy has a good foundation and he would do just fine in military academy tournament, replied Situ Qing. Situ Xiang felt that her plan had completely failed. She knew from the look of her dad that all he could think about right now was black and white boxing. Although Situ Xiang felt discouraged, she knew that her father had a great eye for talent. If he said Han Sen was okay, Then it must be true. All right. Situxiang sat down. Although her plan to teach Han Sen a lesson did not work, she was now even more certain that Han Sen was a great archer. Situxiang decided that to step aside and asked her father to complete his training. After the training was done, she would ask him to join the school team. As a specially recruited student in the archery department, it would be his duty to represent the school in the tournament. Since the result was the same anyway, Situxiang was okay with that. And she was a bit impressed that this student could manage her father. Situxing was training Han Sen in the meantime. After Situxing understood Han Sen's conditions from sparring with him in black and white boxing, he decided that Han Sen no longer needed to do the basic exercises. All the student was lacking was some details and techniques which could easily be learned. To be honest, Situxing did not like to train someone like Han Senator. He preferred to train a rookie, because he enjoyed the sense of accomplishment of training a kitty into a lion. A trainee like Han Sen had taken away the satisfaction from him completely. However, Han Sen's understanding and skills of black and white boxing were a huge asset. Since Han Sen was the only trainee and the coach did not have any constraint, Han Sen was able to live like usual. Although Situxiang was aware of that, she did not try to make his life harder. After all, he would be her core player. Han Sen had learned a lot of useful techniques from Situxing and made a lot of progress. The 1-month training ended in 10 days and Situxiang recruited Han Sen into the school team after the training. Different from other tournaments, the archery tournament was relatively short and only started toward the end of the semester, so it would still be a while before the tournament. Huangfu Pingqing was somehow informed that Han Sen's training was over, and came to find him to accompany her in the hunting trip. Huangfu, won't you bring more people? In the steel armor shelter, Han Sen looked at Huangfu Pingqing in surprise. She had a lot of strong friends but did not bring anyone. You're quite enough, said Huangfu Pingqing with a smile. She herself was quite strong as well. With Han Sen here, unless they ran into sacred blood creatures that were especially tough, they would never be in trouble. Where do you want to go? Asked Han Sr. You decide. I'll follow you. Huangfu smiled at him provocatively. Then let's go to the Devil Desert. I hope we could meet that black-feathered beast king again. With the 3-blade harpoon, he was confident that he could kill the beast king. Normally speaking, a sacred blood creature that was the king of a group would be weaker than the sacred blood creatures that were alone. Black-feathered beast king was not that strong among all the sacred blood creatures Han Sen had seen. Its beast soul was sacred blood wings, which were quite useful. The two rode their mounts toward the Devil Desert and ran into a lot of primitive creatures on their way. Unfortunately, in 2 days they had not even seen a mutant creature. When they came to the place where they ran into the group of black-feathered beasts, they did not see a single creature. They must have either moved away or been hunted down. Last time when I was here, I saw a sacred blood creature in the Sand Valley. I was not able to kill it at a time. Are you interested? Have a look there? Huangfu Pingqing suggested with a smile. What kind of creature is that? Han Sen looked at her in surprise. She was leading a strong team last time and the creature that they were not able to kill was definitely very strong. Looks like something inedible. It looks like a warframe made from a piece of rock, only smaller. It was about 6 feet tall, very tough, strong and fast. Even a sacred blood weapon could only leave a shallow mark on it. Huangfu Pingqing added, apart from that, it also had a black hammer that should be a sacred blood gear. Last time on my team, one was killed and one was severely injured by the hammer. We should go check it out. Han Sen was very interested. As long as a sacred blood weapon worked, he had some chance to kill it. For a 6-foot-tall rockman, it would be easy to cut its neck. After he arrived at Sand Valley, Han Sen came to understand why with a strong team Huangfu Pingqing was still not able to kill the sacred blood creature. The reason the Sand Valley was called that was for the sand pits everywhere in the valley. Unless one had wings, one would die there for sure. And even mutant wings would be too slow when fighting a sacred blood creature. Hence only those who had sacred blood wings could participate in hunting the creature. The sacred blood creature was more than 6 feet tall and made of stones with a metal shine. What was worse was that the hammer in its hand was as large as a barrel, with a handle more than 6 feet long. When it wielded its weapon, Any opponents within a dozen feet would be either injured or killed. Huangfu Pingqing smiled at Han San. Brother Han, do you think you could kill this creature? Han San smiled back at her. Huangfu, I believe you did not bring me here just to let me look at it. I could lend you the sacred blood beast soul arrow. But if you gain its beast soul, I need to claim half of it, said Huangfu Pingqing. She had planned this out when she took him here. He had a sacred blood bow, and she had a sacred blood arrow. So they could shoot at the sacred blood creature from outside the sand valley. If they could kill it, then it would be great. If not, the creature would be injured and provoked to come out of the valley. And then they could try to kill the creature together. Huangfu Pingqing did not fear that the creature might hurt herself since she had sacred blood wings anyway. You're asking too much, said Han Sr. Without my arrow, an ordinary arrow would not hurt it or provoke it. I think it's reasonable for me to climb half, said Huangfu Pingqing. She did not believe he was able to kill the creature without her arrow. I will do without the arrow. After I kill this creature, I will buy you dinner. Han San summoned a pair of wings and flew toward the sand valley. Looking at Han San flying with a pair of primitive wings, Huangfu Pingqing was shocked. Brother Han, you do not mean to use a primitive pair of wings to enter the valley? The wings were from a primitive black-feathered beast, so they were slow and ineffective. They were just enough to keep Han San from falling into the sand. Han Sen used to have a pair of mutant wings, which he sold to Huangfu Pingqing for the three-blade harpoon. He also had the purple-winged dragon beast soul, which was Dollar's signature, and he could not use that. Han San smiled and did not answer, flying into the sand valley. The valley was full of quicksand, and the creature was standing above the sand. For unknown reason, its heavy body did not sink. 300 feet into the sand valley, Han Sen was discovered by the creature, who immediately lifted its hammer and ran over like a tank. 100 feet from Han Sen, it jumped up and swung its hammer at him. Although Han Sen had put on the phantom ant armor, the impact from such heavy weapon would still kill him. Huangfu Pingqing saw that Han Sen was in danger. His wings were too slow to bring him away from the creature's blow. If he chose to land on the ground, he would not be able to run away from the hammer either, because he would be trapped in the shifting sand. The sacred blood creature had such strength that even someone who had maxed out on all geno points would not be able to spar with it. Not to mention Han Sen's weapon, the harpoon, was extremely short. Huangfu Pingqing summoned her beast soul bow and arrow, wanting to shoot an arrow to help Han Sen and buy him some time. Before the arrow left the bow, Han Sen had already taken back his wings and fell to the sand. He stepped on the ground but was not trapped. Under his feet, the golden rockworm king the size of a car suddenly appeared. Although the rockworm king had not transformed, it did not fear the sand since it originally came from the desert. Leveraging this step, Han Sen used Sparticle to avoid the attack from the creature and approached it. The three-blade harpoon flashed on the neck of the sacred blood creature like a silver lightning bolt. The three-blade harpoon was sharp enough to cut sacred blood armor, and Han Sen's strength was even greater than someone having maxed out on all geno points. With one strike, the creature's rock-hard neck was cut off, its head thrown into the air. The headless creature still managed to make several steps forward before the hammer fell from its hand into the sand. Then the creature gradually sank into the sand. Huangfu Pingqing was dumbstruck. She could not believe that the creature which her entire team did not manage to kill was easily beaten by Han Sr. At this point, she regretted selling the three-blade harpoon to Han Senator with the weapon. He was too formidable. How did this guy get so far? Was it really just because of Qin Xian? Huangfu Pingqing could not believe that was the only factor in Han Sen's success. Son of Heaven was equally, if not more resourceful than Qin, but Son of Heaven was not as strong as Han Senator. In addition, even with Qin Xian's help, Han Sen would not have gained the same resources Qin Xian did. Han San stood on the back of the Golden Worm King, dragging the huge iron hammer which was even heavier than the gold axe of the Bloody Slayer. With the hammer, Han Sen could not fly at all. He had to use the Golden Worm King to drag it along. The sacred blood creature was inedible, and Han Sen did not have much luck. Without the beast's soul, the sacred blood gear was his only trophy. When he eventually pulled the hammer out of the valley, Han Sen asked Huangfu Pingqing, who was dazed. Miss Huangfu, how much do you think this sacred blood gear is worth? Huangfu Pingqing walked to him, reached out to lift the hammer and failed. She slowly frowned. This thing is too heavy. Those who had enough strength to use it would not need it, while those who did not have enough strength could not make any use of it. I would say it could sell at 4 to 5 million tops. And even with that price, we would need to find the right person to buy it. Several million is also quite some money. Whenever you have another auction, would you list it as one of the items? Han Sen was short of money recently, and the several million was not a small number. Of course. But you have said that you will buy me dinner, and that I'm counting on that, Huangfu Pingqing said with a smile. Of course, said Han Sen quickly. He understood that it was not easy to sell a sacred blood gear. Back then when Qin Xian bought the golden axe, only a very strong man in the special squad could use it. This hammer was much heavier than the golden axe, and it would be very difficult to find a buyer for it. Did you get the beast's soul? If you have got it and will not use it, I could sell them at the same time, best price guaranteed. Huangfu Pingqing blinked and said. No luck, I did not get the beast's soul. Han Sen shrugged. Huangfu Pingqing did not ask again. Nor did she continue to march into the Devil Desert. With such a heavy gear, they needed to go back to Steel Armor Shelter. After signing the contract with Huangfu Pingqing, Han Sen sent the hammer over to hers. Before Han Sen made it back to school, he was summoned by Qin Xian. When he saw her, he felt something must be off. The entire team of the special squad in Steel Armor Shelter were present, which was rare. Young Monli's face was dark. Gambler and those who were friends with Han Sen were blinking at him, and Han Sen was not sure what they meant. Sit down, please. Qin Xian asked him to sit and looked across the room. She said, in a month I will be able to finish my first evolution and enter Second God's Sanctuary, and need to make the transfer now. She paused and looked at Yang Monli. I have recommended Yang Monli to become the head of Steel Armor Gang. She then looked at Han Sen and said, as for the head of the special squad, I would like to nominate Han Sr. Han Sen was surprised and did not expect this to happen. Now he came to understand why Yang Monli's face was dark. Although it sounded like the head of the gang was more powerful, it was not a formal organization. On the other hand, the special squad was in the military system. Being a member of the special squad, Yang Monli would actually be under Han Sen's supervision. As for the Steel Armor Gang, Han Sen did not go there again after he entered the military school. Yang Monli had thought that based on her ability and qualifications, she should naturally become the new head of the special squad. However, she did not realize that Qin Xian would recommend Han Sen to become the next head. Han Sen was very glad to see Yang Monli being upset. He had never liked her, but being her subordinate, he had to listen to her. Now he had become her boss. I believe I am the better candidate for the head of the special squad, said Yang Monli. This is already decided. It is an order. I will hear no discussion about it, said Qin Xian and got up. Okay, this is the end of this meeting. Han Sen and Yang Monli, you two stay, the rest of you could go back to work. Han Sen's friends gave Han Sen a secret thumb up and left the conference room. Yang Monli, I should have nominated you as the new head of the squad, but you do have a temper. Just focus on the gang and try to evolve as soon as possible, Qin Xian said softly. Yang Monli was more than her subordinate. I believe I have what it takes, Yang Monli said sullenly. Han Sen, what do you think? Qin Xian looked to Han Sen and asked. I will not let you down, Han Sen said resolutely. At last he was able to boss Yang Monli around, and that he would never let this opportunity go. In addition, being the head of the special squad also had its benefits. Not only could he utilize the human resources within the squad, he could also make connections with the upper level. The pay was much better as well. More importantly, as the head of the special squad, he had the authority to purchase internally. Not only could he now access Sacred Blood Beast Souls and S-Class St. Hall licenses, he could enjoy the discounted price. In the entire squad, the head was the only one who could enjoy this. Great, Qin Xian smiled and nodded, and then turned to Yang Monli. Since you think you are the better candidate, you two can have a competition. If you could win, then I will take back my decision and recommend you instead. Okay, I will take any competition and will never lose to him. Yang Monli immediately stood up. She used to be the instructor of Han Sen in archery, and did not believe that she would lose to him. Not only archery, Yang Manli did not think she would lose to him in anything. Since you are both good at archery, let's do archery. Qin Xian asked Han San. Do you have any objections? None. I could compete on anything but having a baby, said Han Sen with a smile. Yang Manli gave him a fierce stare. He was implying that she couldn't do much except for giving birth to a child. Then let's go to the virtual training field, said Qin Xian and walked out. After going back to school, Han Sun went to the holographic equipment hall and entered the virtual training field designated by Qin Xian. Qin Xian did not ask them to have the competition in the training field of the shelter, for she did not want anyone else to find out about the result. No matter who lost, the person would suffer in his or her honor, which was not something Qin Xian was willing to see, because they were both future leaders that she had handpicked. Han Sun logged into the platform called Sagittarius, a virtual archery community. After logging in, he was assigned to the unevolved section. Qin Xian and Yang Manli were already there and Han Sen quickly sent friend requests to both of them. Qin then invited Han Sen to enter the game room. This is one of the classical game rooms on Sagittarius. It is called Whitebird's Forest. You will see a path in the forest 2 miles long. When you go through the path, there will be black and white birds on the trees. You cannot shoot the white birds but only the black ones. If you mistakenly shoot a white bird, you will be out. And we will decide who the winner is based on the number of the black birds you shoot. If your numbers are the same, the winner will be the one who finishes faster. Do you have any questions? After explaining, Qin Xian looked at them. No, answered Yang Manli and Han Sen at the same time. Okay, you shall begin now. Han Sen and Yang Manli started their test respectively, and entered the Whitebird's forest. Although Qin Xian did not want anyone to know the results of this competition, an acquaintance happened to see both of them when they entered Sagittarius. Su Xiaoqiao often went to Sagittarius to practice his archery, despite his carefree appearance. Sagittarius was obviously more fun than shooting at a target. When Su Xiaoqiao had just finished his practice, he saw Qin Xian, Han Sen and Yang Manli at the same time and was very shocked. How come the three of them would log in on Sagittarius at the same time? What are they trying to do? Su Xiaoqiao suddenly became curious and followed them into the game room. The game room was open to everyone, but after one entered the scene it would become a unique experience for the player. Su Xiaoqiao saw Han Sen and Yang Manli had both started the Whitebird's forest test and hesitated. He could use the observing mode and pay to watch one of them. However, he was alone and it was impossible for him to watch both. Su Xiaoqiao only paused for a moment before he chose to watch Han Sen's test. It was not because Su Xiaoqiao thought Han Sen was the better archer, but because everyone in Bullseye knew how great Yang Manli was. Su Xiaoqiao was not sure how well Han Sen could do, so he was intrigued to see Han Sen's test. After entering the observing mode, Su Xiaoqiao saw Han Sen waiting to begin the test. Su Xiaoqiao was familiar with this game room and had trained here before as well. This was a scene easy and difficult at the same time. Anyone could easily pass the challenge by running through without shooting any white bird. However, if one was fast but did not shoot many black birds, one's score would be very low. And if one killed the black birds slowly, one would still get a low score. Also, the scene was set in the nighttime and the forest was very dark, so some black birds would blend in the darkness and it was easy to miss them. Some black birds flew very fast and sometimes in different directions, which was very challenging for the archer's reflex time. In addition, many white birds would suddenly appear to increase the difficulty. Once a white bird was shot, the game would be over, and the archer would not even get a score. According to the system setting, there were 1,000 black birds in the Whitebird's forest, and their location and direction were all random. There was no pattern to follow. Therefore, it was almost impossible to guarantee the accuracy and the speed at the same time. Luckily, in this game room the arrows were unlimited. In real life, carrying 1,000 arrows alone was tiring enough. Su Xiaoqiao would normally get a D rating and occasionally C. If one could kill more than 90% of the black birds and guarantee one's speed, one could be rated A. As for the highest rating S, almost no one could achieve that. No white birds allowed and all black birds must be killed, no miss and fast. One would have to satisfy all these conditions to get an S in the entire history of Sagittarius. Only one person had gotten an S in the unevolved Whitebird's forest. That person was a professional archer trained since childhood, and was now the best archery coach in the military. Although Han Sun is much better than me in archery, I don't believe he could get A. His level should be a B. While Su Xiaoqiao was calculating what kind of score Han Sun could get, he started to record this test. At this time the countdown ended, and Han Sen embarked on the path of the Whitebird's forest. The moment he started walking, he had already shot an arrow. Seemed like he did not even look. Also, he was shooting non-stop while walking. There was barely any interval between his arrows, which went in all directions. Qin Xian also chose to watch Han Sen's test. Yang Monli was her subordinate and best friend, and she did not need to watch to know her skills. All she wanted to find out was whether or not Han San could give her another surprise. Having done detailed analysis and research on the guy, she was surprised by his potentials. He was from an ordinary family and was able to get this far. Other people might think that Han Sen had benefited a lot from her help, but Qin Xian herself knew very well that his achievements were all accomplished on his own. Even the help she had offered to him was because of his contributions. If Qin Xian had not hypnotized him to learn the truth, she would strongly suspect that Han Sen was dollar. Although Yang Monli is very powerful, she is not the best leader. And Han Sen is much better in that regard. Qin Xian sighed. It was not an easy position to be in, pressured from the upper and lower level at the same time. If Qin Xian could choose, she would rather be just a soldier whose only responsibility was to fight. But since she was put on the spot, she had to shoulder her responsibilities. I hope he will not let me down. Qin Xian did not want Han Sun to lose, because if Yang Monli was to take over the squad, she might run into crisis being so straightforward. Qin Xian believed that Han Sun was the better candidate to take care of all kinds of issues. When the test began, all Qin Xian's attention was attracted by Han's senator. She was unable to move her eyes from him. Wow, Han Sun is awesome! Exclaimed Su Xiaoqiao. He had seen many videos of this game room, but had never seen anything quite like this. Normally speaking, no matter how fast one would have to pause in the process of shooting. However, Su Xiaoqiao could not see any pause in Han Sen's movements and steps. Every step Han Sen took, an arrow would fly out like lightning bolt, piercing a black bird's body. Those arrows looked like they had life and could always hit the target. No matter where the black birds were, the arrows could always pierce their bodies. In the darkness of the forest, there was no miss. Even in a flock of both black and white birds, the arrows could always find the black ones and never hurt any white. Some arrows seemed like they were shot aimlessly, but eventually hit the black birds hidden in the trees. Su Xiaoqiao felt like he was watching a movie, an action movie that made him feel hot. He wished that he could join his friend and take up his bow and arrow. This is amazing. Unbelievable. Su Xiaoqiao clenched his fists and thoroughly enjoyed himself. Qin Xian was extremely shocked. Although Qin Xian was not a great archer, her eyesight was much better than Su Xiaoqiao's, so that she could notice more details that escaped Su Xiaoqiao. Han Sun almost started shooting immediately since the beginning, and Qin Xian never saw his arrows miss. He never hurt any white bird. Sometimes Qin Xian only saw the black birds after he shot the arrows. Some arrows were significantly slower than others, and did not even aim at the black birds in the beginning. However, the arrows would always end up in the bodies of black birds. If it was occasional, Qin Xian would not be impressed, but she had seen the situation happening repeatedly. His judgment, eyesight, and archery were all super impressive, Qin Xian had to admit. Han Sun was indeed a natural in archery. He was more than accurate. The judgment he made allowed him to achieve excellence. If Qin Xian had to describe Han Sun's archery, then she would say that he was using his brain to shoot his arrows. One could practice on one's accuracy and strength, but hardly one's level of understanding. Without any error, Han Sun walked across the forest non-stop. This is not real. Su Xiaoqiao suddenly realized something as he saw the exit was closer and closer. He did not see a single miss from Han Sun, but he was not sure if Han Sun had missed any black birds. If there was no miss when Han Sun reached the exit, He might be able to get a legendary S rating. Even Qin Xian got nervous. Although Yang Manli was very strong, she could only get an A rating. If Han Sun were to be rated S, there was no doubt that Yang Manli would lose. This was a result that Qin Xian was willing to see. After all, if a leader of the team did not have the absolute authority, the stability of the team would be endangered. If Han Sen was able to beat Yang Manli in her strongest field archery, he would be able to establish the necessary authority to deter Yang Manli from questioning his ability. Yang Manli was very satisfied with her performance. She had outdone herself because of her strong desire to beat Han San and prove herself to Qin Xian. Although she was still rated A, her score was among the top in a level. She had killed much more black birds and had also increased her speed by 3 minutes. As Yang Manli walked out of the test scene, she saw that both Qin Xian and Han Sen were there and thought, "He is out so early," which meant he was even faster than me. Then he must have not killed enough black birds or have even shot a white one. Here's my score. Yang Manli directly demonstrated her report to Qin Xian. A level 964 black birds killed. Well done, you've made a huge progress by only missing 36. Qin Xian read the statistics in the report and complimented. Indeed, a score like this was outstanding him on the unevolved. So, Qin Xian thought secretly, Yang Manli would have been invincible in steel armor shelter. It's just there is Han Sr., how about you? Yang Manli asked Han Senator. She was not happy that her position was stolen by a teenager. Han Sen did not speak and showed her his report. With only one look, Yang Manli suddenly narrowed her eyes and looked incredulous. A golden S on the report told her that she had lost. He must have killed all 1,000 black birds, and he was also faster than her. How is that possible? Yang Manli could not believe that Han Sen was so strong. Half a year ago she trained him, and he had made such progress in just 6 months. S level. Many professional archers would not even be able to get such a rating. Although Han Sen was in the archery department, his progress was still awe-inspiring. According to Yang Manli's knowledge, Han Sen was in the Warframe contest and black and white boxing competition. He even starred a commercial. How much time did he have left to practice archery? Yang Manli regarded Han Senator no matter how reluctant she was to admit this fact. The fact is the fact. S level, she could not even try to compete. Alright. This is a done deal then. Qin Xian did not say much, but felt satisfied with Han Sen's performance secretly. However, she was not willing to put Yang Manli down, so she did not pay him any compliment. She also knew that compliments did not really work on this guy. When the three left the online community, Su Xiaoqiao was still thrilled, watching the video he just took. I had never thought Han Sen's archery skills are so strong. Su Xiaoqiao watched the video repeatedly and could not stop. The hunting frenzy was like the best movie, full of excellent frames. Han Sen's figure stood aloof and cold, and his movements smooth and perfect. Without any edit, this video was comparable to any well-designed movie. You're keeping such a secret from me. Now it's time for a punishment. Su Xiaoqiao grinned and uploaded the video to the farm of Sagittarius. He also named it S-level White Bird's Forest. Su Xiaoqiao hesitated for a second and still blurred the facial features of Han San to protect his identity. S-level? For real? I don't believe it's real. Many watched the video with suspicion and started a heated discussion in the forum. This is unbelievable. Must be special effect. I just checked on the official website. And this test was indeed rated S Super. How did he do it? I watched more than 10 times and could not stop myself. I'm totally hooked. Who is this person? I cannot stop watching this. Help. I'll go help you after watching 10 more times. The video soon caught the website management's attention and was stickied. It became so popular that many evolvers heard about this video and came to check it out. After all, evolvers were unevolved once, and they had all practiced in Whitebird's Forest and never heard of an S rating. The evolvers also felt shocked after watching the video. This person's archery skills were beyond their imagination. Although his speed and strength might not be as strong as theirs, they could not even guarantee no miss with such a speed. This was simply too demanding on one's techniques. No error allowed. After all, a person was not a machine, and how could you expect absolutely no mistake? This person in the video did not hesitate at all. It looked like he did not even look at his targets. This incredible control and confidence were beyond strength and speed. This must be fake. Is he actually so strong? Unbelievable. It's absolutely real, since the official website has recognized it. Who is him? Young Monli also saw the video. Because of the timestamp of the video, it was easy for her to tell that it was Han San in it. Looking at Han San, young Monli got goosebumps. This kind of performance would be any archer's ultimate pursuit. He was more than accurate. It was like he could predict everything. No matter for archers or snipers, the toughest thing was never the accuracy, but the judgment under complex situations. Obviously, Han San was one of the best archers she had seen in this aspect. He did not aim at any target when he made the shot, but was able to tell where the target was going to be. Young Monli felt a chill. If she and Han San were shooting at each other, she might not even be able to make a single shot. It was a feeling hard to describe. Qin Xian was right. He is a natural, thought young Monli after finishing watching the video. The video was very popular in Sagittarius, but its popularity ended among archery lovers. Archery was, after all, a less popular skill. And Sagittarius was just one of the circles of archery. After going back to school, Han San wanted to call his girlfriend when his comlink suddenly rang. Situ Xiang was summoning all the archery team members. At the training field of the school team, Han San saw Shizhikong, Lu Meng and Zhang Yang, who were also summoned by Situ Xiang. Han San, so you're also in school team? Asked Shizhikong with a smile. I have to contribute to my department. Why are you here? Said Han San casually. Same reason. When Situ Xiang reviewed Han San's file, she studied the profiles of all the other specially recruited students again, wondering if she could find anyone that had escaped her attention like Han San did. In the end, she decided to ask Han San's roommates to join the team and get them a training. Even if they were not good enough this year, they would excel next year. Do you know why the coach have called us here? Han San asked his roommates. Who knows? We are on the same page, said Shi. The coach has of course called us here to train. Now that we are all in the school team, we have to earn honors for Black Hawk. Zhang Yang was positive as ever. When Han San wanted to say something, Situ Xiang blew the whistle to call them over. Today I have summoned you to show you some recordings of a student who will become one of your rivals this year. Situ Xiang turned the holographic device on and projected the video. It was an edited video of one person shooting at different times, and most of the scenes were shot in the venue of the Military School League tournament. In more than 40 minutes, the entire school team was so quiet that one could even hear a needle dropping on the floor. After the video ended, Shizhikong wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said, OMD, are you sure this guy is just a military school student instead of an evolver professional archer? We are against him? Impossible. We'll definitely lose. He must not be human. He is our opponent and absolutely a military school student, said Lu Meng casually. Situ Xiang was interested in Lu Meng's answer and said, since you know this person, please introduce him to your teammates. Lu Meng said naturally, I believe you have all heard of him, Jing Jiwu, the captain of the archery team of Alliance Central Military Academy. People call him Monster. In his freshman year, he had led their archery team to become the champion of the tournament. Since his sophomore year, he had helped the Alliance Central Military Academy win every competition from Warframe to martial arts to Hand of God, with no exception. In his junior year, he did exactly the same thing. The Military Academy League had changed its rules because of him. Now one player is only allowed to participate in one field. Such bad luck. How come Jing Jiwu happened to pick archery? You're getting ahead of yourself. Based on our strength, it is not likely that we would ever compete with the Alliance Central Military Academy. It does not even matter how strong Jing Jiwu is. That is true. We could barely enter the second round in the previous tournaments. I really hope to encounter him. We will lose anyway. Better to him than to someone else. The senior members of the school team commented casually. Obviously they had lost confidence and spirit in years of failure. You know a lot about Jingjiwu, so how likely do you think we could beat the Alliance Central Military Academy? Asked Situ Xiang. We stand absolutely no chance. They not only had Jingjiwu, but 2 of their team members ranked top 10 and the other 2 ranked top 20. However, we do not have anyone that ranks top 100, said Lu Meng bluntly. The senior team members all felt Situ Xiang's question was not practical. They would not even have a chance to face the Alliance Central Military Academy, so the presumption would not even happen. Situ Xiang nodded and did not say anything. She turned to Han Sen and asked, Han Sen, what do you think? We can only know after a match, replied Han Sen with a smile. The senior team members cast odd looks at him. If the comment was from any other freshman, they would definitely tell the person all about the bad performances of Blackhawk in history. However, it was Han Sen who said it, so they remained silent. After all, Han Sen was the genius on campus and had achieved great success in other items. Deep down, they still felt contemptuous about what Han Sen had said. Situ Xiang was satisfied with Han Sen's remark. She was glad to see that at least one person had morale on her team. Blackhawk had been a loser for so long that it was natural for the senior team members to lose confidence. We will watch another video, also from an unevolved person. Situ Xiang played another video, the background of which was a virtual gaming platform. It is the White Bird's Forest from Sagittarius. Someone suddenly recognized that. When the video started to play, Han Sen was surprised. It was the video of him taking the White Bird's Forest test. Who is this person? That's so impressive. Shizhikong stared his eyes wide. This must be edited. Is he really an unevolved person? Is that also Jingjiwu? I have seen that. It is a real video and has been recognized by Sagittarius. I've also been to the scene and was no match to that. Who is he? It is not important who he is. Do you think he's weaker than Jingjiwu? Asked Situ Xiang. It is hard to say without a match. Everyone started to ponder. Jingjiwu was indeed strong, but the person in the video was equally good. It was very hard to tell who was the better archer. Since someone is Jingjiwu's match, why can't that be you? Asked Situ Xiang. No one replied. The teammates were all thinking, how is it possible that we have that kind of skills? Although they all understood Situ Xiang's intention, they became even more depressed after seeing how good other people were. Han Sen, do you think this person is stronger than you? Situ Xiang asked Han Senator. She wanted Han Sen to lead the team in this tournament. If he did not have the resolve to win, she would have to reconsider despite his good skills. I should be on more or less the same level. Han Sen cleared his throat and answered. It was him in the video, so of course it was the same. Han Sen was still wondering who had leaked the video. Fortunately, his facial features were blurred, and no one could tell it was him. He did not think it was Qin Xian, but who else would watch his test and record it? Han Sen did not mind either. It was fine if someone found out it was him. Han Sen's comments sounded arrogant to others. The level of the guy in the video was clearly beyond that of a monitoring school student. Although Han Sen did well in Warframe and black and white boxing, he rarely went to archery classes. Like what Situ Xiang was thinking before, his teammates felt unsure about Han Sen's archery skills, and were reluctant to believe that he had the same skill level. Situ Xiang was satisfied with his answer. She thought he was confident, which was a great quality for someone to lead the team. The senior team members were also good players, and they often lost because of their lack of confidence. Fantastic! This year, our goal is to beat the Alliance Central Military Academy. So let's work toward that. Then Situ Xiang announced the training plan and asked each player to follow through. Han Sen, do you really think you can do the same? Zhang Yang asked Han Sen on their way back to the dormitory. Shizhikong and Lu Meng also looked to Han Sen, interested to hear his reply. Which video are you talking about? Han Sen asked. How about Jingjiwu's? Zhang Yang widened his eyes. It sounded like Han Sen thought he could match both. Jingjiwu's skills are hard to match. His fitness index is too high, and I lack in physical strength compared to him. After watching Jingjiwu's video, Han Sen also thought he was a formidable opponent. His techniques did not seem fancy but were extremely practical. In addition, he had an outstanding physique. Therefore, no one would be his match. Han Sen's physique was among the top in the unevolved category, but compared to Jing Jiwu, he was not as good. Currently, Han Sen's sacred and mutant geno points were not maxed out yet, and his jade skin had not even reached the first phase. If he could improve on those two aspects, he should be able to beat Jing Jiwu. Han Sen, are you really as strong as the person in the White Bird's forest? Shizhikong couldn't help but ask. As a student in the archery department, Shizhikong knew how difficult it must be. It was the ultimate goal of any archer. More or less, Han Sen shrugged and said helplessly, "If you will, we should go take the test here on campus so that the senior team members would stop their bulls," Shizhikong said with anger. Although the senior team members did not say much at the time, secretly they commented on Han Sen's arrogance, which pissed Shizhikong off. It is unnecessary to prove anything to strangers. At the time of the match, the truth will speak for itself, said Lu Meng reasonably. Zhang Yang also nodded. We should ignore them now and practice hard. If the school sends us, we will show them Lu Meng is not impossible in the tournament. Shizhikong had to give up the idea of taking Han Sen to take the test. Han Sen, do you have a minute? A sensual female voice sounded when they were going back to the dormitory. Han Sen's roommates all widened their eyes, staring at Huangfu Pingqing, who had walked up to Han Sr. What's the matter? Asked Han Sen reluctantly. Have you forgotten what you have promised me? Huangfu Pingqing smiled and asked. She then turned to his roommates. Do you mind if I borrow him for a second? Not at all. Shizhikong blinked at Han Sr. Han Sen remembered that he had promised to treat her to dinner. Now that she had even come to him, he had no other option than to follow her. First hooked up with our campus belle, now the new goddess. How come I never got lucky? Said Shizhikong admiringly. Because your skin isn't as smooth. Why would the pretty ladies like a rough guy like you? Lu Meng tried to put him down. When the beauties get older, they would understand the benefits of being with the rough guy. Rebutted Sam. Lu Meng threw a contemptuous gaze at Sam, who was tough-looking and full of dirty jokes. Aren't we going to eat? Why are we here? Han Sen felt suspicious and looked to Huangfu Pingqing. They were now at the gate of the military school. Without permission, it was impossible to leave the campus. We are going to eat. Take this. Huangfu Pingqing gave Han Sen a pass and let him out of the campus. The guard checked the pass and let them go. The minute they were out of the school, a private aircraft parked in front of Huangfu Pingqing. Huangfu, where are you taking me? Han Sen frowned and asked. I said we're going to eat. Huangfu Pingqing held Han Sen's arm and took him onto the aircraft. Han Sen felt his arm was in between clouds. He looked down and saw Huangfu Pingqing was wearing a white turtleneck jersey, showing off her curvaceous figure. After 40 minutes, the aircraft landed on a magnificent dome-shaped building. Holding Han Sen's arm, Huangfu Pingqing swiped her card and entered the building. Han Sen checked the name on the building and it was really a restaurant called Queen, and next to the name were 3 stars. Huangfu Pingqing took Han Sen to a private room on the top floor. The declaration of this room was a bit strange, different from a regular restaurant. The sofa was crescent-shaped, facing a wall covered by a curtain. The table was also an arc facing the wall. As Han Sen was wondering, Huangfu Pingqing had sat down on the sofa and took the remote to open the curtain. Behind the curtain, the wall was made of one-way glass, and they were actually on the balcony. When looking down, they could see a gigantic martial ring. On the martial ring, a heated combat was going on. Outside the ring was a cheering and shouting crowd. With another click on the remote, the sound could suddenly be heard. What do you want to order? Huangfu Pingqing clicked the remote again, and the holographic images of different dishes and prices were all projected. It's my treat, so you should order. Han Sen was completely attracted to the 2 persons in the combat. There were both evolvers and it looked like they had already gained a lot of geno points. They both had practiced great hyper-geno arts. The man had both his arms looking like black metal, and the woman was wearing a pair of shorts, with her long legs gleaming like silver. One used fists and the other legs. They both had extraordinary strength and speed. Whenever there is the flesh-on-flesh clash, it sounded like metal. Han Sen was strong among the unevolved. Compared to these evolvers, he still fell short. After all, they had different status. The hyper-geno arts used by the two also interested Han Sen very much, especially those that could change body cell structure. Those arts could make one's body as tough as a weapon, and one could even bare-handedly smash a tank. But they were not without flaws. Both the arms of the man and the legs of the woman could not stay like metal continuously. Every other minute they would become normal flesh. "Huangfu, where is this?" When the food was delivered, Han Sen asked curiously. The Queen Restaurant is a business owned by the Ares Martial Hall. It is a combat-themed restaurant. Every day, Stevens from the Ares Martial Hall come here to perform. That not only boosts our business, but also promotes the Martial Hall. Huangfu Pingqing smiled and said, "You went through all the trouble to take me here. It could not only be for dinner." Han Sen commented, "Taking him out of the school alone was a lot of trouble. What do you plan to do after graduation?" asked Huangfu Pingqing without answering Han Sen's doubt. "What plan could I have? I am in the military school and I will naturally be enlisted," Han Sen said casually. Huangfu Pingqing poured Han Sen a glass of wine and herself one. After taking a sip of the wine, she continued, "Ordinary military school graduates would be second lieutenant or lieutenant, and for you it would be easy for you to become a major." "You flatter me," said Han Sen with a smile. "A major would be the highest rank any military school student can be. So, do you plan to serve the army always or just finish your mandate serving term?" asked Huangfu Pingqing again. "I haven't planned that far," said Han Senator. Although the special school it belonged to the military, its functions were limited to God's sanctuary, and it would not have any impact on Han Sen's official ranking. "If you decide to work for the army, you should consider drawing the Ares Martial Hall. We have many alumni in the military right now, and they would be a huge help to you." Han Sen had understood Huangfu's intentions by now. When he was about to say something, Huangfu Pingqing smiled and said, "There is no hurry. You still have years until you graduate and can take your time considering." Someone looking like a manager suddenly knocked on the door and bowed to Huangfu Pingqing. "Miss, we have prepared everything as you asked." After the manager left, Huangfu Pingqing smiled at Han Sen and asked, "Do you know why this restaurant is named Queen?" Han Sen shook his head and thought, "How am I supposed to know that? I'm not part of your organization." "Because there is a real queen here," Huangfu Pingqing said seriously. "Queen?" Han Sen paused. There was no queen in the alliance. The highest political figure was the president, followed by the senators and generals. "Not the queen of the alliance but the queen on the martial ring," explained Huangfu Pingqing, pointing to the martial ring. Han Sen then noticed that the two evolvers had left of the ring, and a host had walked to the center and said in an excited voice, "Now the highlight of the evening, the queen of ours will fight her 1000th combat. Will Her Highness remain undefeated? Let's wait and see. Please welcome the queen to the stage." Next, the lights were off in the entire martial ring, and the only spotlight hit on a tall woman in combat suit. She walked towards the ring wearing a butterfly mask to cover her face. She was about 6 feet tall and looked like a fierce weapon herself. The moment the woman walked out, all the audience started to cheer and calling her name with the same rhythm. The woman stood on the ring, raising her left arm and pointing her index finger and middle finger to the sky. With this gesture, the audience started to stand up and the atmosphere has become much heated. Today challenging Her Royal Highness is Su Jiqiang from the Iron Fist Martial Hall. With the introduction by the host, a man around 30 years old also came to the martial ring. Han Sen did not listen to the host, but kept her eyes on the woman who was called the Queen. She had to such a fierce manner that it looked like she had seen a million deaths. Han Sen himself also had a fierce vibe, but compared to her, it was nothing. When Han Sen was regarding Queen, the combat began and Su Jiqiang turned his fists into golden alloy and smashed them at Queen. The strike was fast and fierce, compressing the air as it went. Even with Han Sen's eyesight, he could not tell how Su Jiqiang started the strike. Han Sen thought to himself, "Indeed, I am no match to strong evolvers. This is such a formidable strike." This was the famous Super Alloy Fist, an S-class hyper-geno art of the evolver section in the St. Hall. Even among revolvers, only a few could use it well. This man was obviously much stronger than the last man. Soon Han San discovered that what Su Jiqiang was best at was not his fist, but his footwork. His footwork was so fast that he approached Queen in just 2 steps. He also managed to make the fiercest strike in her weakest angle. Queen did not even move, letting the fist tougher than iron hit her temple. Bang! The fierce strike hit the woman's temple, only making her head move slightly. Very soon she recovered and gazed at Su Jiqiang with coldness. Su Jiqiang looked incredulous. He could not believe that his signature could not even hurt this woman. My turn. Queen raised her left hand shaped like a knife, her white skin suddenly turning red. Seeing her raising her hand, Su Jiqiang could no longer take the pressure and summoned his beast souls. His upper body was suddenly covered in armor, and a long knife appeared in his hands. With a growl, Su Jiqiang smacked at Queen with his knife. Like a lightning bolt, the blade was about to cut Queen. Her eyes cold, Queen did not mean to dodge. When the knife was in her face, she suddenly waved her hand at it. Her hand met the beast's soul blade and the weapon broke in the middle, as if it were made of wood. And her hand did not even stop there, and moved past Su Jiqiang. Crack! Su Jiqiang's beast soul armor was broken, blood flowing from the gap. Queen moved her fingers and her hand became normal again. Su Jiqiang thumped to the martial ring and never got up. In the cheering of the audience, the medical team immediately rushed over and tried to save Su Jiqiang. Queen raised 2 fingers to the sky again, giving rise to even louder cheers. Then she walked off the martial ring and disappeared in the channel. Han Sen's eyes lit up. He had seen many videos of the combats between evolvers, but none of them was as good as Queen. Obviously, Queen was among the top evolvers. In the 1,000 combats, she never lost to a single person from any other martial hall. She is the queen here and our best student. If you are willing to join the Ares Martial Hall, you could enjoy the same cultivation that she went through. You have great talents and might even do better than she, Huang Fu Pingqing said with a smile. She must not be just an ordinary student. Han Sen refused to believe that Queen was an ordinary student at the Martial Hall. Of course not. And if you are willing, you could become extraordinary as well. She blinked. How? If you marry me and become related with the Ares Martial Hall, then you would certainly be extraordinary. Han Sen choked on the water he just drank. Han Sen, unevolved status, none lifespan, 200 geno points needed for evolution, 100 geno points gained, 100 ordinary geno points, 100 primitive geno points, 64 mutant geno points, 50 sacred geno points. Han Sen came to the steel armor shelter and checked his data. He still needed some mutant geno points. Since sacred geno points were hard to come by, he thought he would hunt for some mutant creatures first. As for Huang Fu Pingqing's invite, Han Sen was not that interested. Queen was indeed outstanding, but he did not believe that it was the result of the cultivation from the Ares Martial Hall. What made her different was her own personality. Was a strong woman. In the entire alliance, I am still too weak and must go to Second God's sanctuary as soon as possible, thought Han Sen as he walked out the shelter, ready to hunt some mutant creatures. After leaving the shelter, he looked around and suddenly saw a red rope tied on a crooked tree. This was the signal he told Lu Weinan. At the time, he was only saying it casually and did not really want to cooperate with Lu Weinan. After all, they had fought each other, and Han Sen could not be sure that Lu Weinan would not hold a grudge. Han Sen had almost forgotten about it, but was reminded by the sight of the red rope. It was supposed to be Han Sen who left the signal, so Lu Weinan's behavior alerted Han Sr. Han Sen was interested to know what Lu Weinan was up to. He waited until nightfall and used the color shifter Beast Soul to approach the tree. Surprisingly, there were no traps. Han Sen saw that a note was tied to the tree. He took it out and saw a location written on it, which was in a mountain not far from the shelter. Han Sen paused for a while and still went to the said location. Even if Lu Weinan was trying to harm him, he needed to figure out why. If he was watched but did not know the reason, he would not feel comfortable. Luckily, he had the color shifter Beast Soul. At the said location, he hid himself and walked around. There was no trap, but Lu Weinan was under a tree. It looked like Lu was quite anxious. Why are you looking for me? Han Sen turned into dollar and walked to Lu Weinan. Brother, you have come finally. I've waited for you for so long. Lu Weinan came over excitedly. What do you need? Han Sen frowned. Brother, I found a sacred blood creature in Dark Swamp, but I was not able to kill it, so I want your help. Lu Weinan explained everything. Lu Weinan had been waiting for Han Sen for several days. He could not take care of the sacred blood creature, but he did not want to seek the gang's help either, because the gangs would take a big cut. That's when he thought of Han Sen and left the signal. When he was about to give up, Han Sen really came. What? You found a humanoid sacred blood creature? Han Sen stared, his eyes wide. Yes, it was covered in black armor and was holding a black spear in its hand. It was riding a black unicorn horse, which could float above the swamp, Lu Weinan described. A spear and a mount, what kind of creature is that? Are you sure you did not see a human? Han Sen looked at Lu Weinan incredulously. Brother, I kid you not. Although it looks like a person, you will see that it is definitely a sacred blood creature. So did you fight it? What's the outcome? Han Sen asked Lu Weinan. Lu Weinan blushed. It was too strong and its mount too fast. I had to use my iron-feathered bird to escape. Han Sen suddenly understood that Lu Weinan must have been completely beaten, and that was why he had come to Han Sr. So if I could kill the sacred blood creature, how do you suggest we divide the gains? Asked Han Sr. Whoever gains the beast's soul gets to keep it. As for others, I think that humanoid would be inedible. And all there is to share are its spear and mount. What do you say we each pick one, and I will let you pick first? Lu Weinan asked. Take me to check it out first. If I could kill it, then we can talk about how to divide. If not, then it doesn't even matter. Han Sen thought about it and said. Okay. Lu Weinan gritted his teeth and agreed. Han Sen did not kill him last time, which gave him some faith in Han Sen's character. If he were talking to another person, he would not show that person the creature first, as the information was his value in the deal. Han Sen carried the diamond sword from Holy Angel and followed Lu Weinan to Dark Swamp. Lu Weinan was leading the way on his flying mount, and Han Sen was flying using his wings. Half a day into the swamp, Han Sen found a mutant centipede more than 6 feet long. He cut the centipede in half with the diamond sword and cooked the insect for some mutant geno points. The tough shell of the centipede was like tofu under the diamond sword. Lu Weinan saw the sword and his eyes lit up. Brother, this must be the sacred blood gear from that creature on Mystery Island? Did you manage to get its beast soul? You know your stuff. I did not get the beast soul, replied Han Sen casually and summoned Meowth to share the meat. Han Sen did not turn Meowth into its transformed state. It still looked like a kitty cat, eating meat at Han Sen's feet. Such a pity that I cannot summon the Golden Rock Worm King. Thought Han Senator the Worm King was always with Han Sen instead of Dollar, so he did not want to blow his own cover. Brother, you're still feeding it? Lu Weinan thought the cat was harmless as before and reached out to touch its head. Roar! Before his hand could touch Meowth, the cat suddenly turned into the transformed state, a black tiger biting at Lu Weinan. Lu Weinan was indeed great at escaping. Using his incredible footwork, he was able to take back his hand and run from the tiger. Meowth had already thrown itself at Lu Weinan and was ready to launch another attack. Meowth, come back to eat, Han Sen called. He was counting on Lu Weinan to lead the way and did not want him to be killed. Lu Weinan pointed at Meowth and shouted, Isn't it mutant beast soul pet? How come? Han Sen did not reply and continued to eat. Lu Weinan suddenly understood. It evolved. Lu Weinan shot an envious glance at Meowth and said, Brother, you are so lucky. Even your mutant pet has evolved. Now it must be more valuable than any other sacred blood beast soul. Yes, I was lucky. Han Sen thought to himself. If you see Holy Angel, you would know what a truly valuable pet looks like. Thinking of Holy Angel, Han Sen was a little upset. He had tried to feed her mutant meat, and she would not even look at it. When Han Sen was eating sacred blood meat, she became very interested. Unfortunately, Han Sen couldn't afford to feed her sacred blood meat yet. After the 2 persons and 1 cat were fed, They continued their trip. Because the centipede was too large, Han Sen was not able to gain a single mutant geno point with his full meal. After flying for several days in the dark swamp, they reached the destination. Unfortunately, all the mutant creatures they saw were too large, and Han Sen only gained one mutant geno point. They were at a water meadow. In the green grass stood a unicorn horse, on the back of which sat a knight covered in shiny black armor, with the black spear in his hand. Only by looking at it from afar, Han Sen was certain that it was not a human being, like Lu Weinan had said. The armor of the knights was neither metal nor stone, it was more like shell of the turtle or some kind of beetle, and there was no gap between the parts of the armor. It was very odd. Han Sen was sure that this was a sacred blood creature, and one that was very hard to deal with. It was much stronger than the stone man that Helen showed him. Just by looking at its spear and mount, Han Sen was sure that it was not an ordinary sacred blood creature. Humanoid creatures were already very strong, and this one even had a mount, which was something that Han Sen had not even heard of before. Brother, am I right? Is it a sacred blood creature? Hiding in the grass, Lu Weinan whispered to Han Senya. Yes, it is indeed a sacred blood creature. However, it looks very strong and I am not very confident that I could take care of it. Han Sen told him the truth. The sacred blood creature was so strange. Han Sen did not think it would be weaker than the holy angel from the Mystery Island. However, he did not have a second sacred blood ghost butterfly at this point. Luckily, he had the diamond sword. Even if this creature was as strong as holy angel, he would still stand a chance. Brother, I'll let you decide how to divide our gains. Lu Weinan thought Han Sen was expressing his dissatisfaction with his proposal and added, I am afraid that the two of us will not be able to beat it. Han Sen believed that the black unicorn horse must have some special functions other than just a mount. Lu Weinan was very positive and said, we have to try first. This kind of rare sacred blood creature must be worth a lot of money. If we happen to get its beast soul, then we will be able to make a fortune. Alright, so let's talk about how to divide our gains first. I'm afraid that your proposal will not do, said Han Senior. What do you suggest? Lu Weinan looked at Han San and said carefully, since you have provided the information, you could take 20% of our profits. The remaining 80% will be divided according to our contribution in the hunting. What do you think? Han San thought about it and suggested, okay. Lu Weinan agreed to Han Sen's terms. This way, he could at least get 20% while the large gangs would probably only give him a 10% cut. Also, if Lu Weinan made some contribution, he could get more. Lu Weinan had wanted to make some effort originally, because he might be able to gain the beast's soul if he had a chance to make the last attack. After the two had finished the discussion, they sneaked up on the sacred blood creature hidden in grass. Han Sen thought no matter how strong the sacred blood creature was, as long as it could not fly, it will not be too risky for the two of them. When they were 500 feet from the sacred blood creature, it suddenly looked to their direction. Han Sen saw very clear that behind the helmet of the sacred blood creature were a pair of red eyes, as red as the flames in the hell. Before Han Sen and Lu Weinan could react, the sacred blood creature quickly urged the black unicorn horse to charge them and raised his black spear. Watch out! This guy is too strong. Han Sen grabbed the diamond sword with both his hands and used Jadeskin to its full. The unicorn horse had an incredible speed. It could also float above the water and did not sink. Almost immediately, the sacred blood creature was merely a dozen feet from Han Senator with its high speed. It quickly used its spear to stab Han San in the chest. Han Sen used Bladestorm to slash the diamond sword at the creature. The spear and the sword clashed. Han Sen was blown away with the sword in his hand by the magnificent strength of the creature. Han Sen was among the top of all humans in First God's Sanctuary. However, he could not block a strike from the sacred blood creature. After being thrown a couple of feet up in the air, he rolled in the water meadow for quite a while before he could stop himself. Lu Weinan, who was trying to launch a sneak attack at the unicorn horse, was dazed. He knew very well about Han Sen's strength, and even Han Sen was blown away. Lu Weinan quickly ran away when he saw that the sacred blood creature had made a turn to face himself. While running he shouted, "Brother, let's run. This is beyond our capability." The sacred blood creature quickly stabbed Lu Weinan, but Lu Weinan's footwork was incredible. He wiggled away like a fish and summoned his iron-feathered bird to carry himself into the sky. The sacred blood creature did not chase after Lu Weinan, but turned to Han Senator. The unicorn horse was so fast that it was immediately in front of Han San and the spear was about to reach the guy. Boom! Han San suddenly summoned Bloody Slayer and quickly shapeshifted. The diamond sword again clashed with the spear with a loud noise and sparkles. Even using the shapeshifting beast's soul, Han San still had to step back before he could steady himself. The two fierce monsters started a huge fight. Lu Weinan, who was up in the sky, was dumbstruck. He never thought the sacred blood creature would be so strong. Dollar was absolutely a celebrity in steel armor shelter. Just a while back he killed the sacred blood creature on the Mystery Island alone, beating Son of Heaven to it. Such a strong man was not able to beat this creature at all, which was beyond Lu Weinan's imagination. Han Sen was also shocked. This sacred blood creature was not weaker than Holy Angel at all. Its skills to use the weapon was also so incredible that Bladestorm seemed weaker. Although Han San had seen the Sly Fox King and Black-Feathered Beast King, as well as the powerful Holy Angel, he still marveled at the spear skills of this sacred blood creature. He believed that few in First God's Sanctuary could match the creature in spear skills. "Brother, let's go now," Lu Weinan cried to Han San in the sky. Although Han San was no match to the creature, he did not want to retreat. It would not be that easy for the sacred blood creature to kill him right away, so he wanted to test what is the weakness of the creature. Very soon, Han San was attracted by the odd spear skills of the creature. Although it seemed that the creature would only stab and sweep with the spear, Han San discovered that both the stabbing and sweeping carried a strong spinning force. When the creature was stabbing, the spinning force would turn the spear into a drill that could penetrate anything, even a suit of sacred blood armor. When the spear was used in the sweep, it would make the perfect shield, in that anything touched the spear would be blown away. Magnificent spear skills. Han San was observing as he fought. However, he was still not able to tell how the sacred blood creature was making it work. As Han San was not able to continue fighting the creature, he summoned Meowth in its transformed state. Meowth threw itself at the creature, while the unicorn horse suddenly gave the pet a kick. Meowth did not anticipate this at all, and was suddenly sent into the air. Fortunately, Meowth was very strong and the kick did not really hurt it seriously. With some blood on its mouth corner, it growled and ran toward unicorn horse. Han San took Meowth back and flapped his wings to fly up, leaving the creature alone. OMG, that was so scary. How come there would be such a formidable sacred blood creature in the dark swamp? Said Lu Weinan, controlling the iron-feathered bird to fly near Han Sr. I was right. It was not one sacred blood creature, but two. Han San was still staring at the sacred blood creatures from above. You mean the mount was an independent sacred blood creature? Lu Weinan suddenly understood what he meant and cried. Then how can we ever win? Han San regarded the sacred blood creature and remained silent. It was still possible. He had Meowth, which could be used to distract the unicorn horse. However, Han San was not great at riding a mount, and could not fight on Meowth's back. Also, the spear skills of the sacred blood creature were so strange that Han San had not thought of a solution. He was only able to fight that long using Sparticle, which helped him dodge many key attacks from the creature. If he were on Meowth's back, he would not be able to use Sparticle, which would make him vulnerable to the creature's attack. In addition, he had to borrow the strength of Bloody Slayer, which made him unable to use a mount. He thought about it, and decided that Meowth could only function as a distraction, and he had to be the one who did the fighting. You are not able to fly anyway, so there is nothing you could do to me. If I cannot beat you this time, I will come 10 more times. One day, I will definitely kill you, thought Han San to himself. He then found a place to rest with Lu Weinan until they were ready to fight the creature again. When he had recovered, Han San went to the water meadow. Before he reached the destination, Han San saw the sacred blood creature emerging from a lake, which puzzled Han Sr. You're tuning into the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.